In the seventh universe lies a planet known as Terra. The indigenous inhabitants of Terra remain blissfully unaware that due to its picturesque environment, abundant resources, and vast size, it has been marked for invasion by the Saiyans, facing imminent doom. On the skyline of the city where the Terrans reside, the High Priest stands with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression inscrutable. Beside him stands a woman of graceful form, an enchanting beauty, Bardos, the guiding angel of the sixth universe. However, at this moment, Bardos has shed her celestial attire, donning a snug, casual outfit that accentuates her alluring figure. Her once turquoise skin has transformed into the ordinary hue of human flesh. High Priest, I have never made a more resolute decision in my life, Bardos affirms, her flawless visage reflecting an unwavering determination in her captivating eyes. Upon hearing her declaration, the High Priest, who is also her father, exhales a resigned sigh. Since you are determined, I shall respect your choice. He remains perplexed as to what has compelled Bardos to abandon her role as the guiding angel of the sixth universe to become the wife of a human man. All he knows is that her resolve is unyielding, even to the point of threatening her own life. The High Priest, unwilling to lose any angel, especially one as remarkable as Bardos, finds himself conceding to her wishes. After all, he could awaken another slumbering angel to take Bardos' place. Moreover, the lifespan of a human is but a mere century, and he believes Bardos will eventually return. In light of these considerations, the High Priest consents to Bardos' rare display of defiance. Shortly after the High Priest departs, several spacecraft breach the atmosphere, exuding a sense of catastrophic dread as they invade Terra. The Terrans gaze curiously at the vessels above, unaware of the impending horror. Suddenly, one of the figures on board unleashes a powerful energy blast, creating an artificial moon in the sky. Thus begins the nightmare for the inhabitants of Terra. Roar, boom. Dozens of Saiyans, transformed into colossal apes, commence a merciless slaughter of the Terrans. Energy blasts erupt throughout the city, accompanied by the piercing cries of anguish and terror. The end of the Terrans has arrived. Despite some attempts at resistance, their strength pales in comparison to the might of the transformed Saiyans. Hours later, amidst the rubble, lifeless bodies lie strewn about, confirming that the Terrans have been decimated. A stoic figure named Reza, aboard one of the spacecraft, finally acts to obliterate the artificial moon above. The giant apes revert back to their human forms. Blame your misfortune, Reza mutters to himself. Logically, a pure-blooded Saiyan would not harbor such sentiments towards the slaughter of these innocent Terrans. The twist lies in the fact that Reza is not only a Saiyan, but also a transmigrant. 2 decades prior, he found himself within the Dragon Ball realm as an infant Saiyan, assessed as a superior warrior from birth, endowed with exceptional talent and potential. As a transmigrant, Reza understands that the Dragon Ball universe operates on a principle of survival of the fittest. Consequently, as he matured, he committed himself to rigorous training, achieving a battle power of 50,000 by the age of 20. Thus, he became a captain of a Saiyan squad. While 50,000 may seem modest compared to later developments in Dragon Ball, within the current context of the Saiyan race, especially under Frieza's rule, Reza's achievement is commendable. Consider Vegeta and Goku at the same age, Vegeta with a battle power of 18,000 and Goku barely reaching a few hundred. Despite surpassing all Saiyans in battle power, Reza remains unassuming. He is acutely aware that 50,000 is hardly noteworthy in the Dragon Ball universe. If Frieza were to discover his power, Reza could face one of two fates, either being recruited for his potential or meeting a grim end, eliminated out of fear that he might become the legendary Super Saiyan. Thus, Reza's guiding principle is simple: survival. He refuses to be the proverbial bird that sticks its neck out to be shot. Damn it, why do other transmigrants have systems while I do not? Reza laments before regaining his focus and jumping from the spacecraft. As the leader of the Saiyan squad, he must check for any surviving Terrans. If any remain, he will have to eliminate them. Initially, he resisted the idea of killing innocent humans, but as a Saiyan, compassion is a luxury he cannot afford. Over time, he has grown numb to the notion. Better to grant a swift end than to allow survivors to live in fear, for once the Saiyans conquer a planet, The Zeta organization will take over its transformation that if survivors are discovered, their fate is often far worse. Wandering through the ruins, Reza methodically inspects every possible hiding spot for survivors. To his surprise, he discovers a Terran cowering in a secluded corner, panic etched across her face. As he gathers energy for a key blast to resolve the situation, he hesitates, recognizing the familiar features of the Survivor, petite figure with a high ponytail and an exquisitely delicate face. Were it not for the mismatched attire and skin tone, he would almost believe that Bardos, the angel from the 6th universe, had somehow found her way here. Am I losing my mind? Is this truly Bardos from the 6th universe? Chapter 2. System Activation, Transcending Bloodlines. A glimpse of revelation. Identified as the angel of the 6th universe, Beatrice. Yet upon contemplation, something felt amiss. How could Beatrice, the angel, possibly appear in the 7th universe, especially on a planet besieged by Saiyans? At that moment, Reza's mind was engulfed in confusion. For a fleeting instant, he even doubted his own vision, yet the truth remained. This survivor, aside from her attire and complexion, bore an uncanny resemblance to Beatrice from the 6th universe. One might even say it was a perfect match. Pondering this perplexity, Reza cautiously approached and spoke in an authoritative tone. "Tell me, what is your name?" Beatrice, I am called Beatrice," she replied, her voice tinged with a delicate vulnerability that evoked sympathy. Boom. Just as Beatrice finished speaking, a key blast from Reza's palm went astray, creating a gaping hole in the adjacent wall. Observing the complex mix of pain and bewilderment on Reza's face, Beatrice could not help but inquire, What is wrong with you?" No. My head itches terribly. It feels as if I am about to gain intelligence," Reza exclaimed, cradling his head in distress. "Can it be that you truly are named Beatrice?" Upon witnessing Reza's state, Beatrice found herself stifling a laugh, a hint of amusement surfacing in her expression. Surprisingly, this disheveled version of Reza appeared somewhat endearing. Was this indeed considered charming? Beatrice was uncertain, yet the situation was undeniably amusing. As Beatrice chuckled discreetly, Reza regained his composure, fixing his gaze intently on her. "You claim your name is Beatrice? Are you aware of the angel from the 6th universe?" Beatrice was taken aback. However, she quickly shook her head in confusion, indicating her lack of knowledge. With a tremor in her voice, she pleaded, "Please, do not kill me. I will do anything you ask." In that moment, Reza was left questioning whether he was ensnared in a dream. Suddenly, it struck him. This scene felt eerily familiar. Yes, he recalled that he had dreamt of an identical scenario. Typically, such memories eluded him, but experiencing it firsthand triggered the recollection. In his dream, Beatrice had looked at him with tear-filled eyes, pleading for mercy. Subsequently, he had taken her as his companion. Upon awakening, he had dismissed it as a mere fantasy. Little did he know, the narrative from his dreams was unfolding in reality. Ding! Just then, a cold electronic notification resonated in Reza's mind. Current environment detected as suitable. The divine selection system is now officially bound to the host. Please make a choice regarding the current event to activate the system. Option 1. Reject Beatrice's plea and eliminate her. Reward. Hit template. This Saiyan is a bit cold. Option 2. Ignore Beatrice and allow her fate to unfold. Reward. Ancient Saiyan bloodline. Women will only hinder my cultivation speed. Option 3. Agree to Beatrice's plea and save her. Reward. Legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Men are not lecherous. How are you? As a traveler from another realm, Reza understood the nature of the system, although it arrived a tad late. It was far from too late. At least this timing allowed ample opportunity for maneuvering. As for the 3 options presented by the system, the first could be dismissed outright. Setting aside other considerations, the rewards were not comparable to the latter 2. While the hit template was undoubtedly formidable, the ancient Saiyan bloodline and the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline were clearly of a superior caliber. As for which of the 2 bloodlines held greater strength, Reza was uncertain. However, as the system aptly noted, men are not lecherous. How are you? He chuckled to himself. Though Beatrice from the 6th universe was beyond his reach, having a substitute was indeed a delightful alternative. The Beatrice before him, while nearly identical to the angel from the 6th universe, shared the same name. Given the vastness of the universe, encountering a woman who looked and was named the same as the angel did not seem entirely implausible. Moreover, while Reza was unsure of the potency of the so-called ancient Saiyan bloodline, he was acutely aware of the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Just look at Broly, imprisoned on planet Vampa for 40 years, he returned to battle and, within half an hour, transformed from someone unable to contend with the norm to effortlessly overpowering the double super blue post-tournament of power. Such a fearsome Saiyan lineage had long been the object of Reza's desire. With the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, he would undoubtedly ascend to the apex among humanity across the 12 universes, leaving the gods of destruction aside for the moment. I choose option 3. After weighing all factors, Reza reached his ultimate decision. From every angle, the third option was undoubtedly the optimal choice. Not only could he gain a beautiful companion, but he would also acquire the coveted legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. What could be more advantageous? My daily life lacks quality. Would you be willing to take on that role? Reza inquired. Certainly, Beatrice replied earnestly, nodding her head. Even disregarding Beatrice's original intentions, the role she currently played as a Delegating seemed to leave her with no other option. To survive, one must either follow Reza or perish here. Indeed, anyone with an ounce of survival instinct would know which path to choose. Then let us depart. Thus, Reza escorted Beatrice back to the spacecraft. Before long, following a meticulous examination, the Delegating Purge initiative had been successfully executed. Reza, everything is in order, we can stand down, reported a Saiyan warrior named Celebi. Serving as the vice-captain of this Saiyan squad, Celebi, though less powerful than Reza, possessed a battle strength of 6,000, making him quite a remarkable Saiyan warrior. Moreover, he had grown up alongside Reza as a close friend. Reza, who is she? Celebi inquired. Having noticed the petite, stunningly beautiful, and coolly elegant Beatrice beside Reza. Celebi, some questions are best left unasked, Reza cautioned. Hiki, I saw nothing, Celebi replied, immediately grasping Reza's meaning. Although harboring a stranger from an invaded planet was somewhat against protocol, who could argue with Reza's authority as their captain? Chapter 3. Merging with the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline after completing the handover of Terra to Elec, the leader of the Zeta clan. Reza led his team back to their base on the planet San Juan. This planet, adorned with 3 moons, served as the stronghold for Reza's Saiyan squad. Here, they typically awaited orders from Frieza's army or King Vegeta. On this planet, Reza was, in every sense, a king. In the elegantly understated yet luxurious living room, Reza sat across from Bardos. Has anyone ever told you that you bear a striking resemblance to the angel of the 6th universe? Her name is also Bardos, Reza remarked. Despite the extraordinary nature of the situation, he found it somewhat surreal that a human woman could look exactly like an angel, sharing the same name as well. No. Perhaps it is merely a coincidence. After all, the universe is vast, and as the population increases, the likelihood of similar entities appearing grows significantly, does it not? Bardos responded with an air of calm. She was puzzled as to how a being from the 7th universe could be familiar with an angel from the 6th universe. But such matters were beyond her concern. The Reza before her was the exact embodiment of the figure she had seen in her prophetic dreams, both in appearance and demeanor. Thus, Bardos was certain that he was the person she sought. All right, I can see that you have a point, Reza admitted, scratching his head. It seems I may have overthought this. Regardless of the odds, even if the angel Bardos from the 6th universe could appear in the 7th universe, she would never be alone on Terra, especially not as a vulnerable lamb. In light of this, the situation could indeed only be explained as a coincidence, otherwise. Reza could not fathom how such a scenario could arise. Subsequently, Reza arranged for Bardos to have a room opposite his own, but she interjected. There's no need to go to such trouble. I would feel more secure sharing a room with you. With that, Bardos adopted a rather delicate demeanor. Huh? Reza's mind raced at her implication. This was no mere suggestion. It was a clear invitation. Upon further reflection, considering the recent devastation of her people, it was entirely reasonable for her to seek comfort in shared quarters. Ahem. If that's the case, you can stay in my room, Reza acquiesced. Initially, he had intended to take things slowly with Bardos, but given her overt advances, he felt justified in proceeding. Reza then acquainted Bardos with their surroundings before retreating to his room alone, as he had received a notification from the godly selection system. A reward had been granted. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have received the first reward, the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Would you like to merge? Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, filled with both trepidation and excitement, Reza declared, merge. Now in the year 737 of the age, the time was drawing near for the annihilation of the Saiyan race. While Reza had little interest in the throne of the Saiyans, he recognized the necessity of acquiring the means to protect himself against Frieza. He had initially planned to lead his team to Earth when the time came, but it seemed that would no longer be necessary. Once he merged with the Super Saiyan bloodline, Frieza would pose no threat to him. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Reza felt a surge of searing warmth coursing through his body, akin to a geyser erupting from within. In an instant, this warmth flowed through his limbs and bones, engulfing him in a sensation of extreme heat, as if he were in a furnace. Simultaneously, he could feel the very fibers of his being, his limbs, veins, and cells, undergoing a monumental transformation. The process of merging with the Super Saiyan bloodline was excruciatingly painful. Reza and Appo's body was deemed too frail for such a powerful bloodline, necessitating a thorough reconstruction. The intense agony contorted his features into a grimace, yet with each completed transformation, a look of profound relief would wash over him. In essence, the experience was a paradox of pain intertwined with pleasure, lasting for several hours. As night fell upon San Juan, Reza finally completed the merger. In his chamber, he stood bare-chested, his perfectly sculpted muscles glistening with sweat, as if he had just emerged from a fierce battle. Crack, as he clenched his fist. The sound of his joints cracking echoed through the room. Is this the power of the Super Saiyan bloodline? It is nothing short of extraordinary. With a newfound sense of strength coursing through him, Reza could not help but smile. Host, Reza. Age, 20. Racial bloodline, legendary Saiyan bloodline. Base combat power, 180,000. Skills, key control, energy manipulation, origin energy blast. Items, none. This was Reza and Appo's current status panel. Merely merging with the Super Saiyan bloodline had more than tripled his combat power. Moreover, the enhancement of his physical resilience was staggering. If his bodily functions had previously been rated at 10, they now soared to hundreds. This was the essence of the Super Saiyan bloodline, immense power coupled with explosive output. Feeling satisfied, Reza withdrew from his thoughts and headed to the bathroom for a refreshing cold shower. Mr. Reza, you. Bardos began as he emerged from the bathroom, whistling cheerfully and preparing to change clothes, only to collide with her unexpectedly. Flushed with embarrassment, Bardos shielded her face with her hands, gesturing discreetly for him to cover up. As the realization of his current state struck him, Reza and Appo's mind momentarily blanked, prompting him to hastily retreat back into the bathroom. Soon after, he re-emerged, clad only in a towel, attempting to ease the awkward atmosphere. I apologize, I usually live alone. So, I understand, Bardos chuckled behind her hand, attempting to stifle her laughter. Reza, relieved to alleviate the tension, inquired, when did you come in? How did you manage to be so silent? Chapter 4. Abundant Happiness, a summons from the Frieza army not long after entering. It was getting late, so I thought it best to return and rest. I hope I did not disturb Mr. Razer, Bardos said. Razer smiled and shook his head, saying, the bathroom is over there, feel free to use it. Nonetheless, in an effort to appear more normal, Bardos decided to take a bath in accordance with human customs. As the night deepened, the implications of a man and woman sharing the same room were all too apparent. The following day, as Razer awoke from slumber, he found that Bardos had prepared breakfast and laid it out on the table. Having served as a guiding angel for eons, Bardos's expertise in this regard was unquestionable. Due to her professionalism, trust was established. Mr. Razer is awake. Please wash up and join me for breakfast, Bardos said, elegantly seated and smiling. All right. Razer replied with a gentle smile, a wave of inexplicable happiness washing over him. Previously, such a scene had only played out in his dreams. Now it had become a reality, not in vain, as he had saved her life on Terra yesterday. How shall I put it? Bardos and Appo's culinary skills were commendable, yet during her time as a guiding angel in the 6th universe, she had lacked quality ingredients for her cooking. Here, however, Razer had provided the usual ingredients from his previous life on Earth. Thus, as Bardos began to cook, her dishes aligned well with Razer's palate. Knock, knock. Knock. While Razer and Bardos were enjoying breakfast, a knock echoed at the door. Outside, Celeba's voice was somewhat urgent. Razer, orders have come in from the Frieza army. Understood. Razer replied, quickly finishing his meal as he led Bardos to the hall. In the hall, Celeba had gathered a small team of dozens of Saiyan warriors. What is the directive from the Frieza army? Razer inquired, his gaze fixed on Celeba. It is a summons, Celeba succinctly reported. All Saiyans currently outside are to return to planet Vegeta. The specific purpose of this return has not been disclosed. Has it already arrived? Razer raised an eyebrow. Given that it was the year 737 of the age of the universe, coupled with this summons from the Frieza army, It seemed likely that the day of planet Vegeta and Amp, Apos, S destruction was imminent. What has arrived? Celebi asked, puzzled by Razer and Amp, Apos, S remark. The day of the Saiyans and Amp, Apos, annihilation, Razer disclosed, transparently sharing the grave situation with Celebi and the others. Upon hearing this, the group of Saiyan warriors was left in shock. Brother Razer, what do you mean? Frieza would destroy our entire race for a mere legend? This seems entirely plausible. Indeed, Brother Razer speaks the truth. The Saiyans have never willingly submitted to Frieza, and he is certainly aware of this. Additionally, I have heard that the Frieza army has been investigating the truth behind the Super Saiyan legend among us Saiyans. Given what Brother Razer has said, I fear. The expressions on their faces reflected palpable anxiety. This group of Saiyan warriors was considerable in size. Even if they chose to ignore the summons from the Frieza army, it was certain that Frieza would come for them anyway. For these Saiyan warriors, they found themselves at an impasse. Advancing was not an option, nor could they retreat. If they chose to flee, where could they possibly go? Razer, what shall we do? Should we confront Frieza? A fierce determination gleamed in Celebi's eyes. It was as if, with a single command from Razer, he would lead his brothers into a valiant battle against the Frieza army. Even if they were to perish, they would do so with honor. To simply return to planet Vegeta and be captured by Frieza would be utterly humiliating. There is no need for such desperation. In contrast to Celebi and the others, Razer remained remarkably composed. Had this been before yesterday, upon receiving the summons from the Frieza army, Razer would have likely felt the same urgency as Celebi, hastily leading them to Earth. However, the circumstances had changed. They need not concern themselves with the summons. They should eat and drink as they please. Of course, if anyone found my earlier words unconvincing, they were free to return to planet Vegeta. I respect each individual's choice. Razer's gaze swept across the assembly, yet no one spoke. Certainly, not everyone, but a significant majority found Razer's analysis to be quite reasonable. Considering the current circumstances, it was entirely possible that Frieza intended to destroy planet Vegeta and annihilate the Saiyan race. In that case, there was no longer a need to respond to the summons and return to planet Vegeta. But, Brother Razer, what if the Frieza army comes looking for us afterward? Would we not face the same fate? A voice raised a concern that weighed heavily on everyone's minds. Isn't going back now akin to courting death? Razer shrugged, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes as he smirked. Besides, if Frieza truly dares to find us here, who knows who the real victim will be? Razer's words resonated. Celebi chimed in, I've long held disdain for Frieza. If given the chance, I would gladly slay him myself. While their combat prowess may not be exceptionally high, they were undeniably warriors of the Saiyan race. Each possessed their own pride, dignity, and honor. They would rather die standing than live on their knees. This was the honor that belonged to the Saiyan race. What has become of the Saiyans under King Vegeta's rule? They have been reduced to mere subjects, surviving under Frieza's might. The honor of the Saiyan race had long been discarded by King Vegeta, yet now, they had resolved to reclaim their Saiyan honor. Brother Razer and Celebi are right. What does Frieza have to be arrogant about? At worst, we shall die, who fears whom? Exactly. Why should we toil for Frieza only to be treated this way? I shall no longer serve him. After the destruction of planet Vegeta, I propose we establish a new Saiyan kingdom here, with Brother Razer as our king. I wholeheartedly agree. Without a doubt, only Brother Razer is fit for this role. The Saiyan warriors erupted in a fervor. Forget King Vegeta. They were ready to rally behind Razer to establish a new Saiyan kingdom. Chapter 5. The Day of Star Destruction. Visitors from Beerus planet Mr. Reza certainly commands respect. Beside him, the angel Babidi quietly observed the scene, secretly acknowledging the sentiment. Although Babidi was unaware of the stories that intertwined Reza with this band of Saiyan warriors, their reactions revealed Reza's high esteem in their hearts. Then, Babidi's gaze shifted, and a spark of inspiration flashed in her mind. Enough with the talk of the new Saiyan kingdom. Reza, however, displayed little enthusiasm for such notions. The idea of managing a kingdom was far too cumbersome, and he possessed no experience in governance. Instead, he preferred to see how events would unfold. Although Reza was aware of Frieza's intent to annihilate the Saiyans, the fact that he had traversed into this realm suggested the possibility of narrative alterations, a potential that was not entirely out of the question. Thus, he resolved to remain observant for the time being. And so it was. Aside from Reza and Apos, Saiyan squad and Vegeta's team engaged in battle on distant planets. The other Saiyan warriors outside were gradually returning to planet Vegeta in response to a summons from Frieza's army. Upon their return, Bardock quickly recognized the grave threat posed by Frieza, who was likely to eradicate the Saiyan race. Consequently, he and Giant hastily sent their infant son Kakarot to a far-off planet known as Earth, a world with relatively low combat capabilities and technology. One so insignificant that even Frieza's forces deemed it unworthy of their attention. Meanwhile, in the realm of destruction, on Beerus' planet, the god of destruction, Beerus, languidly inquired, "Hey, Whis, has that scoundrel Frieza begun his operations?" This referred to the directive to obliterate planet Vegeta. Indeed, the impending destruction of planet Vegeta stemmed not solely from Frieza and Appo's fear of the Super Saiyans, but was primarily influenced by Beerus himself. The foolish King Vegeta had dared to deceive him, and as the god of destruction, Beerus could not tolerate such insolence. Hence, he dispatched his agent Frieza to annihilate planet Vegeta. Whis waved his staff, causing a luminous projection to emerge from the black crystal at its tip. Within the projection, numerous spaceships surged toward planet Vegeta, comprising those Saiyans responding to Frieza and Appo's summons. In the void of space beyond planet Vegeta, Frieza reclined in his personal pod, his keen gaze surveying the entirety of the planet. Frieza certainly operated with remarkable efficiency, prompting a satisfied grin from Beerus. Though the Saiyans were a warrior race, their combat prowess was generally lacking, and their brutish nature persisted due to a measure of strength that bred complacency. A race so steeped in violence, with minimal progress over centuries, ought to be eradicated from this world. Moreover, their foolish and ignorant king warranted their extinction as a matter of cosmic justice. Thus, Beerus felt no emotional turmoil regarding the impending demise of the Saiyan race. Survival of the fittest, such as the essence of existence. Just then, a vibrant rainbow streaked through the sky, descending in an instant. As the colors faded, Beerus and Whis discerned the identity of the visitor, the angel Babidi. "Greetings, Lord Beerus." And Whis, Babidi cheerfully greeted. "Ah, what a rare guest," Whis remarked in surprise. "Is Lord Beerus searching for Kampa?" Babidi inquired. "There and Appo's. No need to look." "I have come alone," she replied. "Alone? How is that possible?" Beerus and Whis exchanged incredulous glances. "Oh ho ho," Babidi chuckled, then elaborated. "Is it puzzling? Allow me to enlighten you. I am no longer the guiding angel of Universe 6. My presence here is quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree?" "Wait, what?" Beerus and Whis were taken aback once more. "Babidi is no longer the guiding angel of Universe 6? Whis questioned, bewildered. "What transpired?" Beerus demanded, seeking clarity. Babidi replied, "I know you both harbor doubts, but I shall explain in due course. Today, I am here for a different matter." "What matter?" Beerus asked, intrigued. "It pertains to the Saiyan race." Meanwhile, after a few days of gathering, the majority of Saiyan warriors had returned to planet Vegeta. However, apart from Bardock, the others remained oblivious to the unprecedented crisis looming over their planet and race. Many believed this was merely a routine assembly to prepare for an assault on a challenging planet. If the Saiyans are obliterated, our forces will dwindle by more than half. As the timing seemed opportune, Frieza and Appo's chief scientist, Kakono, remarked. A glint of cold malice flickered in Frieza and Appo's crimson eyes as he sneered. "There are ways to bolster our forces. The Saiyans do not genuinely submit to my rule. They must be eradicated before they can act." Frieza remained uncertain about the legends circulating within the Saiyan community. Even if they were true, he had no reason to fear the so-called Golden Warrior, the Super Saiyan. His primary motivation lay in the mandate from the god of destruction, Beerus. Though Frieza considered himself the emperor of the universe, he understood well who truly held dominion over it. Even Frieza dared not defy Beerus's command. Just as Frieza prepared to wipe out the Saiyans, two figures appeared in the spaceship with the swiftness of a gust of wind. Upon turning to confront them, Frieza's expression shifted to one of apprehension. "The god of destruction?" he stammered, recognizing the figures as Beerus and Whis. Chapter 6. The Arrival of Frieza. Has Frieza perhaps indulged in counterfeit liquor today? At the Three-Ring Star, Razer casually inquired, crossing his legs. It had been 3 or 4 days since the summons from Frieza's army had been issued, and Razer surmised that if Frieza intended to obliterate the Vegeta planet, it should have been accomplished by now. "Not yet," Celeber replied, glancing at the communicator and shaking his head. "Strange, how can there be no news after such a long time?" Just as Razer pondered this, a Saiyan warrior rushed in, visibly distressed. "Brother Razer, it and Appo's bad news. Frieza has arrived." "What?" Upon hearing this, Celeber sprang into action. Although these Saiyan warriors held a disdain for Frieza, the very name instilled a sense of peril in them. After all, they had witnessed Frieza's ruthless methods 5 years prior when he took over from King Cold. With Frieza now on 3 ring star, it could very well mean that the Vegeta planet had been annihilated. And he was here to settle accounts with the remnants of the Saiyans. Has the time finally come? Reza raised an eyebrow, murmuring to himself. Frieza and Appo's arrival was nearly predictable. With the Saiyan squad led by him numbering in the dozens, there was no way Frieza would spare them if he truly aimed to eradicate the Saiyans. What shall we do, Mr. Reza? Bardos, standing nearby, appeared frightened. Fear not. As long as I am here, all will be well. Reza confidently patted Bardos' shoulder. Yes, I trust you, Mr. Reza. Bardos smiled, her eyes squinting in reliance and faith. Reza and Appo's lips curled into a slight smile. I have said, if Frieza dares to come, it is uncertain who will meet their demise. Come, let us confront him. Time was of the essence. Reza had not practiced in recent days. Yet his combat power remained at 180,000. However, this was of little concern, for the blood coursing through his veins was not that of an ordinary Saiyan, but the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Soon, Reza led Bardos, Celia, and the Saiyan warriors to the open square outside. The spacecraft belonging to Frieza loomed not far ahead. Celebi and the others wore solemn expressions, steeling themselves for a fierce confrontation with Frieza and Appo's forces. After all, death was inevitable. Why should they surrender like helpless fish? Creak. The door of the spacecraft opened, a staircase extending down to the ground as Frieza descended, hands clasped behind his back, his unique strides echoing ominously. Kikuno and Balibla followed closely behind him. Beep, beep. As Frieza descended the staircase, the combat power detector over his left eye calculated Reza's strength, revealing a reading of 30,000. Huh? Frieza raised an eyebrow, surprised. A Saiyan with a combat power of 30,000? What Frieza did not realize was that this was a result of Reza deliberately suppressing his energy. Nevertheless, a power level of 30,000 was indeed at the pinnacle among the Saiyan race. However, would such a level warrant a visit from God of Destruction Beerus? Frieza found himself puzzled. Only able to act according to Beerus and Appo's instructions. I presume you must be Reza. Frieza and Appo's crimson gaze fell upon the leading Reza. Indeed, Reza met Frieza and Appo's gaze fearlessly, his demeanor imposing. What brings you here? With the bloodline of a Super Saiyan coursing through him, Reza felt a surge of confidence in the presence of Frieza. This exemplified the stark contrast between possessing power and lacking it. Oh ho ho, as a Saiyan with an impressive combat power of 30,000, I find you quite admirable. Would you be interested in replacing King Vegeta and ascending to the throne of the Saiyan race? Frieza wasted no time, getting straight to the point. What? The moment Frieza and Appo's words left his lips, not only Reza but all the Saiyan warriors present, including Celebi, wore expressions of utter bewilderment. What on earth? Just a second ago, they had believed Frieza was here to exterminate them, and now, in stark contrast, Bardos, resembling a delicate blue lotus, displayed a subtle smile. Seemingly unperturbed by Frieza's statement, Frieza chuckled before continuing, King Vegeta is nothing but a fool. Does he possess the ability to lead the Saiyan race? He does not. But you, Reza, my friend, are the one truly capable of leading the Saiyan people. Reza, this is not right. Why is Frieza behaving so unusually today? When things seem off, there is usually something amiss. Frieza's unexpectedly friendly demeanor heightened Reza's vigilance. Frieza, have you perhaps hit your head on the door today? Something feels amiss, utterly amiss. Hee, I understand your current feelings. Frieza, far from angered, instead wore a smile. But do not doubt my sincerity. I genuinely invite you to ascend to the throne of the Saiyan race. I promise, after you become the new king, the Saiyan people will no longer need to heed my command. All dominion will rest in your hands. Upon hearing this, Reza was left utterly flabbergasted. Celebi and the others were equally astonished. Frieza was offering Reza the kingship while releasing the Saiyan race from his rule. Frieza must have indulged in counterfeit liquor today. Could he truly be so generous? Yet, what Reza might not comprehend was that if Frieza failed to facilitate this matter today, he would face the consequences from Beerus. Otherwise, how could Frieza possibly be so magnanimous and congenial? Are you certain you are not deceiving me or playing some trick? Reza squinted his eyes, filled with suspicion. Not just Reza, any Saiyan would undoubtedly question Frieza's words. What? Does it appear as though I jest? Frieza replied earnestly. King Vegeta has already been subdued by me. After your ascension as the new king, you may dispose of King Vegeta as you see fit. Riser. Though it was absurd and surreal. Frieza indeed did not seem to be jesting. This only served to fry Riser and Appo's CPU. What is happening? Why does this feel somewhat unreal? Chapter 7. A new choice from the system. Unprecedented power. Riser. Celebi discreetly nudged Riser, signaling him to agree swiftly. Should Riser ascend as the new king of the Saiyan kingdom, the status of his comrades, who had fought alongside him, would undoubtedly rise in tandem. While Celebi and the others remained oblivious to Riser's internal conflict, they fervently hoped for his coronation. After enduring countless battles, did they not deserve to relish in their achievements? Riser, however, wrestled with his thoughts. Should he accept the throne? To rule a nation would entail considerable burdens, yet declining seemed futile as Frieza showed no inclination to relent. Bardos, what is your perspective? Riser turned, eager for her counsel. Bardos merely smiled gently. Mr. Riser, I respect whatever choice you make. Very well. It seems the decision rests solely with me. Ding. At that moment, the system's voice resounded once more. Detected that the host currently faces a choice. Choice function activated. Option 1. Reject Frieza's proposal and remain a free man. Reward, instant transmission, a man like the wind, unrestrained. Option 2. Accept Frieza's proposal and ascend as the new king of the Saiyan kingdom. Reward, ultimate technique, antimatter bomb, I am the king of Saiyans. Oh. Faced with these two options, Riser fell into silence. Judging solely by the rewards, the system appeared to favor his ascension as the new Saiyan king. The first reward, instant transmission, could be easily acquired through training with the Yard Rat. Thus, from a reward standpoint, the second option, with its ultimate technique, seemed far more enticing. Fine, it isn't merely the reward that captivates me. My primary aspiration is to become the king of the Saiyans. A smirk crept across Riser's face. In the original narrative, most Saiyans perished with the destruction of planet Vegeta, leaving only a few survivors such as Goku, Vegeta, and Broly. Yet, these few remnants achieved remarkable feats. Moreover, before his transmigration, Riser had often pondered what heights the Saiyan race could achieve under his leadership had they not faced annihilation. Now, this opportunity lay before him. If I am not mistaken, should I accept and ascend as the new king of the Saiyans, you will relinquish control over the Saiyan people? Riser glanced at Frieza once more. Although he had made his decision, it was imperative to ascertain Frieza's stance. That is indeed the case, Frieza nodded slightly. Then I accept your proposal, but... Riser paused momentarily before continuing. Frieza. Should the day come when you regret this and seek to reclaim dominion over the Saiyan people through force, I shall welcome your attempt at any time. Rest assured, I am a man of my word. Despite this, Frieza refrained from issuing threats, wary of Riser and Appo's potential change of heart, which would complicate matters with Beatrice. Do you require my assistance, Mr. Riser? No need. Riser understood Frieza's implication. If he required Frieza's aid to secure the throne, his position would hardly be stable. Oh ho ho, such audacity. I find myself increasingly impressed by you. Frieza regarded Riser with growing admiration, recognizing his potential for greatness. Had it not been for Beatrice's direct orders, Frieza might have sought to recruit Riser for his own purposes. After a brief preparation, Riser, accompanied by Bardos and Celebi, boarded their spaceship and returned to planet Vegeta. He harbored no fears that Frieza intended to deceive them upon their arrival, for such a ruse was unnecessary, given Frieza's arrogance. If he truly wished to eradicate the Saiyans, he would not complicate matters so. Whoosh! A fleet of spacecraft pierced the atmosphere of planet Vegeta, entering its interior. Subsequently, under Riser's guidance, the ships landed squarely in the courtyard of the royal palace. That appears to be Riser's spaceship. Why has he returned now? Heading straight for the palace? Who knows? It is of no concern to me. The arrival of the fleet naturally drew the attention of numerous Saiyan warriors. In front of a modest wooden dwelling, Bardock noticed the commotion. Having sensed Frieza's imminent threat to the Saiyan race, he had sent his youngest son, Kakarot, to Earth 2 nights prior. However, the absence of Frieza's actions left Bardock questioning his instincts. It was not until he witnessed Riser and Appo's fleet descending upon the royal palace that he sensed something was awry. A premonition stirred within him. Perhaps the fate of the Saiyan race was about to change. In the palace courtyard, Riser, Bardos, and Celebi disembarked from their ships. The Frieza soldiers stationed there had already received orders to withdraw after a brief handover with Riser. Inside the royal hall, King Vegeta lay in a disheveled state on the ground, clearly bearing considerable injuries. Beside him stood his trusted aides, the current elite of the Saiyan kingdom. You are Razer? King Vegeta struggled to lift his head. He recognized Razer, a young warrior of notable combat prowess, which had left an impression on him. It is a profound honor to be remembered by the esteemed King Vegeta, Razer replied with a meaningful smile. However, I have come to convey a message. The era of your royal lineage has come to an end. Razer, what are you planning? Do you intend to usurp power? The king's aides hastily rebuked him upon hearing this proclamation. In the next instant, Razer's gaze lifted slightly, and the chilling intensity of his eyes struck terror into the hearts of the king's aides, sending shivers down their spines. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, the readings on their power level scouters skyrocketed. 30,000, 50,000, 80,000, 100,000, 150,000. Boom. With a resounding explosion, the scouters affixed to their left eyes shattered into pieces. In an instant, the aides' expressions morphed to sheer horror as they instinctively recoiled. An overwhelmingly shocking voice echoed through the palace hall. How is this possible? Your power level exceeds 150,000? Chapter 8. Unveiling a new chapter for the Saiyan race. To Reza, the battle power of over 100,000 was hardly remarkable. However, for the Saiyans of this era, it was nothing short of explosive. It is worth noting that Captain Jinyu of Frieza's elite Jinyu force possessed a mere battle power of 120,000. And that was already the pinnacle of Frieza's army, second only to Frieza himself. Yet here stood Reza, boasting a battle power exceeding 150,000. Leaving King Vegeta's loyal subjects utterly astounded. Vegeta III, Reza intoned, his gaze fixed coldly upon the prostrate figure of King Vegeta. Observe the current state of the Saiyan race. As its king, you have led us to this state, and you do not feel a shred of shame? We Saiyans are a proud and honorable warrior race, yet you, Vegeta III, have scattered our honor to the winds. To call you a sinner of the Saiyan race is to speak too kindly. You ought to seek atonement before all Saiyans. King Vegeta, recognizing the gravity of his downfall, trembled as he pleaded, I confess my sins, just spare me. Had Reza possessed only a few thousand in battle power, King Vegeta might have seen a glimmer of hope for redemption. Yet Reza's might towered far above them, a height they could never hope to reach. The Saiyan race, a people who revered strength and dominance, was now witnessing the reckoning of their king. Reza ignored the king's pleas and turned to the king's confidants, asserting, And what of you? I now offer you the chance to choose your allegiance. Will you continue to follow Vegeta III and face my judgment, or will you align yourselves with me? Though these loyalists were timid in the face of adversity, Reza offered them a chance to determine their own fate, as he needed experienced individuals to assist in ruling the Saiyan kingdom. Without hesitation, after weighing their options, King Vegeta's loyalists opted to side with Reza. King Vegeta remained silent, acknowledging the inevitability of his downfall. In the face of his impending defeat, it was clear these individuals would no longer support him. Such was the nature of the Saiyan people, betrayal could occur even among blood relatives when confronted with critical choices. It appears that you all possess a modicum of wisdom, Reza remarked. I now assign you a task. Gather everyone in the palace square, before the entire Saiyan race. I shall judge the sinner Vegeta III and unveil a new chapter for our people. Yes, we shall attend to it immediately, they replied, hurriedly rushing off to relay the summons. Who would have thought that our once magnificent King Vegeta would meet such a fate? Celebi remarked with a sardonic tone. Having long harbored disdain for King Vegeta but previously refrained from voicing it due to his own lack of strength, King Vegeta hung his head, wishing he could vanish into the earth. Enough, Reza interjected, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Prepare yourselves. It is nearly time for us to step onto the grand stage of Saiyan history, having chosen to ascend as the new king. Reza was eager to explore the true potential of the Saiyan race and the heights they could achieve. An hour later, the Saiyan warriors who had returned to planet Vegeta had gathered almost entirely in the palace square. This included those with lower battle power, such as support personnel, as well as various aged individuals and children. From the second-floor platform of the palace, Reza surveyed the crowd, estimating the total number of Saiyans to be around 8 to 10,000. As a minority race, the Saiyans had historically relied on invading other planets to survive, which had stunted their population growth. What is happening? Why have we been summoned so suddenly? Is there an announcement? Look, that person on the palace platform. Isn't that Reza? What is he doing there? I sense something significant is about to unfold. Silence. As murmurs filled the square, a commanding voice resonated, transforming the previously noisy gathering into an utter hush. All eyes turned toward Reza on the platform. I am Reza, and I trust many of you are familiar with me. He began, scanning the crowd with a steady gaze. Reza is the most distinguished Saiyan warrior, with a battle power exceeding 150,000. The purpose of today's assembly is to announce that Reza shall replace Vegeta III as the new king of the Saiyan kingdom and to pass judgment on Vegeta III. Another powerful voice echoed through the square, this time belonging to a Saiyan named Liuz, a former confidant of King Vegeta, thus lending credence to his words. Liuz's proclamation struck the crowd like a thunderclap, igniting an atmosphere of excitement and disbelief. What did he just say? Reza's battle power exceeds 150,000. Impossible. If my memory serves me right, Reza is only around 20 years old. How could he have attained such power? It's utterly terrifying. Now I understand why we were all called back. It appears the kingdom is undergoing a transformation. I suspect Reza and Apos' ascension to power is Frieza and Apos' directive. To be honest, I support Reza's claim to the throne. The Saiyans have always revered strength, and with Reza's formidable power, it's high time Vegeta was dethroned. Yet I wonder, to what heights will Reza lead the Saiyan race? My expectations are modest. I merely wish for us to be liberated from Frieza's rule. We Saiyans are warriors. Yet we have been subjugated by Frieza and his son. How absurd. Your expectations are not modest? Reza and Apos' kingship surely aligns with Frieza and Apos' intentions in the end. We are merely exchanging one ruler for another. The plight of the Saiyan race remains unchanged. Chapter 9. King Reza. King Reza. King Reza. The current state of the Saiyan race is evident to all. Initially, the Saiyans were merely a minority on this planet, residing in a remote corner. The true rulers of this world were the Zephyrians. However, on a fateful moonlit night, the reclusive Saiyans transformed into giant apes and annihilated the Zephyrians. From that moment on, the Saiyans seized control of the planet, renaming the former planet Salada to Planet Vegeta. At that time, although the Saiyan race did not inherit much of the advanced technology of the Zephyrians, they at least enjoyed independence, free from any dominion. Yet, what of the present? Compared to those earlier days, there has been little progress. In fact, it resembles a regression. It is indeed a grand irony that a proud warrior race finds itself subjugated by others through force. As for the murmurs of the crowd below, Reza feigned ignorance. Even without listening, he could surmise the topics of their discussions. He raised his hand, and the bustling palace square gradually fell silent once more. Let us address the matter of greatest concern to all. Reza's voice, though not overly loud, resonated powerfully, reaching every ear. From the moment I ascended to the throne, our Saiyan race has liberated itself from Frieza's rule. The Saiyan people, once broken under the reign of King Vegeta III, have risen again. Silence. A profound silence. After a brief pause of 1 second, the square erupted. King Reza, King Reza, King Reza. The palace square was instantly ablaze with fervor, as everyone raised their arms, chanting Reza and Apos' name. It was a chorus that emanated from the very depths of every Saiyan and Apos' heart, a momentum soaring to the heavens. They had awaited this day for far too long. Though the Saiyans may not possess the highest combat prowess, they are undeniably a warrior race. And how could they accept subjugation? During the years of oppression under King Cooled and Frieza, no proud Saiyan warrior genuinely bowed to Frieza. They were merely compelled to submit to the force of Frieza and his son. Given the opportunity, they would unhesitatingly rise against Frieza, reclaiming the honor and pride that rightfully belonged to their race. And now, at the moment of Reza's coronation, they had achieved it. Feeling the thrill of thousands chanting his name, Reza was momentarily enraptured. Even as a traveler from another world, he could not deny the intoxicating rush of such a grand moment. No wonder ancient kings fought tooth and nail to ascend the peaks of power. It was indeed remarkable. Beside Reza, Bardos wore a slight smile, reminiscent of spring blossoms, captivating all who beheld her. The others, including Celebi, shared expressions of excitement and exhilaration. Just days prior, they had been contemplating how to evade disaster, and now, alongside Reza's rise to power, they stood at the pinnacle of their lives. Eventually, the charged atmosphere of the square began to subside. After a brief contemplation, Reza continued, "Here, I can boldly proclaim that in the near future, our Saiyan race will ascend to new heights. No longer will anyone dare to trample upon us across the cosmos. Whether it be King Cooled or Frieza, the universe shall bow before the Saiyan race." This was no mere fantasy. With the advantage of being a traveler, possessing foresight into the narrative, and endowed with a superior bloodline, Reza felt fully confident in making such a promise. While Frieza's combat power of 12 million was indeed formidable, it paled in comparison to what was to come. King Reza, King Reza, King Reza. Though his words may have seemed grandiose, they did little to dampen the enthusiasm and fervor of the Saiyan warriors. In the past, the Saiyan race had been compelled to submit to the might of King Cooled and Frieza. If one day the positions were reversed, what an amusing spectacle it would be. Many were eager to witness that day, the moment King Cooled and Frieza knelt before the Saiyan race in submission. Meanwhile, beyond planet Vegeta, within a spaceship, Frieza's eyelids twitched violently at Reza's declarations. He was tempted to storm in and thrash Reza. However, reason prevailed, feeling the excitement radiating from the Saiyan warriors. Jacono appeared somewhat flustered. While he believed such a day would never come, he could not deny the impressive fervor of the Saiyans, a mere band of ants entertaining themselves. He scoffed, no need to pay them any mind. Regardless of their struggles, they shall always remain ants, incapable of contending with dinosaurs. Yet, Frieza could not fathom why the god of destruction, Beatrice, would grant special favor to a Saiyan. Though Reza stood out among the Saiyans, in comparison to Frieza, he seemed rather insignificant. At least, that was Frieza and Appo's belief. Why would Beatrice place such emphasis on a Saiyan? Frieza pondered, utterly perplexed. TCH. If it weren't and Appo's for the god of destruction, these Saiyan monkeys would have vanished from existence long ago. Let them frolic for a while longer. Frieza and Appo's steward, Belibulu, also mocked the Saiyans with sarcasm. In the presence of a cosmic overlord like Frieza, it was natural to look down upon these Saiyan wildlings. Come, let us see what these wild monkeys can stir up. With that, Frieza diverted his attention, no longer fixating on Reza's ascent. Due to Beatrice's intervention, the Saiyans had genuinely distanced themselves from his Frieza force. Thus, Frieza needed to devise a way to bolster his ranks, lest he find himself short-handed in the future. Meanwhile, within the palace square of Vegeta, Reza raised his hand to quiet the crowd and signaled to Celebi, proclaiming, "Next, let us welcome our next star, King Vegeta III." Chapter 10. The Fall of the Old King and the Ascendance of the New. Until today, King Vegeta, the illustrious ruler of the Saiyan race, was cast into the palace square, seized and thrown by two Saiyan warriors. In that moment, his visage bore the marks of bruises and blood, a stark contrast to his former grandeur. Overwhelmed by the penetrating gazes of his fellow warriors, King Vegeta could hardly lift his head in shame. The sentiments of the onlookers were largely uniform. They held no pity for him, only a sense of deserved retribution. Indeed, during his reign, King Vegeta had proven to be a woefully ineffective leader. Vegeta III, I harbor no personal vendetta against you. However, to our entire Saiyan people, you are a transgressor. Under your rule, the Saiyans have not only stagnated, but have become mere slaves to others. You have single-handedly tarnished the honor of our race, and you ought to be forever remembered as a pariah in the annals of Saiyan history. Razer and Appo's words struck King Vegeta like sharp daggers, piercing into his heart. I too wish to lead our people against Frieza, but he is too powerful. I could not. Vegeta feebly defended himself. In this warrior race, strength reigns supreme, and a leader must possess the fortitude to oppose Frieza. Lacking such power is synonymous with incompetence. The law of the jungle prevails, dictating that only the strong survive. Frieza looms above most life forms in the universe, holding the power of life and death in his hands. The god of destruction can whimsically obliterate a fortunate planet at his leisure. Meanwhile, the Omni-King, the supreme deity of the cosmos, can effortlessly erase entire universes with a mere thought. In the Dragon Ball realm, the absence of power equates to original sin. Upon hearing Riza's proclamation, King Vegeta fell silent. Vegeta III, Razer continued, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. You could die 100 deaths, and it would not suffice to assuage the suffering you have inflicted upon our people. You should consider yourself fortunate to possess but one life to lose. W8, Vegeta stammered, sensing the chilling intent emanating from Razer. You promised me that if I confessed, you would spare me. Oh, when did I ever make such a promise? Razer retorted. Ask your former confidants if I ever vowed to let you go. If Razer had indeed made such a promise, he would have honored it. However, he had never declared any intention to spare King Vegeta. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! The square erupted with fervent shouts. The once revered King Vegeta was now a figure of contempt, deserving of death. During his reign, he contributed nothing to the Saiyan people, and his incompetence and brutal rule had caused immense suffering. While he held power, many dared not voice their grievances. Now, with his downfall, he had become a pariah, reviled by all. In that instant, King Vegeta's face turned ashen. It was evident that the people of the Saiyan race harbored deep-seated grievances against him. Otherwise, they would not so eagerly revel in his misery. Vegeta III, the era of your lineage has come to a close. A new epic awaits the Saiyan people, one that you shall never witness. Rest assured, your son, Vegeta IV, will see it unfold. It is time for you to depart. With that, Reza extended his hand, swiftly coalescing a sphere of energy imbued with the essence of death. Boom. As Reza willed it, the energy sphere struck King Vegeta, the ensuing explosion consuming him entirely. In that moment, the essence of King Vegeta vanished. When the smoke cleared, only a deep crater and charred remains remained in the square. To grant King Vegeta a painless demise was the greatest mercy Reza could bestow upon him. With the old king's fall, the new king ascended. The previous monarch no longer held any purpose or reason to exist in this realm. Reza King, Reza King, Reza King. The square resounded with thunderous cheers. As a warrior race, the Saiyans required a leader of formidable strength, possessing an iron will. An indecisive individual was unworthy of the Saiyan crown. Reza raised his hand to quell the uproar, allowing the atmosphere to settle before proclaiming, from this moment forth, I, Reza, officially assume the mantle of the new king of the Saiyan kingdom. Furthermore, regarding the legend that has long circulated among our people, the Golden Warrior, Super Saiyan, allow me to assure you, it is not a mere myth, but a tangible reality. The crowd gasped as Reza's declaration detonated like a bomb in the square. All eyes fixated on him, scarcely believing their ears. The legendary Golden Warrior, Super Saiyan, truly exists. Is it true? I cannot fathom it. Yet if Lord Reza dares to proclaim such a thing before us all, surely he has his reasons. According to legends, the Golden Warrior, Super Saiyan, vanquished Frieza's ancestor, Chilled. If the Super Saiyan indeed exists, might we then launch a counter-offensive against Frieza? Though, the veracity of this claim is still up for debate. In the crowd, Bardock and Jine wore expressions of astonishment. Could it be that the Super Saiyan is indeed real? Jine turned to Bardock, her eyes reflecting her uncertainty. Perhaps. Bardock pondered briefly before asserting, what Lord Reza speaks is true. While it may be a legend, there must be a kernel of truth within it. Otherwise, could it merely be a fanciful tale spun by our ancestors about the Frost Demons? Given how we have been subjugated by Frieza and King Cold, does this narrative not hold water? Yet, I too am left wondering what conditions are required to become the fabled Golden Warrior. Chapter 11, To Wear the Crown. One must bear its weight listening to the incessant discussions below. Reza smiled faintly. He did not provide extensive explanations. Perhaps some would doubt him and question his words. But that mattered little. Reza would let facts speak for themselves. Well, that concludes today's assembly. In the coming days, I shall announce the direction and plans for the future of the Saiyan people. Prepare yourselves, for a new era of Saiyans is upon us. The grand assembly of the Saiyan people thus came to a close. Upon returning to the palace under Reza's command, all remnants of King Vegeta were eradicated from the royal residence. From this day forth, this palace would no longer be known as the Vegeta Palace, but rather, the Reza Palace. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully ascending as the new Saiyan King, receiving Selection 2 reward, Ultimate Technique, Antimatter Bomb. Immediately, a torrent of information inundated Reza's mind. Once he assimilated this knowledge, he gained a preliminary understanding of the antimatter bomb. In simple terms, it involved extracting antimatter from the surrounding space and condensing it, subsequently releasing this antimatter. When antimatter encounters matter, annihilation occurs. Moreover, this annihilation reaction unleashes energy at a staggering rate, producing a terrifying force capable of annihilating worlds. What does this signify? The energy consumption ratio of nuclear fission and fusion, reactions that instill dread, pales in comparison, barely reaching a few percent. Yet, even with such power, nuclear weapons are already deemed world-ending. Thus, it is no exaggeration to assert that the antimatter bomb, even when facing the formidable and destructive energy of a god of destruction, presents a formidable challenge. Who can say which is stronger? Understanding the terrifying potential of the antimatter bomb, Reza could hardly contain his joy. It was evident that his choice had been astoundingly correct. What is the purpose of instantaneous movement? Most of the time, it serves merely to traverse distances. Its application in battles against formidable foes is rare. However, the antimatter bomb stands apart. Even against opponents stronger than himself, this technique offers a chance to turn the tide and secure victory. Bear in mind, this is the Dragon Ball universe, not some fantastical realm. In this world, a mere threefold increase in power equates to overwhelming superiority. Before absolute strength, all techniques seem trivial. Yet, the antimatter bomb possesses the potential to bridge vast chasms of disparity, making its value far surpass that of instantaneous movement. Moreover, instantaneous movement can be acquired through study. Mr. Riza. Suddenly, a captivating and resonant voice jolted Riza from his reverie. Who else could it be but Bardos? What is it? Now that you have become the new king of the Saiyans, have you considered how to govern this nation? Bardos inquired. Of course. Riza replied confidently. The previous model under King Vegeta was fraught with issues, and it is imperative to address these problems at their root, particularly the most obvious means of livelihood. As a traveler from another world, Riza was acutely aware of the ailments afflicting the Saiyan people. They are indeed a warrior race, but not a race of war. A Saiyan people perpetually entrenched in warfare would remain stagnant, forever unable to progress. Otherwise, why do many across the universe refer to Saiyans as wild monkeys? This is no baseless slur. What is the stereotype of a race that only knows how to invade other planets and sell them at exorbitant prices? Barbarism. Thus, Riza and Oppos' first step as king must be to transform the Saiyans and Oppos' antiquated means of survival. Upon hearing Riza and Oppos' initial plans for the Saiyan people, Bardos expressed her agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in Riza's words and his unique insights into their plight. While she remained unaware of Riza's subsequent plans for the Saiyans, it was evident that his first step towards change was profoundly correct. To exist in this world, humanity must continually evolve. The Saiyans' previous means of survival not only stifled progress, but could lead to regression, a fatal flaw for any race. If I had no understanding of these matters, I would not dare to accept this throne. Riza chuckled confidently. Ding! Simultaneously, the system's notification echoed in Riza's mind once more. Detection indicates the host has ascended as the new Saiyan king. The host is now tasked with a non-selective mission. Mission to wear the crown. One must bear its weight. Branch Mission 1. Through direct or indirect intervention by the host, birth the first Super Saiyan. Reward. Unlimited instantaneous movement. Through direct or indirect intervention by the host, birth the first Super Saiyan 2. Reward. God-level intelligence. Through direct or indirect intervention by the host, birth the first Super Saiyan 3. Branch Mission 2. Achieve a total of 100 warriors within the Saiyan race capable of transforming into Super Saiyans 0-100. Reward. Self-extreme skill. Branch Mission 3. Technological revolution. Elevate the Saiyan race's technology to S rating current rating. D. Reward. Weakness perception. Branch Mission 4. This series of system tasks clearly outlined the path for the development of the Saiyan people. However, it seemed rather enticing. Glancing over the tasks, Riza murmured to himself. These missions not only illuminated the path for the Saiyan race and Oppos' development, but also promised substantial rewards. For instance, in Branch Mission 3, if the Saiyan race can produce 100 individuals capable of transforming into Super Saiyan 1, they would gain the divine technique of self-extreme skill. The Super Saiyan bloodline itself is a rather raw and aggressive lineage, and combined with the self-extreme skill, where one, free from distractions, focuses solely on destruction, unlocking infinite possibilities. What kind of effect would this powerful synergy yield? That scene would likely be quite explosive. Where there is profit, there is motivation. Riza felt invigorated, eager to embark on a profound reform of the Saiyan race. Celeba, Riza turned to his side, addressing Celeba, please summon the old ministers to the conference room. It is time to address serious matters. Chapter 12, Reform. Vegeta's Fury, Am I No Longer a Prince? In the royal palace's conference room, Reza occupied the highest seat, while Celeba stood beside him like a vigilant guard. The ministers of the Vegeta era sat below, and as Reza had just ascended to the throne, he found it necessary to enlist the assistance of these old ministers. After all, his followers were merely brutes, lacking the wisdom required for governance. Reza understood that professional matters should be entrusted to those with expertise. As he surveyed the gathered ministers, he pondered how many were genuinely loyal to him. They could harbor treacherous thoughts, but it was best not to let him discover their disloyalty. Otherwise, he assured them, their fate would not be any better than that of the late King Vegeta III. Reza's gaze, glinting with icy resolve, swept over the ministers before he spoke, his voice resonating with authority throughout the chamber. A palpable chill enveloped the room, penetrating deep into the souls of those present. However, after a brief pause, Reza's tone softened, and he spoke with a smile. For those who are truly willing to follow me, I shall not treat you unjustly. I mentioned the Super Saiyan earlier, and I trust you have not forgotten. As long as you genuinely assist me in governing this kingdom, I promise you will all have the chance to become Super Saiyans. Silence fell over the room, so profound that a pin drop could be heard. Rest assured, Lord Reza, I, Liuz, swear on my life that I am wholeheartedly with you. Should I harbor any treachery, you may execute me without hesitation. Liuz, the former confidant of King Vegeta, was the first to rise in affirmation. King Vegeta III was incompetent. I have long disapproved of him. Only a powerful ruler like you, Lord Reza, can lead our Saiyan race. I too am sincerely aligned with Lord Reza. At your command, I shall brave any trial. With Liuz setting the tone, the remaining ministers quickly followed suit, realizing that it was prudent to express their loyalty. Reza smiled with satisfaction, gesturing for them to take their seats. His display of authority had effectively subdued the once arrogant ministers. After all, who among the Saiyans could resist the allure of becoming a Super Saiyan? Let us dispense with the pleasantries. I seek your tangible actions. Now, let us discuss the matter at hand. Reza had convened the ministers not merely to assert dominance. First, allow me to outline my governance policies. Previously, we Saiyans survived by invading other planets and selling them for profit, correct? The ministers nodded in agreement. Reza smirked knowingly. Do you understand why others refer to us Saiyans as wild monkeys? It is because, during the reign of the Vegeta family, our people only knew how to plunder other planets for resources. Is that not the very definition of wild monkeys? Therefore, starting today, the Saiyan kingdom shall cease all planetary invasions and instead engage in trade with other planets to acquire resources. Our population is not large. We can sustain ourselves well. Furthermore, I will establish schools to elevate the cultural level of our Saiyans and create training academies to enhance their overall strength. For Saiyans to progress, cultural education is essential. It will not only raise our collective intellect, but may also yield a few geniuses in the field of technology. And as we are a warrior race, I plan to build another academy dedicated to strengthening our fighters. We will grasp both culture and power. Upon hearing this, the ministers were left in utter disbelief. Lord Reza, our Saiyan race has always thrived through plundering. Suddenly shifting to legitimate trade will be a daunting task. One minister voiced the difficulty. Are you implying it is impossible? Reza inquired with a smile. Not exactly. The minister, named Ixi, stammered, struggling to find the right words. There are no not exactlys. This is a change that our Saiyan race must undertake. If you cannot manage it, I shall find someone who can. Reza declared firmly. Reporting to Lord Reza, I have no issues. Ixi gritted his teeth and reluctantly agreed. Though the beginning may be challenging, establishing trade with other planets did not seem insurmountable. Over the years, despite Frieza's rule, King Vegeta's self-serving nature had allowed the kingdom to amass considerable wealth. With effort, they could make it work. Reza then assigned tasks regarding the establishment of schools and training academies before dismissing the meeting. Progress, like a meal, must be savored bite by bite. And with the Saiyan population being relatively small, governance might not be as daunting as it initially appeared. Meanwhile, on another planet, the 5-year-old Vegeta had just led a successful conquest of a planet when he received the news of King Vegeta's demise and Reza's ascension. What did you say? Vegeta erupted in fury, seizing the collar of the Saiyan warrior who had delivered the news. My father's throne was usurped? Am I no longer a Saiyan prince? Flames of rage ignited in Vegeta's eyes. His anger was not for his father's death, but for the loss of his princely status. According to the natural order, upon his father's abdication, the throne should have passed to him. Yet, he had been distracted by a campaign and inadvertently lost his claim to the title. Prince Vegeta? The reports from planet Vegeta confirmed this. The trembling warrior replied. Despite his tender age, Vegeta, recognized as a prodigy, already possessed formidable combat prowess. Coupled with his princely status, ordinary Saiyan warriors were wary of him. What will you do, Prince Vegeta? Asked Raditz, standing nearby. The throne is mine. No one can take it from me. Vegeta retorted coldly. With his ineffectual father gone, he would personally reclaim the throne that rightfully belonged to him. Chapter 13. Lacking strength to strike. Yet daring to claim the throne? The following day. Whoosh. After a journey lasting several hours, Vegeta finally returned to the royal palace with his entourage. Upon disembarking from the spacecraft, Vegeta, along with Nappa and Raditz, stormed towards the palace gates. Hold on, Prince Vegeta IV. Before they could enter, they were intercepted by the Saiyan guards stationed at the entrance. You are no longer a prince and cannot enter the palace at will. Get out of my way. Vegeta glared coldly, causing the two guards to tremble in fear. Despite his current status, the remnants of his former princely authority still loomed over them. Let me see who dares to cause trouble at the gates. Just as the guards found themselves in a dilemma, a voice laced with mockery echoed through the air. Lord Reza. Upon seeing Reza and Celebi approach, the guards obediently stepped aside. You are Reza? The scoundrel who usurped my throne. Despite his youth, Vegeta fearlessly locked eyes with Reza. Heh, Reza replied with a knowing smile. It's not so much a usurpation, but rather a reflection of your father, King Vegeta III's incompetence. Had it not been for me, one must ponder whether Planet Vegeta could even exist today. According to the original narrative, Planet Vegeta would have long been annihilated by Frieza. Though Reza was unaware of the finer details, it was evident that his involvement had prevented Frieza from destroying their planet. However, Vegeta dismissed these thoughts, snorting defiantly. Get out of here and return my throne. We Saiyans are a warrior race, and we seize our rightful honors through strength. I stand before you. If you have the capability, reclaim the throne from me. Reza looked down at the still young Vegeta, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Our dear Prince Vegeta IV. Surely you do not lack the courage and strength to reclaim your throne? You seek death. Vegeta's pride, already considerable, surged as Reza's taunts ignited his fury. With a sudden burst of rage, Vegeta lunged forward, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks upon Reza. Yet, Reza stood his ground, unfazed, allowing Vegeta's strikes to land upon him without flinching. Even amidst your tempestuous assault, I remained steadfast. To Reza, Vegeta's attempts were akin to a mere tickle. Master Reza. Don't scratch. Ignoring the terrifying physical prowess of the Super Saiyan bloodline, the insurmountable power gap between Reza and Vegeta rendered any harm impossible. After a full-throttle assault, when Vegeta realized Reza had not moved an inch, an overwhelming sense of helplessness and despair washed over him. With a swift motion, Reza raised his hand, and with a sharp crack, Vegeta was sent flying by a single slap. Thud! Vegeta tumbled across the ground several times before finally coming to a halt. Your Highness Vegeta. Nappa and Raditz rushed to help him up. After enduring Reza's strike, Vegeta seemed to regain some clarity and refrained from recklessly charging again, lacking the strength to strike. Yet daring to claim the throne? Reza continued to provoke him. Unlike you, I possess no notable virtues, save for my mercy. Vegeta, I present you with two choices. First, relinquish your delusions and live as a mere Saiyan. Considering your youth, I shall grant you a place to survive in the Saiyan kingdom. Second, should you feel indignant, you may leave, grow stronger, and return to challenge me for your throne. While these appeared to be two options, they were, in essence, a singular choice. Could Vegeta, with his inflated pride, accept Reza and Appo's, benevolence and Appo's? As Reza had anticipated, Vegeta and Appo's eyes gleamed with fury as he retorted, You scoundrel, cease your boasting. Just wait. The throne that belongs to me, Vegeta, I shall reclaim it with my own hands. Deep down, Vegeta understood that he was no match for Reza at present, making the prospect of reclaiming his throne seem distant. However, he remained undeterred. A prodigious warrior, endowed with unparalleled talent and potential. Vegeta firmly believed that if he diligently honed his abilities, he would one day stand triumphant over Reza and reclaim his rightful throne. And that day would not arrive too late. Forthwith, Vegeta shrugged off the support of Nappa and Raditz, striding towards the spacecraft in a fury. You too. I extend the same choices to you, Reza remarked, turning his gaze to Nappa and Raditz. The two exchanged glances, remaining silent before following Vegeta and Appo's lead. It appeared they had made their decisions. All of this unfolded precisely as Reza had predicted, observing Vegeta and his companions boarding the spacecraft. Reza and Appo's lips curled into a knowing smile. Go on, go on. I am curious to see how far you can grow out there. Vegeta was deemed a prodigious warrior from birth, and his potential was unquestionable. Rather than confining him within the kingdom to develop in peace, it was far more advantageous to let him venture out and grow stronger, perhaps at a faster pace. Lord Reza, you truly let Vegeta go? Celebi questioned, perplexed. Though he is young, he is still a prodigy. Who knows when he might return with vengeance? Given Celebi and Appo's understanding of Reza, such a reckless act of releasing a potential threat should not be in his character. Shouldn't he eliminate such a looming danger while it was still in its infancy? Celebi, do you believe Vegeta will surpass me one day? Reza responded with a confident smile. If it were the old Reza, he might have acted differently. However, now, endowed with the bloodline of the Super Saiyan, Vegeta posed no threat. Even should Vegeta train tirelessly, he would never surpass Reza. Why would a dinosaur concern itself with the resentment of an ant? On the contrary, Reza intended to utilize Vegeta to fulfill his own objectives, extracting every advantage he could. Do you think Reza is foolish? In truth, he is far more cunning than one might imagine. Chapter 14. The Advantage of Knowing the Plot. The First Super Saiyan? Thus, a month has passed. Throughout this month, through various efforts, the Saiyan Kingdom has finally established a trade agreement with a distant planet. Cultural education institutions and training academies have begun construction. These endeavors were all overseen by the former ministers of King Vegeta, allowing Razer ample personal time. In the Royal Garden, Razer concluded another day of training. In the pavilion, Bardos attentively presented him with a towel and water. Over the course of this month, it seems that Mr. Razer's strength has seen considerable improvement. In the world of Dragon Ball, power is the sole truth. Although Razer understands that he cannot surpass her, Bardos still hopes to witness her partner's continuous growth and strength. Razer gulped down some water, appearing somewhat dissatisfied with his training results over the past month. After a month of arduous training, his ordinary battle power has reached the impressive level of 5 million, an astonishing 30-fold increase compared to a month ago. While others might feel content with such progress, Razer is acutely aware that 5 million in battle power is hardly commendable, especially considering that his veins flow with not just ordinary Saiyan blood, but the legendary bloodline of the Super Saiyans. After a month of grueling effort, his power has only risen from 180,000 to 5 million, and truthfully, Razer is not satisfied. This outcome is partially related to his training methods, but more significantly, it ties back to the peculiar nature of the legendary bloodline. The effects of conventional training are not particularly pronounced. It is through combat with formidable foes that substantial increases in power become evident. Herein lies the dilemma. In this period within the 7th universe, Razer finds it challenging to locate worthy adversaries for battle. The destroyer god Beatrice? That would be a bit too much. Frieza seems insufficient. This predicament troubles Razer greatly. Moreover, the legendary bloodline is unique. Merely achieving 5 million in battle power does not automatically grant him access to the Super Saiyan transformation. Far from it. The Super Saiyan form derived from this legendary lineage is a terrifying existence capable of overpowering even the Super Saiyan Blue. Ah, Broly. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited within Razer. Broly, who also possesses the legendary bloodline, could indeed be considered a formidable opponent. Although Broly is still quite young, he is nevertheless a descendant of the legendary bloodline. 5 years ago, Broly was exiled to planet Vampa by King Vegeta, and he is likely still there now. Ah, the advantage of knowing the plot. Few would think that another with the legendary bloodline resides on planet Vampa. It seems an opportune moment to pay a visit to that planet. Razer, appearing somewhat dissatisfied with his training progress, did not go unnoticed by Bardos. It cannot be said that he is entirely displeased. Rather, he feels that this level of power is insufficient. Razer chuckled lightly before changing the subject. All right, enough about that. In the future, you need not address me with the honorific Mr. attached to my name. In the past month, Razer and Bardos have shared affectionate moments no fewer than 10 times. Both are acutely aware that their relationship has grown quite intimate. It simply remains unannounced. Bardos giggled softly. It is merely a habit. I shall make an effort to adjust. Now we're getting somewhere. Razer responded with a chuckle, rising to head towards the palace. Come. Let us return. At Bardok's home. Bardok, it has been a month. Is Kakarot safe on that planet called Earth? Chi-Chi paced anxiously within the confines of their home, visibly distressed. Initially, the couple believed that Frieza intended to annihilate planet Vegeta, prompting them to send Kakarot to Earth under the cover of night. However, the unfolding events surpassed their expectations. Throughout this month, both Bardock and Chi-Chi have longed to retrieve Kakarot from Earth, but with Razer recently ascending to the throne and instituting sweeping reforms within the Saiyan Kingdom, none of them could leave planet Vegeta for the time being. This left Bardock and Chi-Chi in a state of helpless worry. Now that things have somewhat settled, they contemplated whether they might find the opportunity to bring Kakarot back home. He should be fine. In contrast to Chi-Chi, Bardock remained considerably more composed. The planet possesses neither remarkable battle power nor advanced technology, so Kakarot should not face danger. Do not fret. I shall seek an opportunity to go to Earth and bring Kakarot back. Thank you, Bardock. As Kakarot had only recently been born, how could a mother like Chi-Chi not be anxious about her child being alone on an unfamiliar planet? Bardock at that moment, a call rang out from outside. 2 Saiyan warriors clad in palace uniforms approached. Is there a matter? Bardock inquired, turning to them. Though we are uncertain of the reason, His Majesty Razer has requested to see you. You are to proceed to the palace. His Majesty Riza wishes to see me? Both Bardock and Chi-Chi were taken aback. Although Bardock ranks among the top tier of Saiyan warriors, he had little interaction with Riza. Chi-Chi, I shall return shortly. With curiosity in his heart, Bardock could only accompany them. After all, it was a summons from Riza, and as a citizen of the Saiyan kingdom, he felt compelled to comply. In the palace hall, Bardock stepped into the grand space for the first time, guided by the two Saiyan warriors. Your Majesty Riza, Bardock has arrived. After delivering the announcement, the warriors retreated. Your Majesty, you summoned me for what purpose? Bardock approached Riza with a sense of reverence. Ah, if there were no purpose, I would not have called you here. Riza replied with a faint smile, rising from his seat. Bardock, do you wish to become the first Super Saiyan? Super Saiyan. Me? Bardock was taken aback, scarcely able to believe his ears. Could he truly become the first Super Saiyan? Yes, Riza nodded slightly. You did not mishear. I am indeed speaking of the Super Saiyan. Chapter 15. The birth of the first Super Saiyan. Can I really do this? Bardock stood in disbelief for a long moment before finally speaking. The legendary Golden Warrior, a formidable being who had triumphed over Frieza's ancestor, chilled. Had it not been for Reza and Apos' words, Bardock would never have contemplated that a low-class Saiyan like himself could ascend to become a Super Saiyan. If I say you can, then you can. Reza had his reasons for selecting Bardock. The legend of the Golden Warrior among the Saiyan people had its very prototype in Bardock himself. According to the original narrative, after Frieza annihilated planet Vegeta, Bardock did not perish. Instead, he traversed back a millennium into the past. Following a series of events, Bardock ultimately transformed in a fit of rage and defeated Chilled. This indicates that Bardock undoubtedly possessed the latent potential to become a Super Saiyan. If possible, then I wish to become a Super Saiyan. After a brief contemplation, Bardock spoke earnestly. No Saiyan could resist the allure of immense power, and Bardock was no exception. Excellent. You are quite spirited. I shall make you the first Super Saiyan of our Saiyan race. Regarding how to facilitate Bardock, whose battle power barely exceeded 10,000. In transforming into a Super Saiyan swiftly, Reza had numerous methods at his disposal. For instance, they could seek out the Elder Kai to unlock his potential, or journey to Namek to have the eternal dragon Purunga awaken his abilities. Ultimately, Reza opted for the latter, as it was more feasible. Follow me, the spaceship is ready. As Reza had yet to master the incredibly convenient technique of instant transmission, they had to travel to Namek via spaceship. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Reza and Bardock finally returned to planet Vegeta. Lord Reza has returned. Upon seeing Reza, Bardos and Celebi hurried forward to greet him. After half a month apart, Bardos had been quite concerned for Reza. Were it not for the desire to conceal her identity as an angel, Bardos would have offered her travel cube to Reza. With a smile, Reza gestured to Bardos and then shifted his gaze, inquiring, has anything untoward happened during my absence? Rest assured, Lord Reza, with Queen Bardos here, what could possibly go wrong? Celebi chuckled. During Reza and Apos' absence, Celebi had witnessed Bardos and Apos' formidable capabilities. Although Bardos was a survivor rescued by Reza from planet Terra, her adeptness in managing state affairs suggested she was inherently suited for leadership. Moreover, she had expertly handled the old ministers from King Vegeta and Apos' era. Celebi, you flatter me. I merely kept an eye on things for Reza, Bardos replied with a gentle laugh. Let us not dwell on that. Reza smiled, and then turned to Bardock. How do you feel? Bardock clenched his fist, sensing the overwhelming power coursing through him. Far greater than it had been just half a month ago. I can feel a tremendous energy within me. But I have no idea how to transform into a Super Saiyan. According to the legends, a Super Saiyan is a golden warrior. While his power had indeed surged dramatically, it was evident that he was not yet a Super Saiyan. Your current strength is sufficient. You merely require a small technique to unlock your transformation. Now, follow my instructions. Yes, Lord Reza. Bardock nodded solemnly. Let me think. Calm your mind, focus, and channel your energy to your back. Under Reza's guidance, Bardock slowly closed his eyes, even his breathing becoming more tranquil. Bardock concentrated fully, following Reza and Apos' advice to gather his energy at his back. What do you feel now? Reza and Apos' voice drifted to his ears. There's a burning sensation. Bardock replied. Exactly, Reza said with a slight smile. Now, unleash the energy you have gathered at your back with all your might. Whoosh. In the next instant, a tempest erupted, the sky darkened, and a suffocating pressure enveloped the entire realm. In the plaza, Bardock's hair billowed in the wind. his aura rapidly escalating. Reza's smile grew ever brighter as he sensed Bardoc's energy soaring. He knew the first Super Saiyan of the Saiyan race was on the verge of emerging. "Oh my, are we about to witness the birth of a Super Saiyan?" Celebi exclaimed, both anxious and exhilarated. Is it truly happening? The commotion in the royal plaza, coupled with the suddenly dim sky, drew the attention of all Saiyans. Almost every Saiyan's gaze was fixed upon the royal plaza. There, a golden light surged into the heavens, resembling a colossal pillar of energy, strikingly visual. Moments later, a resounding roar echoed through the cosmos. The golden energy pillar erupted magnificently. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, what appeared before Reza and the others was Bardock. Enveloped in golden energy flames, his hair golden and eyes azure. This is the legendary Golden Warrior, the Super Saiyan. Although it was their first encounter, Celebi and the others instantly recognized him. Bardock now resembled the fabled Golden Warrior. This is the true Super Saiyan. Those who had previously harbored doubts about the existence of Super Saiyans now found their skepticism shattered. The Super Saiyan stood before them. Who could still dare to claim it was merely a myth? Congratulations, Bardock. You are the first Super Saiyan of our Saiyan race. Reza exclaimed joyfully, arms wide open. Is this truly a Super Saiyan? Even a seasoned warrior like Bardock felt an overwhelming surge of excitement within. After all, becoming a Super Saiyan was the lifelong aspiration of countless Saiyan warriors. Yet, thus far, only he had achieved it. Chapter 16, The Fierce Battle of Bardock. Is Lord Reza about to face embarrassment? Is that Bardock, the Golden Warrior? Bardock has transformed into a Super Saiyan. Lord Reza did not deceive us. The Super Saiyan truly exists. With this, do we no longer have to fear that despicable father-son duo, Frieza and King Cold? Certainly. Even from this distance, the terrifying aura emanating from Bardock is palpable. Frieza is but a triviality. Yet, why is it that Bardock, rather than Lord Reza, is the first to achieve the Super Saiyan form? It seems that Lord Reza aided Bardock in attaining this transformation. Inside the Saiyan royal palace, waves of astonished discussions erupted. The Golden Warrior, the Super Saiyan, long thought to be a mere legend, now stood vividly before them. In that moment, every Saiyan warrior of notable strength and talent was filled with anticipation. If memory serves, Bardock was merely classified as a low-class warrior at birth. If even a low-class warrior like Bardock can become a Super Saiyan, could they not also aspire to such greatness? What do you say, Bardock? Do you feel the energy within you ready to burst forth? Reza, with his hands clasped behind his back, smiled jovially. Indeed, Bardock nodded affirmatively, exclaiming, is this the power of a Super Saiyan? This strength is truly beyond description. For Bardock, who previously had just over 10,000 in battle power, the energy coursing through him now was overwhelmingly formidable. This is the power that every Saiyan should strive for. Come, Bardock, let us engage in battle. At that moment, the warrior spirit within Reza was bubbling with excitement, eager to unleash its vigor. Bardock hesitated, voicing his concerns. Lord Reza, are you certain this is wise? If memory serves. During the Saiyan National Conference a month and a half ago, Minister Reyes stated that Reza's battle power exceeds 150,000. To Bardock at that time, such a figure was terrifying. Yet for him now, 150,000 seems merely trivial. Enough of this chatter, if you are indeed a Saiyan. With the pride of a Saiyan, you should not voice such worries. Bring it on. You need not hold back. If Reza were not confident, he would not risk such public humiliation. I understand. Hearing this, Bardock cast aside his doubts. In unison, Reza and Bardock soared into the air, their eyes locked, and bolts of fierce lightning raged in the sky behind them. This scene was visually stunning. Could it be that Lord Reza intends to battle Bardock, the Super Saiyan? While one cannot deny Lord Reza's formidable strength, it is evident that he is no match for the newly transformed Bardock, is he? What could be going through Lord Reza's mind? Does he truly believe he can hold his own against Bardock's Super Saiyan form? That seems implausible. If Lord Reza were to lose, it would be a tremendous disgrace. Despite many doubting Reza and Apos' intent to engage in such a humiliating battle, the facts were undeniable. Reza was clearly set to confront Bardock, who had just become a Super Saiyan. The impending clash between Reza and Bardock was imminent, leaving those bewildered by Reza's actions to simply observe how events would unfold. Come, Bardock, unleash your full power. Reza beckoned with a playful gesture, a wide grin on his face. Seizing the rare opportunity to test his battle prowess, Reza was determined not to let this chance slip away. Be careful, Lord Reza. Bardock lightly tapped the air with his toes, propelling himself forward like a streak of light. Boom. In the next instant, a heavy thud reverberated, and all present witnessed Reza plummeting like a meteor. Angling at 45 degrees, he crashed into a nearby mountain, reducing it to rubble. Despite crossing his arms defensively just before impact, the overwhelming force from Bardock's punch still sent him crashing down. Wow! The crowd gasped at the sight. In just one exchange, many discerned that Reza's strength was clearly inferior to Bardock's in his Super Saiyan state. This, in the palace square, Celebi and others watched in astonishment. Why would Reza, who clearly cannot best Bardock, voluntarily challenge him? I think there is no need for haste. On the contrary, only Bardos remained composed, stating, Mr. Celebi, do you believe Reza is the type to act without assurance? Reza is not that kind of person, Celebi replied. Based on his understanding, Reza has always been the cautious type, never engaging in actions lacking confidence. If that is the case, then let us watch carefully. This battle has only just begun, so let us refrain from premature conclusions. Nevertheless, Bardos possessed an inexplicable confidence in Reza. Thunder rumbled. Moments later, Reza soared back into the sky. Though he had taken a punch from Bardock, he appeared unscathed. In fact, his aura seemed to have intensified. Again! Reza exclaimed with excitement, feeling the power of his bloodline surging within him. An immense energy flowed from deep within, erupting like a fountain. In the next moment, Reza launched himself into the fray. His fist, imbued with great strength, hurtled toward Bardock with unstoppable momentum. Without hesitation, Bardock retaliated with a punch of his own. Boom! When their fists collided, a terrifying shockwave radiated from the two, obliterating mountains in its wake. The thick clouds above were scattered as if vaporized. The clash of power sent shockwaves through the visual senses of every Saiyan warrior, igniting their blood with fervor. In the following moment, Reza and Bardock separated, initiating a fierce and exhilarating close-quarters combat. Bang! 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 In this electrifying confrontation that sent countless Saiyan warriors into a frenzy, it was evident that Reza was being overwhelmed by Bardock. Yet, inexplicably, despite being at a disadvantage, Reza's aura was ascending with astonishing speed. At this time, the Saiyan race had yet to grasp the nuances of sensing ki, but they could still feel the rising momentum. Even while Bardock dominated, Reza's spirit soared alongside the battle, hinting at a potential to surpass Bardock. This phase did not last long. In less than a minute, Reza suddenly unleashed a thunderous roar that resonated through the heavens. The earth trembled beneath, fissures opening wide, stretching toward the horizon. Then, under countless watchful eyes, Reza launched a powerful punch, accompanied by a series of sonic booms, hurtling directly toward Bardock. Chapter 17, I have risen, and with a single punch, I have triumphed. What more is there to say? Bardock, undaunted, retaliated with a punch of his own. Boom. This time, it was not Reza who was sent flying, but Bardock. The terrifying force, as profound as the abyss, surged from Reza's fist, penetrating Bardock's very being. In mere moments, it shattered all of Bardock's defenses, eliciting a pained cry from him before he plummeted to the palace square like a fallen meteor. With that one strike, Bardock, transformed into a Super Saiyan, had been vanquished. Silence. A profound silence engulfed the surroundings. For a fleeting instant, it felt as though the very heavens had fallen mute. The Saiyan warriors who had been closely watching this fierce battle fell into a stunned silence. None of them had anticipated that just a moment ago, Bardock, who seemed to hold the upper hand, would be so decisively defeated by Reza in an instant. What transpired? You ask me? Just moments ago, Lord Reza appeared to be at a disadvantage, yet suddenly, Bardock fell? The precise events remain unclear, but it is evident that throughout the skirmish, although it seemed Reza was being overwhelmed, his momentum was steadily escalating. Indeed, I too observed this. It felt as if Lord Reza was rapidly augmenting his power at a bewildering pace during the clash with Bardock. Is this truly Lord Reza? Even a Super Saiyan is no match for him. No wonder. Bardock was the first to transform. It turns out Lord Reza's strength is not inferior to that of a Super Saiyan. After the shock subsided, everyone gasped in astonishment. Reza needed no transformation to effortlessly defeat Bardock, who had already become a Super Saiyan. Had it not been witnessed firsthand, no one would dare believe it. Just a month and a half ago, Reza's fighting power was merely above 150,000, and today, he has bested a Super Saiyan. Truly remarkable. In the square, as they gazed at Bardock, who lay incapacitated in a crater, Celebi and the others were left utterly speechless. They could not fathom how Reza had so completely reversed the tide in less than a minute. But there was no doubt that Bardock had not held back. In that brief exchange, Mr. Reza's strength had multiplied by a staggering magnitude. No wonder. Mr. Reza felt dissatisfied with his training results. Bardos could not help but marvel in silence. Now she understood. For Reza, battling formidable foes yielded far more explosive results than solitary training. Yet, individuals like Reza, who could rapidly evolve in combat, were truly rare, even in Bardos and Appos' extensive experience. She had encountered many humans who grew stronger through battle, but none like Reza, who had surged by such a vast magnitude in merely a minute. In the air, Reza's blood still surged and boiled within him, as he craved more exhilaration. He understood that Bardock had reached his limit. My current strength, if calculated in battle power, must be at least 400 to 500 million. Not too shabby. Through this battle with Bardock, Reza had personally experienced the terrifying nature of the transcendent bloodline. Is this not far superior to mere self-training? During the fight, he had felt a power erupting from deep within him, akin to a volcano and Appos' explosion. This exquisite sensation was beyond words. After adjusting his state, Reza returned to the palace square. How do you feel? Reza inquired. I'm fine. Bardock replied with a bitter smile, as expected of Lord Reza. Your strength far surpasses mine. Bardock could clearly sense that Reza had held back with that last punch. Otherwise, he would have sustained severe injuries, if not met his end. Ah, spare me the pleasantries. Rest well. In a few days, I will have a task for you. Then I shall take my leave. Bardock nodded and, with some difficulty, departed. Once Bardock had left, Celebi approached, incredulous. Lord Reza, what just happened? You didn't even transform into a Super Saiyan, yet you effortlessly defeated Bardock. Who is a Super Saiyan? You wouldn't understand, Reza chuckled. My victory over Bardock's Super Saiyan form has nothing to do with whether or not I transformed. It is solely a matter of power. A Super Saiyan is merely a means of amplifying one's strength, so as long as one's power is sufficiently formidable. Defeating a Super Saiyan is not remarkable. Upon hearing Reza's explanation, Celebi suddenly grasped the concept. This meant that Reza's power had reached a level where he could defeat a Super Saiyan without the need for transformation. How strong would he be if he did transform into a Super Saiyan? Celebi could hardly fathom. This was beyond his realm of comprehension. Haha, it must be the boss. Speaking of which, how have you suddenly grown so powerful? Celebi exclaimed, his excitement palpable. He vaguely recalled that during their childhood missions together, their powers had been nearly equal. Yet now, if only he could absorb a fraction of Reza's prowess, he would be content. Don't rush. Once the training academy is established, you too can become this strong. Really? Is that true? I can become as strong as you? Of course, Reza replied. Currently, his battle power was around 400 to 500 million. With diligent training, any Saiyan could attain such levels. Ding. Just as he led Bardos and Celebi back to the palace hall, a notification echoed in Reza's mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the To Wear the Crown. One must bear its weight branch mission. Through the host's direct or indirect intervention, the first Super Saiyan has been born. Reward: unlimited instant transmission. Immediately, a surge of information flooded Reza's mind. It contained details about unlimited instant transmission, including techniques and casting methods. In essence, this and Appos, unlimited instant transmission and Appos, is an upgraded version of the instant transmission utilized by the Yard Rats. Or perhaps and Appos, high-end version and Appos, would be a more fitting description. While Yard Rat's instant transmission requires sensing a person's energy to teleport to a specific location, unlimited instant transmission imposes no such limitations. Chapter 18. Frieza and Amp. Appos' scheme. Arrival at Planet Vampa. The news of Bardock transforming into a Super Saiyan swiftly reached Frieza and Amp. Appos' ears. Given the magnitude of such a legendary event, it was nearly impossible for Frieza, utilizing the extensive intelligence network of his Frieza Force, to remain uninformed. It would not be an exaggeration to say that in the 7th universe, there was virtually no intelligence Frieza could not obtain. The legendary Super Saiyan had truly emerged. Beside Frieza, the chief scientist of the Frieza Force, Kokono, expressed his astonishment. Until a year ago, the concept of a Super Saiyan was merely a tale whispered among the Saiyan race. Yet, within just a month and a half of Reza ascending to the throne of the Saiyan Kingdom, the Super Saiyan had transformed from a myth into a reality. This is troubling, Frieza-sama. Belly-Lu stammered. Naturally, he too had heard of the Super Saiyan legend, which spoke of a singular Super Saiyan who had emerged among the Saiyans 1,000 years prior and had defeated Frieza's ancestor. Chilled. Oh ho ho ho. Frieza chuckled sinisterly, dismissing their concerns with nonchalance. Surely you do not think this king fears that so-called Super Saiyan? The ability to defeat my ancestor does not equate to the ability to vanquish me. It's just, how should I put it, ha ha ha? Belly Blue echoed in agreement. Frieza-sama is the Cosmic Emperor. A mere Saiyan wild monkey poses no threat, and reports indicate that Reza has seemingly defeated the Super Saiyan. Therefore, in Frieza's eyes, the existence of the Super Saiyan was nothing short of a grand joke. If memory served him correctly, Reza's actual combat power was estimated to be between 150,000 and 200,000 just a month and a half ago, even if Reza had improved during that time. How much stronger could he possibly become? If Reza, with such power, could defeat Bardock in his Super Saiyan form, then to Frieza, the Super Saiyan was no more than an insect. However, Frieza-sama, Kikono suddenly interjected with concern. Saiyans are a warrior race after all. It seems that Reza possesses genuine talent. Is it truly wise to simply watch as they develop? Given the historical grievances between the Saiyan race and Frieza, if one day the Saiyans became powerful enough to challenge him, could they not retaliate? Surely, such a notion would be incredulous even to a child. Fear not. Wild monkeys are wild monkeys. They cannot stir any significant waves. Even now, Frieza continued to regard the savage Saiyans with disdain. Moreover, due to the orders of the god of destruction, Beatrice, Frieza found it imprudent to act against the Saiyans openly. Nonetheless, while he could not confront them directly, Frieza was not devoid of means to vex them. Beatrice had merely instructed him not to continue ruling the Saiyans with force or to engage them in battle. But Frieza's eyes narrowed dangerously. Who was he? The Cosmic Emperor of the 7th universe. The Frieza force commanded 70% of the cosmos. Even without resorting to violence, Frieza had countless strategies at his disposal to deal with the Saiyans, such as economic blockades and isolation. Meanwhile, after acquiring the reward for being the first Super Saiyan, Reza eagerly arrived at Planet Vampa the following day. Planet Vampa, a desolate world located in a remote area of the North Galaxy, was characterized by its harsh environment, rendering it uninhabitable. 5 years prior, Broly, born alongside Vegeta, had been exiled to this forsaken place by King Vegeta. Today, the weather on Planet Vampa was equally dismal, as a fierce hurricane swept across the surface, and the sky was engulfed in swirling sands. Even the subterranean creatures were compelled to retreat into their burrows. Within a cave, Paragus, who had spent 5 years in this wild state, leaned against the wall, taking a moment to rest. The years of a primitive existence had aged him considerably. Not far away, the young Broly greedily sucked the liquid from a peculiar giant egg. Paragus pondered how much longer this existence would endure. Yet, the sight of Broly and his hatred for King Vegeta fueled his will to survive. From the very first day he and his son were trapped on Planet Vampa, Paragus had vowed that one day he would take vengeance upon King Vegeta. Suddenly, an unfamiliar sound of footsteps echoed through the cave, causing Paragus to doubt his senses. In that instant, a tall, imposing figure appeared before him. Clad in an elegant royal robe, the figure possessed a strikingly handsome, chiseled face, with unruly short hair that stood out prominently. A brown tail swung casually behind him. It was Reza, having arrived via instant transmission. Saiyan. Upon realizing Reza was a Saiyan, Paragus immediately grew alert, eyeing him warily. Who are you? Did that bastard King Vegeta send you? Paragus found Reza's face somewhat familiar. Yet he could not recall where he had seen him before. Perhaps they had crossed paths on planet Vegeta. King Vegeta? His grave grass must be 2 meters high by now. Reza smiled faintly. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Reza, the new king of the Saiyan kingdom. Reza? Paragus paused in surprise. He was certain he had no recollection of that name, but from Reza's words, he grasped a crucial piece of information. Wait, what did you say? That bastard King Vegeta is dead? Paragus's pupils trembled slightly, unable to believe his ears. King Vegeta had perished just like that? And the Saiyan race had acquired a new king? How could such a transformation occur in such a short span? Paragus felt as though the Saiyan race had undergone a complete upheaval. You heard correctly. King Vegeta III is dead. I killed him with my own hands. Chapter 19. Fierce Battle. Broly versus Broly. What has transpired in the Saiyan kingdom? Paragus was bewildered. Before his departure, King Vegeta held absolute power, his throne seemingly unshakable. Yet, in the blink of an eye, it appeared that King Vegeta had been overthrown, his very life now hanging by a thread. You need not concern yourself with these matters. I have come solely to inquire. Do you wish to leave this place and return to the Saiyan kingdom? Please take us away, Lord Reza. I am utterly fatigued by life here. Paragus exclaimed, his voice laden with desperation. It was evident that had Paragus not relished the past, he would not find life on Vampa akin to a hellish existence. 5 years. Do you comprehend how I have endured these 5 years? Others may have some inkling, but King Vegeta certainly does not. Alas, I have been deprived of the chance to exact my revenge on him. Now, with this rare opportunity to escape this forsaken planet, how could I possibly hesitate? I can facilitate your departure, but first. Reza's gaze shifted to Broly, and in the depths of Broly's eyes, he perceived only clarity and innocence. To Reza, Paragus was of little consequence. It was Broly who intrigued him. Indeed, it would not be an exaggeration to say that in the near future, Broly would emerge as Reza's formidable rival in the pursuit of greater power. Thus, he had journeyed to Vampa. Paragus, being a cunning individual, swiftly grasped Reza's intent through a mere gesture. He commanded, Broly, engage in combat with Lord Reza. Be mindful not to inflict harm upon him. Do you understand? With that, Paragus turned to Reza and added, Lord Reza, your arrival here suggests you are aware of why Broly and I find ourselves in this predicament. Years ago, Broly's prodigious talent far surpassed that of Vegeta. Fearing that Broly might one day threaten his throne, King Vegeta concocted an excuse, claiming Broly posed a danger to the universe, and subsequently exiled him to Vampa. Reza shrugged, then led Broly outside, with Paragus following closely. At the mention of battle, Broly's previously expressionless demeanor transformed into one of ferocity. It was as though the primal instincts hidden deep within him were on the verge of eruption, sending chills down one's spine. Yeah, with a fierce roar, Broly unleashed a beast-like aura that erupted from him. In the next moment, he stomped his foot, shattering the ground beneath like a spider's web, and charged fiercely at Reza. Impressive spirit, Reza remarked with a chuckle, then lightly stomped his foot. Boom. The ground beneath Reza cracked, and as debris flew, a terrifying aura formed a barrier that sent the charging Broly crashing backwards. Without pausing, Reza followed up with a punch. Broly, caught off guard, was struck and sent flying, carving a fissure over 1,000 meters long in the ground before finally halting. Enduring successive blows ignited Broly's Saiyan bloodline, unleashing an unparalleled strength. Rumbling. As the ground trembled, Broly regained his stance and charged once more, his fist, imbued with terrifying power, rocketing towards Reza's face with a sonic boom. Reza extended a single hand, effortlessly intercepting Broly's furious strike. Without missing a beat, he pivoted and delivered a sidekick that sent Broly hurtling away once again. Following closely, Reza imparted a lesson in combat. Bang, bang, bang. Under Reza's relentless onslaught, Broly found himself retreating, unable to muster a counterattack. Broly, utterly defenseless. Paragus was astounded. He knew all too well the magnitude of Broly's talent and potential as his father. Yet in Reza's grasp, Broly had no chance to retaliate. Now, Paragus began to comprehend why King Vegeta had met his demise and why Reza had ascended as the new ruler of the Saiyan kingdom. Without considerable strength, how could one possibly overthrow King Vegeta and claim the throne? Meanwhile, as Reza maintained his dominance over Broly, he sensed Broly's energy surging rapidly. 10 million, 50 million, 80 million, 100 million, 300 million, 500 million. Soon, Broly's battle power skyrocketed beyond that of Reza. Then, Broly launched his counterattack. In less than 2 minutes, he transitioned from being overwhelmed to matching Reza blow for blow. Bang! Following a fierce clash of power, both Reza and Broly were sent staggering backwards by over 100 meters. Ha ha ha, exhilarating. Let us continue. As Broly and Appo's power escalated, Reza could distinctly feel his own strength surging as well. Bang, bang, bang. As time progressed, the energies of both Reza and Broly soared like rockets. 1 billion, 50 billion, 100 billion, 300 billion, 500 billion, 1 trillion. Soon, both Reza and Broly had surpassed the trillion threshold. With their escalating power, the intensity of their battle magnified. The mere aftermath of their conflict obliterated the raging winds across Vampa and Appo's surface, leaving deep chasms that extended to the horizon, a sight to behold. Rumbling. Finally, when Reza and Broly's power exceeded 1 trillion, the very foundation of Vampa trembled under the weight of their fierce confrontation. Molten lava surged from the depths of the earth, painting the sky of Vampa a fiery red. Witnessing the hellish transformation of Vampa, Paragus sank to the ground, utterly astonished. He had never envisioned that the clash between Reza and Broly could escalate to such catastrophic levels. At this rate, the entire Vampa star would be obliterated by their battle. Suddenly, Broly's beast-like roar resonated through the heavens, his energy surging dramatically. What? Reza furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss with Broly. For in an instant, Broly's power had multiplied exponentially. It felt as though he had reached the zenith of his potential, akin to a final burst of brilliance. At that moment, Broly, with his power drastically heightened, raised his hands high above, energy coalescing as the colors of the surrounding world began to shift. Black, gray, purple, dark red. As the spatial hue stabilized, a cataclysmic energy sphere coalesced above Broly's head, radiating an aura of world-ending magnitude. Chapter 20. Terrifying. The antimatter bomb makes its debut. Broly. Cease at once. Before Reza could utter a word, it was Paragus who panicked. If that energy blast from Broly were to strike down, even the slightest residual wave would be sufficient to annihilate him countless times. Paragus had not anticipated that the battle would escalate to such an intense degree, and at this moment, he had yet to devise an energy control device. Thus, preventing Broly's onslaught was beyond his capabilities. Lord Reza, we must flee. Broly is beyond control. Seeing that Broly paid no heed to his words, Paragus could only seek assistance from Reza. Flee. Why would we run? I am eager for this. Reza grinned widely, an uncontrollable excitement flickering in his dark eyes. After some contemplation, it dawned on Reza why Broly's energy had surged exponentially. If his conjecture was correct, it was likely due to Broly's youth. He had yet to fully harness the potential of his Saiyan bloodline. Thus, this move represented Broly's last desperate struggle, a fight to the death in the face of despair. For instance, in the original tale, when Raditz descended upon Earth, he was about to eliminate Goku when Gohan experienced a sudden surge of power, delivering a crushing blow to Raditz. The potential of the Saiyan bloodline is undeniably formidable, yet it gradually awakens with age. This principle applies universally to all Saiyan bloodlines. Unlike Broly, Reza had not yet reached the zenith of his potential. Thus he was incapable of unleashing a sudden surge akin to Broly's. However, this did not imply that he would inevitably be defeated. You may unleash your power. I have my trump card as well. Then, under Paragus's anxious and bewildered gaze, Reza raised one hand above his head, causing the surrounding space to shift colors. Much like Broly's earlier display, as the hues transitioned, a basketball-sized energy sphere began to coalesce in the palm of Reza's hand. However, unlike Broly's dark green energy sphere, Reza's was enveloped in an eerie void. Subsequently, with a mere thought, the energy sphere in Reza's palm surged dramatically. In the blink of an eye, it expanded to several hundred meters in diameter, casting an oppressive shadow that loomed over Paragus's vantage point from the ground. The sphere then began to retract towards its center, ultimately condensing into a 10-meter diameter energy orb. Although its volume diminished, the energy emanating from it became increasingly terrifying. Even the space surrounding the energy orb contorted grotesquely. The sensation was akin to Reza cradling not merely an energy sphere, but a black hole itself. With the antimatter bomb fully formed, Reza's face bore a hint of fatigue. The gathering of this bomb had nearly depleted his internal energy. The expenditure for deploying the antimatter bomb was considerable. Yet Reza could distinctly sense the sheer terror of the force he wielded. Meanwhile, Broly swung his arms, the dark green energy orb radiating a cataclysmic aura, slicing through the void towards Reza with ferocious intent. Come forth. Despite Broly's strength being several times greater than Reza's at that moment, there was not a trace of fear on Reza's face. Instead, he was invigorated by the challenge. Today, he would test the might of this antimatter bomb against Broly. As he spoke, the antimatter bomb in Reza's palm tore through space. Wherever it passed, it left behind a realm of extreme distortion that sent shivers down the spine. In the next moment, under Paragus's horrified gaze, Reza's antimatter bomb collided with Broly's dark green energy orb, akin to a meteor striking the earth with cataclysmic force. Sizzle. The instant the two energy spheres met, violent purple lightning crackled around them. The sky darkened, and the ground shattered. Amidst this tremendous upheaval, the two energy orbs, each brimming with unparalleled energy, did not explode. Instead, they began to erode one another. For a brief moment, Reza's antimatter bomb and Broly's dark green energy orb were locked in a stalemate. However, this impasse did not endure for long. Soon, the balance tipped in favor of Reza. The antimatter bomb began to push Broly's energy orb upward into the sky. As its velocity increased, it broke through the atmosphere of planet Wampa in mere seconds, entering the vastness of outer space. Approximately half a minute later, an explosive release of energy erupted in the cosmos, the brilliance of the explosion illuminating the skies above planet Wampa. In the vicinity of the explosion, countless stars were reduced to ashes in an instant. The residual energy resembled the remnants of war, instilling a profound sense of dread. This was the result of Reza's careful control over the explosion's magnitude. Had he allowed the full force of the antimatter bomb to unleash, not only would billions of stars have perished, but entire galaxies within a billion light-years would have faced devastation. As the energy explosion gradually waned, Broly succumbed to exhaustion and lost consciousness, plummeting from the sky in a freefall. We are saved. At that moment, Paragus finally released the tension that had gripped his heart. It appeared he had underestimated Reza's strength from the very beginning. Initially, Paragus had intended for Broly to spar with Reza briefly, but the outcome had proven otherwise. It seemed that Reza's ascension to the throne of the Saiyan kingdom was indeed justified. Although victorious over Broly, Reza felt somewhat drained. However, he was undoubtedly in a better state than the completely spent Broly. What a thrill! Reza relished the battle against Broly, and the potency of the antimatter bomb exceeded his expectations. After all, he was several times weaker than the Broly who had just unleashed his power. Yet, despite such a vast disparity in strength, the antimatter bomb had not only bridged the gap but had even surpassed it. Thus, it was evident the power of the antimatter bomb was, indeed, astoundingly terrifying. Chapter 21. Recruiting Bardock, a Kingdom in Turmoil. In the Royal Palace, Broly had succumbed to unconsciousness due to exhaustion of both stamina and energy, prompting Reza to have Celebi take Broly for recuperation. In the Grand Hall, after a thorough cleansing, Paragus, who had previously appeared quite wild, now bore a semblance of civility. Sitting opposite Reza, he maintained a formal posture, albeit with a hint of tension. Paragus, you must understand why I made a special trip to planet Vampa to bring you and your son back, Reza stated slowly. I comprehend, Lord Reza, Paragus replied, fully aware that he held little value for the Saiyan kingdom. Thus, there remains but one possibility, Reza continued, having recognized Reza's interest in Broly's exceptional talent and potential. You understand, and I shall arrange for you a comfortable life for the latter part of your days. In exchange, I will take it upon myself to instruct Broly. Naturally, as his father, you will still have the opportunity to see him whenever you desire. Reza was direct, as in this period of the 7th universe, he could only rely on Broly to bolster his experience. To solely depend on training for strength enhancement would be a grave waste of resources. Why yes, of course, Paragus exclaimed. As long as Lord Reza appreciates Broly, I am more than willing to entrust him to you. Look at Reza, a true king of the Saiyans. And what of you? King Vegeta? How could you banish such a talented individual as Broly to planet Vampa? Truly, you are blind. King Vegeta once claimed to fear that Broly might threaten the universe. Yet Paragus understood that he was primarily concerned about Broly growing up to challenge Vegeta's throne. After all, the Saiyans are a warrior race that reveres strength above all. However, times had changed. Paragus, no longer interested in the throne, simply wished for Broly to grow up smoothly. Reza nodded. If there is nothing else, you may leave. Paragus exhibited a sense of awareness. Though this was indeed his only option. Days later, Reza summoned Bardock to the royal palace once more. Lord Reza, please assign me any tasks you require. Bardock stood upright before Reza, his demeanor respectful. Initially, Bardock had regarded Reza with indifference. But after Reza took him to Namek and taught him to transform into the first Super Saiyan of their race, Bardock's attitude underwent a complete transformation. It's nothing significant. Reza replied succinctly, I plan to name the training academy currently under construction the Super Saiyan Training Academy, and I wish for you to be its principal, responsible for guiding the training. Do you have any objections? Once the academy was completed, it would necessitate a long-term administrator and instructor. As king, Reza clearly was not the right candidate. Thus, a powerful individual capable of fulfilling that role was needed, and undeniably, Bardock was the most suitable choice. I am deeply honored that Lord Reza would entrust me with such an important position, Bardock responded earnestly. I will exert my utmost effort to fulfill this role and ensure I do not disappoint you. I must say, Bardock exhibits quite the emotional intelligence. Reza mused. However, it must be acknowledged that the position of principal of the Super Saiyan Training Academy was indeed of great significance. Within the Saiyan race, Bardock was the only one fit for this role. There is one more matter, Reza continued, shifting the conversation, if I am not mistaken. You and Jine have a son named Kakarot, correct? When Frieza's army issued the summoning order, you sent him to a planet called Earth, did you not? Taken aback, Bardock responded incredulously, why yes, you are correct, but how does Lord Reza know about this? Bardock was certain that only he and Jine were privy to this information, as they had sent Kakarot to Earth just days before Reza returned to planet Vegeta. Reza smiled mysteriously. Surely you don't believe I would employ someone I know nothing about? As a transmigrator, Reza was well aware of every detail concerning Bardock without needing to conduct any investigations. Feeling a sudden wave of pressure from Reza, Bardock realized that any ruler would be remiss to empower someone entirely unknown to them. Haha, do not be alarmed, Reza chuckled, noticing Bardock's sudden tension. What I mean is, since you are assisting me, I will ensure that matters concerning your family are well taken care of. I will manage Kakarot's situation. So you need not worry and should focus on preparing to become the principal of the Super Saiyan Training Academy. Understood, Bardock sighed in relief. Thank you, Lord Reza. Perhaps he ought to extend more trust to Reza. After all, just days ago, Reza had taken him to Namek without hesitation, using the Dragon Balls to awaken his potential and teach him to transform into a Super Saiyan. If he were to remain vigilant towards Reza, he would indeed be betraying the trust Reza had placed in him. Nothing more for now. You may return and inform Jine, Reza instructed. Yes, Lord Reza. I shall take my leave. In the following days, everything within the Saiyan Kingdom unfolded according to Reza's envisioned trajectory. However, this peace would not last long. Merely a month later, issues arose within the Saiyan Kingdom, specifically from external sources. The Minister of Resources, EXI, reported that planets previously engaged in trade with the Saiyan Kingdom had abruptly ceased their cooperation. Initially, EXI thought little of it, reasoning that if they would not cooperate, he could seek alliances elsewhere, as there were countless planets in the universe willing to engage with the Saiyan Kingdom. However, after being rejected by a dozen planets in succession, he began to sense something amiss. Each time he approached a new planet for trade, upon learning they were Saiyans, they treated him as though he were a harbinger of plague, hastily expelling him. With years of experience, EXI quickly deduced that someone was sabotaging their efforts. Only one individual had the clout to instill such fear across all planets regarding cooperation with the Saiyans, the cosmic tyrant, Frieza. Chapter 22. You, my friend, are rather unscrupulous. In the royal conference room, after listening to the account of Minister Ixi, Reza pondered, what do you believe is the cause of this situation? Ixi's narration indeed raised suspicions. Historically, the Saiyan race had not enjoyed a stellar reputation in the 7th universe, but since Reza and Apos' ascension to power, he had enacted laws and reforms that constrained the Saiyan Kingdom's subjects from launching invasions on other planets. It was not unusual for some planets to harbor animosity, fear, or disdain towards the Saiyan race, leading them to avoid any trade relations. However, it seemed unreasonable for everyone to share this sentiment. This was clearly abnormal. Nonetheless, Reza was eager to hear Ixi's opinions and speculations. In my view, Ixi boldly asserted, it must be Frieza orchestrating this scheme. Only that scoundrel possesses the capability to pull such strings in the universe. Moreover, since your reign began, we Saiyans have freed ourselves from Frieza's dominion. Therefore, I have ample reason to believe that this is undoubtedly Frieza's deliberate machination against us. With that, Ixi clenched his teeth in frustration. Frieza was indeed a persistent specter. Reza rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Ixi's analysis was coherent. If Reza were to conduct his own analysis, he would likely arrive at the same conclusion about Frieza. Although Frieza had inexplicably relinquished control over the Saiyans and even spared the destruction of planet Vegeta, it did not lead Reza to consider him a benevolent figure or a non-hostile entity. Old habits die hard. A dog will never cease to indulge in its filth. Currently, the Saiyan Kingdom was in its nascent stages, and a sudden halt in resource trade with other planets would strike a devastating blow to its development. Understood. You may carry on with your duties. I shall handle this matter myself, Reza finally declared after a moment of contemplation. Initially, out of gratitude for Frieza's prior leniency, Reza had no desire to confront him. However, given Frieza's renewed interference with the Saiyan race, Reza was not averse to eliminating him and usurping his position. Gaining control over even a fraction of Frieza and Apos' vast cosmic resources would suffice for the Saiyan Kingdom to flourish for centuries. Considering their relatively small population compared to the boundless resources under Frieza's command. Yet, before taking any actions, Reza needed to ascertain whether Frieza was indeed the one manipulating the situation so that no planet was willing to engage in resource trade with the Saiyan Kingdom. Although Reza possessed the strength to confront Frieza directly, he was not one to act without reason. If he were to attack without cause, how would he differ from Frieza and his ilk? After Ixi departed, Reza exited the conference room. Reza, is everything all right? Has something gone amiss? In the hall, Noticing Reza and Apos' troubled expression upon leaving the meeting room, Bardos approached with concern. It and Apos' nothing major, just a minor issue, Reza replied. Managing a smile as he wrapped an arm around Bardos' slender waist, succinctly conveying Ixie's report. After listening, Bardos raised an eyebrow. So, Reza, do you also suspect Frieza is behind this? Indeed, Reza nodded. Aside from Frieza, I cannot fathom anyone else who would seek to undermine the Saiyan kingdom. That Frieza truly is a persistent nuisance. What do you plan to do, Reza? I have my methods. You need not concern yourself with this matter, Reza smiled lightly, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. But first, I require some evidence. Once it is confirmed that Frieza is indeed the culprit, I shall relish observing how he attempts to justify himself when I confront him. Very well, my dear Bardos. I must ask you to keep an eye on things here while I step out. The matter concerning the Saiyan kingdom and Apos' development needed to be resolved with utmost urgency. Subsequently, utilizing his ability of instantaneous movement, Reza arrived at a planet named Clara in the northern galaxy, directly teleporting to the office of its supreme ruler. The office, ostentatiously luxurious and imbued with technological flair, was where Reza lounged comfortably, awaiting the arrival of Clara's ruler, Lek. Approximately half an hour later, as the door creaked open, a sycophantic voice reached Reza's ears. Lord Lek, here is the guest list for tonight's ball. Please take a look. I can arrange for any you desire. Lek, a corpulent man with a jolly demeanor, nodded expressionlessly. You may leave. I am feeling somewhat fatigued. Yes, Lord Lek, I shall not disturb you further, the assistant said. Exiting and closing the door. Once alone, Lek began perusing the guest list, murmuring to himself, this one looks appealing. Ah, and this too, quite to my taste. Engrossed in the list, Lek had yet to notice Reza, who had been waiting in his office. Reza thought to himself, this rotund fellow truly knows how to indulge himself. You host a lavish party without inviting me. How inconsiderate of you. Clearing his throat, Reza finally interjected, Mr. Lek, might I have the honor of attending tonight's ball? Startled by the sudden voice, Lek nearly dropped the guest list, exclaiming, who are you? How dare you trespass into my office? Do you wish to die? Oh, is that so? Reza replied with a mocking smile. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Reza, the new king of the Saiyan race. Why you? What did you say? You are a Saiyan. Upon hearing the word Saiyan, Lek's previously haughty demeanor shifted drastically. Chapter 23, Reza in the vastness of the universe. Are there still places I cannot venture? Suddenly, Lek recalled that he had indeed received such news. It was said that the Saiyan kingdom had a new king, and unexpectedly, it was the person before him, who called himself Reza. What do you want? Lek stammered, taking a few steps back, his plump face visibly filled with panic. Although he was the supreme ruler of Clara Star, standing before the fearsome Saiyan, especially the new king of the Saiyan kingdom, he immediately felt intimidated. He feared that the Saiyans would invade Clara Star, not only overthrowing his rule but potentially leaving him without a grave. Clearly, Reza had silently appeared in his office, and it seemed his purpose was far from amicable. Ah, don't be anxious, Mr. Lek, Reza said with an innocuous smile. I am quite amiable, indeed. It's not as difficult to get along with me as you might imagine. As long as you answer my questions honestly, you shall remain the ruler of this planet. Conversely, should you show me a lack of basic respect or dare to lie, I cannot guarantee you will see the sun rise tomorrow. Why yes. Faced with Reza, Lek had lost all his earlier bravado, trembling as he spoke. Your Majesty Reza, please. I will tell you everything I know. Excellent. I have but one question. Has the Frieza force ever threatened you, forbidding any dealings with us Saiyans? Lek found himself momentarily speechless in response to Reza's inquiry. There was indeed truth to what Reza said. However, he feared both Reza and the Frieza force. Now, Lek was caught in a dilemma. If he spoke honestly to Reza, the Frieza force might come to settle the score with him. Reza, perceiving Lek's apprehension, continued, Come now, tell me all that you know. As the new king of the Saiyan kingdom, I assure you, if you speak truthfully, the Frieza force will not trouble you. Oh really? Lek stammered. I do not repeat myself. So you must understand this clearly. Spare me the idle chatter. Speak quickly. After a moment's hesitation, Lek reluctantly admitted, Why yes, Your Majesty Reza. The Frieza force has indeed threatened me, insisting that I must not engage in any transactions with you Saiyans. I have told you everything. You must guarantee that the Frieza force will not come after me. Lek nearly pleaded. Whether the Frieza force would pursue him later remained uncertain. But if he did not divulge the truth to Reza now, he feared Reza could easily arrange for him to meet a grim fate. Haha. You are indeed a perceptive individual. Having obtained the answer he sought, Reza chuckled heartily and then patted the now trembling lake. Continue to rule Clara Star well. The Frieza force will not come after you. Once Lake's panic subsided slightly, he realized that Reza's figure had already vanished without a trace. After acquiring the definitive answer from Lake, Reza teleported directly to Frieza's lair, planet Frieza number 79. Saiyan? Halt. This is not a place for you. Upon seeing Reza stride toward the entrance, several Frieza soldiers immediately advanced, their laser guns trained on him. It was common knowledge that the Saiyan race had freed itself from Frieza and Apos' dominion, making the palace off-limits to Saiyans. Moreover, even in the past, the relationship between the Saiyans and Frieza's forces had not been amicable. Is there anywhere in this vast universe that I cannot go? Reza laughed coldly, a glint of lethal intent in his eyes. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. As he finished speaking, the Frieza soldiers prepared to pull the triggers aimed at Reza. Whoosh! Almost simultaneously, Reza glared, and a terrifying aura surged forth like a blade, immobilizing the soldiers with their fingers poised on the triggers. Their heads and bodies soon separated, blood splattering as the air filled with a thick metallic scent. Having dealt with these insignificant foes, Reza resumed his march into Frieza's palace. Clap, clap, clap. As Reza stepped into the grand hall, a crisp applause echoed. Before him sat Frieza in his custom-made hoverpod. A mocking grin plastered across his face as he observed Reza and Apos' approach. Oh ho ho ho, Mr. Reza, the new king of the Saiyan race. Truly lives up to the title, Frieza said with a sneer. However, I find myself puzzled. Who granted you the audacity to intrude upon my palace? Yet, since Reza had chosen to confront him, Frieza had no one to blame but himself. Even should Beatrice take notice, it was unlikely that Frieza would have any justification. For he could not appear to be the one simply receiving blows. Ha, do not feign ignorance. You must have an inkling of why I am here. Reza replied without reservation, casually pulling up a chair to sit down. Really? I am quite unaware, Frieza taunted. Perhaps Mr. Reza would enlighten me? You truly excel at playing the fool, Frieza. Very well, allow me to remind you. Reza then recounted the sequence of events and the information he had gathered from Lake. Afterward, with a chuckle, Reza added, Initially, considering your previous acumen, I had no intention of settling the score regarding the grievances between you and the Saiyan race. However, it seems you harbor considerable discontent toward us Saiyans. Oh ho ho ho, Frieza coldly derided. Settle scores with me? You Saiyans, a pack of wild monkeys? Were it not for a certain individual, you would have long since vanished from existence. A certain individual? Reza raised an eyebrow, sensing an unexpected lead. The only being capable of earning such reverence from Frieza, aside from the god of destruction, Beatrice, was someone he could not fathom. Thus, it appeared that Frieza's earlier proposition for him to succeed as the Saiyan King's position was intrinsically linked to Beatrice. While the reasons behind Beatrice's actions remained unclear, it was evident that this was not the moment for contemplation. Chapter 24, Frieza's Astonishment. How did your power? It's truly regrettable, Frieza, that you squandered the opportune moment to annihilate the Saiyan race. I want and Apos' dispute that you once held dominion over the Saiyan people, subjecting them to humiliation at your whim. However, times have changed. Should anyone still perceive the Saiyan race as vulnerable and attempt to subjugate them, I would not hesitate to inflict a severe reprisal. Even if that individual were you, Frieza. Reizer's tone remained composed, yet the implicit threat in his words was palpable. Ho ho ho. Do you truly believe you are worthy of gazing upon this king? To Frieza, Reizer and Apos' threat was utterly ludicrous. Who was he? The sovereign of the universe. And who were you? Merely a Saiyan ape, trampled upon and humiliated by this king. So, it seems you intend to engage in a contest of strength. Very well. Reizer responded with a slight upturn of his lips. Then today, we shall settle both the old scores and the new. Had Frieza refrained from his machinations, Reizer would have remained vexed. Under Frieza's dominion over the universe, the Saiyan kingdom would have required a protracted period to flourish. However, Frieza's sudden imposition of an economic blockade on the Saiyan kingdom, preventing trade with other planets, furnished Reizer with a pretext to deal with him. It appears you possess considerable confidence in your abilities, Frieza remarked. This is of your own volition, and you cannot blame this king. How long had Reizer been in charge of the Saiyan kingdom? Barely 3 months, by all accounts. Initially, Reizer's combat prowess was merely in the hundreds of thousands. Frieza found it implausible that Reizer's strength could have advanced to the point of rivaling his own in such a brief span. Chee-hee-hee, Saiyan ape. King Frieza was merely lamenting the lack of an excuse to trouble you. Yet, You have conveniently offered yourself up for demise. Bulma cackled, joining in the derision. Riza and Amp, Oppos, gaze intensified, and a muffled thud reverberated. Bulma, who had been mocking moments prior, was struck with tremendous force, spewing blood as she crashed into a wall. Only her feet and a portion of her body remained visible, her fate uncertain. However, should Bulma survive, it would be nothing short of a miracle. Having dealt with Bulma, Riza's gaze intentionally swept over Kikono. Your master is already in dire straits. Do you still dare to engage in verbal provocations? If the master prevails, then engaging in verbal provocations as a subordinate is permissible, even necessary, to curry favor. However, if one lacks the acumen to discern the ebb and flow of the situation and continues to engage in reckless verbal provocations, then one is simply courting death. Riza's words caused Kikono to shrink back, instinctively retreating a step. Fortunately, he had remained silent, or his fate might have been no better than Bulma's. Seeking death. Although Frieza was not particularly concerned with Bulma and Oppos' well-being, Riza and Oppos' act of slaying his steward before his very eyes was undoubtedly a slap in Frieza and Oppos' face. How could Frieza, who had always been accustomed to tyrannical rule, possibly tolerate such an affront? However, just as Frieza was about to retaliate, an indescribably terrifying aura enveloped the entire palace. The immense pressure instantly suppressing Frieza, rendering him immobile. Frieza found it difficult even to lift his head. What? Lying prostrate, Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief. His heart filled with unparalleled shock. He simply could not fathom it. Riza and Oppos' mere release of his aura was sufficient to suppress him to the point of being unable to raise his head? What else? Riza slowly approached Frieza, gazing down upon the immobilized tyrant. Frieza, you have become complacent, oblivious to the changing times. Do you still consider yourself the sovereign of the universe? Just like your steward. What's her name? Bulma. As she said, I refrained from dealing with you previously due to the lack of a pretext. Now that you have conveniently provided one, would I not be remiss if I failed to meet your expectations? The hunter often appears in the guise of prey. Your power. How can it be? Frieza screamed hysterically. He simply could not comprehend how Riza's strength could have surged to such an astonishing level in less than 3 months. Based on the aura suppressing him, Frieza was well aware that even in his final form, he would be no match for Riza. You wish to know why my power has suddenly become so formidable, correct? Riza laughed heartily. Haha, ponder the question at your leisure in the depths of hell. For now. Abruptly, Riza extended his index finger, unleashing a series of beams at Frieza's joints. Aya! Frieza's agonizing screams echoed throughout the hall. You bastard! Frieza's eyes turned crimson, filled with rage. Riza's torment was even more excruciating than a swift death. However, in Riza's estimation, simply killing Frieza would be far too merciful. Before ending Frieza's life, Riza intended to extract every last ounce of his usefulness, allowing the Saiyan race, whose spirit had been broken by Frieza and King Cold, to reclaim their confidence and pride. Rest assured, I will not grant you such a swift demise. Riza shifted his gaze, landing upon Kikono, who was trembling nearby. He smiled amiably. Mr. Kikono, you are a rare genius in the field of science. I wonder if you would be willing to serve our Saiyan kingdom? Kikono glanced fearfully at Frieza, who was pinned beneath Riza's foot, his limbs shattered. He nodded vigorously. Yes, King Riza, it would be an honor to serve the Saiyan kingdom. Haha, then on behalf of the Saiyan people, I welcome Mr. Kikono's addition. I believe we will have a very productive collaboration. Kikono was unlike the old hag Bulma. As the chief scientist of the Frieza Force, Kikono's capabilities in the field of science were undeniable. The form-fitting combat armor, the battle power scouter, the fully automated healing machines, and other advanced technologies of the Frieza Force were all products of Kikono's ingenuity. Riza would not easily dispose of such a talented scientist, but rather employ his talents for his own purposes. Chapter 25 I hereby declare that Lord Reza is the greatest king in the history of the Saiyan race. On planet Vegeta, the royal palace square was teeming with people. Following Celebi and Oppos' announcement, nearly all Saiyans gathered once more in the palace square. Celebi merely instructed everyone to assemble at the palace but did not disclose the reason for this gathering. Consequently, many were whispering among themselves, speculating about what Reza intended to announce today. Most believed that if there were no significant matter at hand, it would be unusual to summon everyone. Therefore, it was evident that today's event would not be trivial. Many began to anticipate what good news Reza would bring forth. Time passed, and after half an hour, amidst the crowd's eager anticipation, Reza finally appeared on the platform of the second floor of the palace. Accompanying him was Bardos, although there had been no formal announcement. Everyone was well aware that the almost inseparable Bardos was the new queen of the Saiyan kingdom. During Reza and Apos' absence, any reports from the ministers were primarily directed to Bardos. Ahem. Reza cleared his throat and began to address the audience. Thank you for your patience, citizens of the Saiyan kingdom. I am sure you are all curious as to why you have been summoned today. I understand your eagerness. However, before the main event commences, we must first revisit the history of our Saiyan people. Subsequently, Reza spoke in a rather calm tone, briefly recounting the history of the Saiyan race from the onset of King Coold's oppressive rule to the events of just over 2 months ago. While his tone was subdued, the recollection of the Saiyan people's painful past ignited an uncontainable fury within the Saiyan warriors. Consequently, a stir began to spread through the square, with some even declaring their intent to storm planet Frieza number 79 to avenge their dishonor. Those Saiyans are known for their fierce and bloodthirsty nature. Deep within each one lies a sense of pride and honor unique to their race. The years of oppression under Frieza and his father undeniably represented the darkest chapter in Saiyan history. During those years, the Saiyan people could scarcely hold their heads high. Minutes later, Reza spoke again, his commanding voice resonating throughout the palace square, clear and discernible to all. We Saiyans may not be the strongest fighters, but we are indeed a warrior race, endowed with pride and honor unique to our lineage. However, over the past decade, Frieza and his father have trampled our pride and honor into the dust. Today, here, as the new king of the Saiyan kingdom, I shall reclaim the pride and honor of our people that has been shattered. On the day of my coronation, I vowed that no matter who Cooled or Frieza may be, they would kneel before the Saiyan race and submit. Today, I have fulfilled that promise. As his words fell, Reza snapped his fingers. Instinctively, the crowd looked up towards the palace. There, a diminutive figure hung suspended in the air, poised in a state of suspension. Upon closer inspection, the crowd gasped in astonishment to realize that this figure was none other than Frieza himself, who had seized the title of Universal Emperor from King Coold 5 years ago, reigning tyrannically for half a decade. Curse you, Reza. Have the courage to give me a swift end. Frieza ground his teeth, seething with rage. Being scrutinized by so many was more unbearable than death itself. A warrior may be killed, but never humiliated. Moreover, he was Frieza, the Universal Emperor. Just over 2 months ago, he was the master of these wild Saiyan monkeys. Now, he found himself suspended in the air, subjected to their ridicule. Frieza's feelings can only be imagined. What was more, Frieza found himself utterly helpless. Is that really Frieza? Lord Reza has indeed captured Frieza. Incredible! The crowd erupted in fervor. I declare that Lord Reza is the greatest king in the history of the Saiyan race. Undoubtedly, Lord Reza has restored our shattered pride and honor. Frieza, you have your day of reckoning. The crowd reveled in the notion of Frieza experiencing the humiliation they once endured. As Frieza appeared, the palace square erupted into a frenzy. It was evident that excitement and fury towards Frieza filled every face. Had it not been for Reza's ascension, none could have dared to imagine that one day they would exact revenge on Frieza, publicly displaying him from the palace. Do you feel humiliated, Frieza? Reza remarked, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. In comparison to the humiliation you and your father, King Coold, have inflicted upon the Saiyan race, this is merely a trifle. Alone, you cannot erase the disgrace and suffering your family has caused us. Rest assured, I am a benevolent ruler. Once you meet your end, I shall swiftly send your father to join you. Reza, Frieza held hysterically, I should have killed you when I had the chance. You better not fall into my hands, for I will make you wish you had never been born. Regret flooded Frieza's mind. Had he known that sparing Reza would lead to such repercussions, he would have disregarded the risks of defying Beatrice and Apos' orders and eliminated Reza, obliterating planet Vegeta and eradicating the Saiyan race once and for all. Alas, in this world, there exists no remedy for regret. Still holding on to bravado? If you had the capability, I would not mind. Unfortunately for you, that opportunity has slipped away forever. Frieza likely remained oblivious to the fact that even 2 months prior, when his forces summoned the Saiyans, he had already lost his final chance to eliminate Reza. Until encountering Bardos and activating the system, Reza had maintained a low profile, and thus Frieza had not paid him any heed. At that moment, Reza extended a hand, conjuring a ki blast radiating with destructive energy. Lord Reza, Lord Reza, Lord Reza. The thousands of Saiyan citizens in the square chanted his name in unison as they sensed Reza preparing to strike. The meaning was unmistakable. Eliminate Frieza. avenge the humiliation the Saiyan race had suffered under his tyrannical rule. Chapter 26, Ascending the Spaceship, Slaying King Cold. King Lezer. King Lezer. King Lezer. In the plaza, tens of thousands of Saiyans chanted in unison, their earth-shattering voices reverberating through the heavens. Every Saiyan, regardless of age or gender, had awaited this moment for an eternity. The humiliation endured by the Saiyan race over the years demanded retribution in the form of Frieza and King Cold's demise. After a long while, amid the deafening roars, Lezer slowly raised his head, gazing at Frieza suspended in midair. "He who kills shall be killed," he proclaimed. "You should have foreseen this day, Frieza." "Damn Saiyan monkeys," Frieza retorted. "I should have exterminated you all, leaving none alive." Frieza lamented, but it was too late for regrets. Boom. As Frieza's hysterical words faded, a ki blast erupted from Lezer's palm, striking Frieza with unerring accuracy. The instant the ki blast detonated, a violent conflagration engulfed Frieza, consuming him in its fiery embrace. At that moment, the entire royal plaza erupted in jubilation. Nearly every Saiyan applauded with unrestrained delight. Frieza, who had once ruled the Saiyan race with an iron fist, had been personally vanquished by their king. What could be more gratifying? Those present had witnessed history unfold. The Saiyan race and Appo's transition from subjugation under Frieza and Appo's tyrannical rule to their triumphant rebellion. Frieza and Appo's demise, however, was not the end. Strictly speaking, Frieza was merely an heir. The true architect of the Saiyan race's era of subjugation was Frieza's father, King Cold. Nevertheless, with Frieza's assassination, Lezer and Appo's prestige among his Saiyan subjects had soared. At that moment, the eyes of all those who gazed upon Lezer on the second-floor balcony of the palace were filled with fervor and reverence. Bardos was pleased by this spectacle. Lezer and Appo's performance had not disappointed her expectations. A king who was desired by the people, supported by all, and respected by his subjects was a worthy king. Unlike the former King Vegeta, who, despite being the nominal ruler of the Saiyan kingdom, inspired more fear and apprehension than genuine respect, Lezer, perhaps you should consider pressing your advantage, Bardos suggested. Indeed, that is precisely my intention, Lezer replied. Frieza alone is insufficient. Now that Frieza is dead, King Cold has no reason to remain in this world. Furthermore, to seize Frieza and Appo's assets, King Cold must also be eliminated, and Appo's let you hinder my development of the Saiyan kingdom. This is your own fault. Events had proven that only absolute power could command absolute authority in the Dragon Ball world. Had Lezer possessed only the strength of King Vegeta, he would have been the one to fall. Subsequently, Lezer lowered his palm, and the agitated crowd fell silent. All the Saiyans raised their heads, their eyes burning with anticipation. Without prompting, Lezer knew what was on their minds. Saiyan Kingdom's people, tell me loudly, do you want to kill King Cold too? Kill, kill, kill. The response was a unanimous cry of kill, from thousands of voices. The chilling, awe-inspiring sound shook the very heavens. Even the ground trembled beneath the force of their bloodlust. Frieza's death alone was not enough. Only with the demise of King Cold, the true culprit, could the Saiyan race truly turn the page on its dark history of the past decade. Very well, then let us sound the charge and march upon Frieza's lair. All warriors with a battle power exceeding 2,000, heed my command. Ascend the spaceships and slay King Cold. At Lezer's command, over 3,000 Saiyan warriors with a combat strength of over 2,000, eager and impatient, surged towards the spaceships like a swarm of locusts. Subsequently, Lezer boarded a spaceship with Bardock, Celepa, and others. As for Bardos, Lezer instructed her to remain behind. Warfare was no place for women. Soon, nearly 3,000 Saiyan warriors had boarded the spaceships. Finally, at Lezer and Appo's command, nearly 200 spaceships broke through the atmosphere of planet Vegeta in a grand armada. Coordinates: planet Frieza NO 79. Meanwhile, on planet Frieza NO 79, King Cold, who had been retired for 5 years, received news that his beloved son Frieza had been crippled and captured by Lezer. Gazing at Frieza's personal stroller, which remained in the palace hall, King Cold and Appo's eyes burned with fury. Science, how dare you? With a blink, King Cold caused a machine before him to explode. The Jinyu Force, Zaban, Dodoria, and others stood in silence, afraid to speak. 2 days prior, when Lezer had arrived, they had been away on a mission and were unaware of what had transpired. However, despite how absurd it sounded, the truth was that Frieza had been crippled and captured by Lezer. Beep, beep, beep. Just then, a beeping sound emanated from Jinyu and Appos' left eye. And a piece of information was transmitted through the battle power detector and Appos' communicator. Upon receiving the information, Jinyu froze in place, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. It was as if he were dreaming. After a moment of contemplation, Jinyu steeled himself and decided to report the information to King Cold. King Cold, I have just received some news. It may not be good. Humph. Is there any news worse than what I already know? King Cold sneered. My son has been captured by those Saiyan monkeys. What worse news could you possibly have? It concerns Frieza. Chapter 27. Desire an audience with King Luai's? You are unworthy. Insolent wretch. Boom. Upon hearing from Jinyu that Frieza had been publicly executed by Luai's on planet Vegeta, King Cold erupted in fury. How could his most cherished son, Frieza, be eliminated in such a manner? King Cold was perplexed. How had the Saiyans become so formidable in the mere 5 years since his retirement? Faced with King Cold's seething rage, the Jinyu force and others trembled, fearing they would bear the brunt of his wrath. They, too, were baffled. Weren't the Saiyans a race of inept simians? How could they have risen to prominence so rapidly? Although they had received reports of Super Saiyans emerging among the Saiyan race. Surely even a Super Saiyan couldn't overpower Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe, so decisively. Moreover, Frieza's power surpassed even that of his father, King Cold. Your Majesty, King Cold. An emergency. As if misfortune sought to compound existing woes, a Frieza Force soldier burst into the chamber, kneeling and exclaiming in disarray, The Saiyans are invading. What? When King Cold led the Jinyu Force, Zarbin, Dodoria, and others from the palace, they beheld nearly 200 spacecraft piercing the clouds, advancing toward them in a formidable formation. The sheer magnitude of the spectacle instilled dread in many Frieza Force soldiers, their faces paling with fear. Simultaneously, alarms blared within the Frieza Force headquarters. Soldiers stationed at the base armed themselves and rallied behind King Cold. Humph. Well done, saving me the trouble. Confronted by the approaching Saiyan army, King Cold crossed his arms, displaying no trepidation. He had been contemplating an assault on planet Vegeta to avenge his son, Frieza. But now they had conveniently arrived at his doorstep. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Subsequently, thousands of Saiyan warriors, each possessing considerable combat prowess, emerged from the spacecraft, densely populating the sky. Indeed, while the Saiyan race lacked a substantial number of elite warriors exceeding 10,000 power level, their average combat strength was still commendable, though dwarfed by the likes of the Jinyu Force. At the vanguard of the Saiyan warriors stood Serapa and Bardock, among others. King Cold? Your presence here is opportune. Sparing us an additional journey, Serapa remarked, her gaze fixed on King Cold, laced with derision. Although Serapa and Appos' power was unremarkable, she had formidable backing, with Luai's overseeing the situation. Even facing King Cold, the former Emperor of the Universe who ushered the Saiyans into subjugation, Serapa felt no apprehension. Insects, summon your King Luai's to face me. King Cold demanded, his voice laced with murderous intent. If he dares to slay my son, does he not dare to confront me? Dare not face you? Serapa retorted, her tone dripping with sarcasm. King Cold, cease flattering yourself. You are unworthy of an audience with our King Luai's. Furthermore, we are more than capable of dealing with the likes of you, without requiring the intervention of King Luai's. As Serapa concluded her statement, the thousands of Saiyan warriors behind her roared in unison, their thunderous voices sending shivers down the spines of the Frieza Force soldiers below. Hey, ha. King Cold chuckled, amused. His scouter indicated Serapa's power level was a paltry 4,000. How dare she address him with such audacity? Then, King Cold's expression hardened, and he stated frigidly, Saiyan apes, I subjugated you with force once, and that will not change now. Slaughter them all, leave none alive. At King Cold's command, the thousands of Frieza Force soldiers surged forward, a tidal wave of bodies advancing towards the Saiyan warriors in the sky. The moment to avenge our past humiliation has arrived. Brothers, charge and leave them in utter ruin. For glory. Thousands of Saiyan warriors, emboldened by righteous fury, fearlessly engaged the Frieza Force head-on. Within seconds, the Saiyan warriors clashed with the vastly superior numbers of the Frieza Force, initiating a brutal and intense battle. At that moment, Bardock conjured an artificial moon. In war, the Saiyans could not afford to neglect their inherent advantage. As the artificial moon cast its light, Saiyan warriors gazed upon the full moon, transforming into great apes, wreaking havoc upon the Frieza Force ranks. Colossal great apes, standing dozens of meters tall and possessing immense ferocity, began massacring the Frieza Force. Bodies of Frieza Force soldiers plummeted from the sky, their blood staining the heavens crimson. As the conflict raged, some Saiyan warriors who had transformed into great apes succumbed to the Frieza Force and Appos' combined assault. Nevertheless, the Saiyans, in their great ape forms, maintained a clear advantage. Within minutes, the Frieza Force had suffered over 50% casualties, whereas the Saiyans had lost merely 20 to 30 soldiers. The disparity in attrition was staggering. This is unfavorable. It is our turn to intervene. Recognizing the situation, the Ginyu Force, Zarbin, and Dodoria could no longer remain idle. The 7 of them joined the fray. Boom, boom, boom. Energy blasts and ki blasts erupted across the battlefield, each detonation signaling the demise of one or more combatants. War is undeniably cruel, yet sometimes it is the sole means of resolving conflicts. With the Ginyu Force, Dodoria, and Zarbin joining the battle, the Frieza Force managed to stem the tide. But their efforts proved insufficient. In individual combat, the Frieza Force elites held a distinct advantage. However, in a large-scale conflict involving thousands of warriors, where individual power could not achieve absolute dominance, their impact was limited. King Cold remained unconcerned about the unfavorable turn of events. As long as he stood, he reasoned, the demise of the Frieza Force was irrelevant. He alone could exterminate the Saiyans. Presently, King Cold and Appos' gaze settled upon Serpa. Rather than participating in the battle to salvage the Frieza Force, he desired to eliminate the insolent Saiyan first. Chapter 28. Overwhelming. Impossible. I am the king of the Kurds. You insolent brat, come and meet your doom. Drink up. The king of the Kurds moved like lightning, appearing before Celebi in the blink of an eye. His palm, as large as a cooking pot, descended directly onto Celebi's head. However, just as the king launched his attack, a hand intercepted his strike. It was none other than Bedak. Your opponent is me, king of the Kurds. In this arena, with Reza refraining from intervening, the only one capable of contending with the king is Bedak, who is now transformed into a Super Saiyan. Bedak had been waiting for this moment, anticipating the king's arrival. Hiki, Bedak, I'll leave this fellow to you. Just knock him down without holding back. As he spoke, Celebi retreated several hundred meters away. From the outset, their intentions were clear. Celebi was responsible for taunting, while Bedak was in charge of the fight. So, you managed to withstand my attack. It seems you are indeed the legendary Bedak who can transform into a Super Saiyan. The king of the Kurds was not surprised by Bedak and Appos' appearance. After all, the explosive news of the Saiyan race producing a Super Saiyan was widely known, even to a retired king. Bedak declared coldly, your time has passed, king of the Kurds. When the king of the Kurds conquered the Saiyan race, Bedak was merely a child, powerless to resist the king's violent rule. But now, Bedak possessed unshakable confidence, even without Reza and Appos' assistance. His strength was sufficient to deal with the king. Oh really? Who endowed you with such confidence? Your Super Saiyan form? The king scoffed, lamenting that in his eyes. The so-called Super Saiyan was utterly insignificant, even though the legendary Super Saiyan from a millennium ago defeated his ancestor, Child. It did not imply that the Super Saiyan could defeat him. After all, the true power of Child, from 1,000 years past, was shrouded in mystery. The king held unwavering confidence in his own strength. Bedak, however, was disinclined to engage in a battle of words with the king. With a fierce shout, a blade-like golden energy erupted forth as Bedak completed his transformation into Super Saiyan. Having learned from his previous experience, he now transformed with ease. Is this the power of a Super Saiyan? It is indeed somewhat intimidating, but alas, I am stronger. As he spoke, the king of the Kurds clenched his fist, sending forth a powerful gust as he struck towards Bedak's face. Bedak tilted his head slightly, effortlessly evading the king's assault, then leaned forward and advanced. Thud. The king of the Kurds bent like a shrimp as a terrifying force coursed through him, causing his eyes to bulge in shock. Impossible. A mere, unadorned punch could render him so defenseless. A tempest of turmoil surged within the king. I told you, your time has come to an end, king of the Kurds. Bedak continued his assault, swiftly turning to deliver a kick to the back of the king's head. Boom. Like a falling meteor, the king crashed down, obliterating a building beneath him. As the king struggled to rise, Bedak unleashed a follow-up energy blast. Boom. Just as the king regained his footing, the energy blast struck. A violent explosion erupted, and an energy storm ravaged the vicinity, obliterating everything within a radius of hundreds of meters. When the storm subsided, the king lay in a crater, battered and breathless, clearly suffering from severe injuries. No. It's impossible. I am the king of the Kurds. The king could hardly believe the raw power of the Super Saiyan was so formidable. He had barely any chance to retaliate. In truth, the king's swift defeat was not without reason. His strength was slightly inferior to Frieza's. Frieza's ultimate form boasted a battle power of approximately 120 million, while the king of the Kurds barely reached 100 million. In contrast, Bardock in his Super Saiyan form had surpassed 150 million in battle power. Such a significant disparity in strength was enough to ensure a decisive victory. The unfolding battle between the king and Bardock captured the attention of Jinyo and the others. Witnessing the king of the Kurds suffer such a devastating defeat in mere moments, the morale of Frieza and Apos' army plummeted instantly. After all, the only reason these Frieza soldiers dared to confront the Saiyans was due to the king's presence. Without him, they would not have had the courage to engage in battle. Now, with the king's catastrophic defeat, the morale of Frieza's forces took a severe blow. Is this the power of a Super Saiyan? The king of the Kurds is utterly outmatched? Jinyo's eyes widened in disbelief. Gulp. Just moments ago, the ruthless JS swallowed hard, asking his leader, what should we do? Should we flee? Indeed, if we Dawn and Apos, retreat now, we may not have the chance. Even Bart, known for his unparalleled speed across the universe, began to waver. If the king of the Kurds could at least hold his own against Bardock, they might still have a fighting chance. But now, the king was being trampled by Bardock. If they did not flee soon, once Bardock dealt with the king, they would be next. Just as Jinyo hesitated, he saw Bardock charging once more, diving straight towards the king. It appeared Bardock had no intention of holding back. Wait. The king of the Kurds panicked. Realizing he was no match, even he was driven by a primal urge to survive, hoping to appease Bardock for mercy. However, the king's pleas did not diminish Bardock's speed in the slightest. Whoosh! Bardock's speed was like lightning. In an instant, the area where the king had stood erupted again in a violent shockwave, debris and dust scattering in the air. A figure was launched backward. Yet, this time, it was not the king of the Kurds who was sent flying, but Bardock. Chapter 29. I am not targeting you. I am declaring that all present are worthless. The sudden turn of events left everyone momentarily stunned. What transpired? Could there be another formidable opponent? From a distance, Celeba's eyes widened in disbelief. This deviated from the anticipated scenario. Wasn't Kurd King supposed to be the one sent flying? Why was it Bardock instead? On the other side, Jinyu and the others also gazed in astonishment. What was happening? Bardock steadied himself and redirected his gaze towards Kurd King and Apos' position. Just moments ago, even he, the party involved, had failed to discern what had occurred. It seemed that in the nick of time, he had been struck with a sudden blow. But was it from Kurd King or another? Bardock was uncertain. A moment later, as the dust began to clear around Kurd King, a new figure emerged beside him. Thank you, Gula. Kurd King sighed with relief, still shaken. Had Gula arrived just a second later, he might have been gravely injured or worse. Indeed, the figure was none other than Kurd King's eldest son, Gula. Oh, just as I thought, it truly is King Gula. Upon seeing Gula, Jinyu, who had been contemplating retreat, was suddenly filled with elation. Now it's the turn of those Saiyan wild monkeys to face misfortune. With King Gula here, what are mere Saiyans worth? JIS, Bart, and the others shared in the exuberance. Although they were not fully aware of Gula and Apos' strength, they had heard rumors that it surpassed even Frieza and Apos' and Kurd King and Apos' Gula's timely arrival and his overwhelming force in repelling Bardock spoke volumes. Let us first resolve the matter at hand, Gula said, his eyelids lifting slightly. There was no time for pleasantries. Despite not fully grasping the situation, the Frost Demon clan, would not allow themselves to be subjugated by a barbaric race like the Saiyans, known for their inferior combat prowess. Bardock narrowed his eyes dangerously. He had heard of Frieza's brother, yet had never encountered Gula before. It appeared that Gula was indeed as formidable as the rumors suggested, his power eclipsing both Frieza and Apos' and Kurd King and Apos'. With purposeful strides, Gula advanced toward Bardock, exuding an overwhelming aura with each step. In the blink of an eye, he had traversed hundreds of meters, standing eerily before Bardock. Super Saiyan, not a bad display of strength. Allow me to experience it firsthand, Gula remarked, his words seemingly acknowledging the Super Saiyan's might, but laced with a hint of disdain. In terms of combat power, Gula's prowess had reached an astonishing 470 million. In contrast, Bardock, with a mere combat power of around 150 million, was regarded by Gula as no more significant than an insect. As you wish, Bardock declared, launching a sudden punch aimed directly at Gula's face. Whoosh! Gula tilted his head slightly, and Bardock's fist grazed past his cheek. Is this all you have? The legendary Super Saiyan is rather underwhelming, Gula taunted, maintaining his nonchalant demeanor. Humph! Bardock let out a cold snort, unleashing a flurry of fierce attacks upon Gula. Yet, Gula did not seem eager to defeat Bardock. He simply adopted a defensive stance. Although Bardock's strikes appeared ferocious, they failed to even graze Gula's skin. Truly worthy of King Gula, that so-called Super Saiyan Bardock and Amp, Oppos, S attacks are utterly ineffective. Like him boasted. Of course, Jinnah grinned. King Gula and Oppos, S might is beyond the reach of these Saiyan wild monkeys. To him, a Super Saiyan is akin to a 3-year-old child. This is not right. On the other side, Celebi was bewildered. Where had Gula emerged from? Although his combat power was relatively low, it did not hinder his ability to perceive that Bardock was at a distinct disadvantage in this confrontation. In fact, it appeared as though Gula was toying with Bardock. Bang! At that moment, a heavy thud resonated. Gula, who had been on the defensive, suddenly unleashed a surprise attack, delivering a powerful kick to Bardock and Oppos' abdomen. Ugh! The brutal impact caused Bardock to double over, the terrifying force surging through him, contorting his face into a mask of agony. But that was not the end. Following the successful strike, Gula clenched one hand and pressed an energy sphere against Bardock's chest. Boom! A violent explosion of energy erupted, sending Bardock crashing back to his original state, plummeting from the sky like a stone. A charred mark marred his chest, and Bardock's energy aura waned to a feeble flicker. It was evident that Bardock could not withstand Gula's overwhelming power, which amounted to 470 million. This was the crushing superiority of strength. Under the weight of absolute power, even the most mundane attacks could deliver devastating blows to the weak. Bardock and Amp, Oppos' instantaneous defeat left Celebi and the other Saiyan warriors in shock. Gula and Amp, Oppos' strength was absurdly formidable, despite Bardock and Amp, Oppos' capability to dominate Kurd King. He was rendered utterly powerless in Gula's grasp, resembling a mere infant. Having dispatched Bardock, Gula's gaze shifted to Celebi and his companions, coldly declaring, a nation of insects. Daring to dream of becoming masters? Allow me, Gula, to shatter your illusions personally. With that, Gula extended his index finger, rapidly condensing an energy sphere. The terrifying energy fluctuations caused the faces of all the Saiyan warriors present to change dramatically, while they might stand a chance against Frieza and Amp, Oppos' lackeys. A being of Gula and Amp, Oppos' caliber was far beyond their comprehension. How amusing, a lively voice suddenly interjected. In my view, it is you who still resides in a delusion. Swoosh. As the words fell, a figure appeared before Celebi and the others seemingly out of thin air. Who else could it be but Razer, who had been observing from the spaceship? With his hands clasped behind his back, Razer's commanding voice echoed through the air. Dare you speak so brazenly before me? With such pitiful power? Who are you calling an insect? Gula's eyes narrowed dangerously, a murderous intent coalescing ominously. Do not misunderstand. I am not targeting you. I am simply stating that everyone present today is utterly worthless. Chapter 30. A single punch to obliterate ignorance. In response to Reza and Oppos' audacious remarks, Gula scoffed disdainfully. Gula surmised that Reza's strength likely surpassed that of Super Saiyan Bardock, yet what significance did that hold? In the face of his own formidable battle power of 470 million, everything else seemed trivial. The Saiyan race, by nature, was a lowly breed, destined only to be subjugated, best to return to their rightful place. With that, Gula wasted no time, gesturing lightly with his finger, unleashing a powerful energy blast. Many Saiyan warriors displayed expressions of horror as they sensed the overwhelming aura of death emanating from the approaching energy sphere. Undoubtedly, if that energy blast detonated, none of the less powerful Saiyan warriors would escape unscathed. Humph, mere tricks. How dare you display your incompetence before me? Reza dismissed with a scoff, extending a hand and nonchalantly uttering a single word. Stop. The energy blast, capable of effortlessly annihilating countless planets, halted immediately, unable to advance even an inch. What? Gula was taken aback. Though he had not used his full strength, he had employed 60% of his power, yet it was simply halted by Reza and Amp, Oppos' command. In the next moment, Reza clenched his palm, and the suspended energy blast vanished before their very eyes. Impossible. Gula King gasped in disbelief. His energy had been effortlessly extinguished by Reza. This situation felt dire. Why did he have an ominous premonition? Perhaps it was time to flee? Reza appeared to be toying with Gula. Why rush? Where could we possibly escape to now? We must place our faith in Gula King. Others urged. Indeed. We have been adversaries of the Saiyan race from the outset. We can only hope Gula King can resolve this matter with Reza. Nevertheless, many within Frieza and Amp, Appo's army, including the elite team of Jinyu, Dodoria, and Zarbin, felt a sense of panic. Just moments ago, they had celebrated, but now the atmosphere had shifted dramatically. Truly, Reza is formidable, effortlessly neutralizing Gula and Appo's energy blast. They murmured. Gula merely defeated Bardock. Reza hasn't and Appo's even revealed his full potential yet. At this rate, I believe Reza can easily dominate Gula. Indeed, after today, no one shall dare speak to our Saiyan race with such audacity. They proclaimed. All credit goes to Lord Reza. Without him, our race would still be languishing in obscurity. The transformation of the Saiyan race was entirely due to Reza's singular strength. The times of King Vegeta were marked by disgrace, whereas the era of King Reza was one of unparalleled glory. Any Saiyan with a modicum of sense would never wish to return to the days of King Vegeta. I shall see just how formidable you truly are, Gula thought, realizing he had no retreat left. He had to defeat Reza head-on. Only then could their Frieza race maintain its dominion over the universe. With that, Gula launched himself forward like a bolt of lightning, charging straight at Reza, and attempting to shake a tree. Reza merely raised an eyebrow. As Gula approached, he struck with blinding speed. Boom. In an instant, before anyone could comprehend what had transpired, a thunderous sound echoed as Gula was sent hurtling backward, crashing down at a sharp angle, landing heavily upon the unsuspecting King Cold. With Gula's descent, the ground trembled, sending plumes of dust skyward, shocking all present. What had just occurred? They had witnessed Gula's attack, only to see him struck down in an instant. After a moment, as the dust settled, the sight before them was that of a gravely weakened Gula and King Cold. One strike, merely one strike. The once mighty Gula, who had effortlessly defeated Super Saiyan Bardock, had been vanquished by Reza in a heartbeat. How is this possible? Gula King could not withstand even a single blow. The Saiyan race. Had they truly become so extraordinarily powerful? What was more astonishing was that Reza had not even transformed into a Super Saiyan during the encounter. Perhaps we should surrender now. We might yet preserve our lives. Some whispered in panic. With Gula's defeat, the morale of Frieza's army plummeted. Their fighting spirit evaporated. If even the likes of Gula and King Cold could be so easily dispatched, what reason did they have to continue fighting? Some hesitated, contemplating surrender, while others discarded their armor and fled. However, reality proved that escape was futile. They barely took a few steps before being obliterated by the relentless energy blasts from the Saiyan warriors. The grim fate of their comrades deterred those still contemplating escape. Staying might still grant them life, but fleeing would only lead to certain death. In the crater, Gula and King Cold lay in utter defeat, gasping for breath. Reza descended from the sky, accompanied by Saliba and a somewhat disheveled Bardock. You, silence. How can you possess such immense power? Gula seethed, his eyes dark with disbelief. He could not fathom how the once weak Saiyan he had dismissed could become so formidable. From Reza's earlier display, it was evident that his battle power exceeded 1 billion. Otherwise, he could never have defeated Gula in a single blow. Surprised? This power is trivial. You simply never faced a worthy opponent before, allowing your Frieza race to revel in your delusions, Reza replied calmly. It is no wonder that the average level of humans in the 7th universe ranks among the lowest in the 12th universe. Even the likes of Frieza and King Cold dare to call themselves cosmic emperors. The average strength of the humans in the 7th universe is all too apparent. Chapter 31. Go, give him a slap. Has Bardock arrived? Lord Reza, spare us. We will give you everything. Even King Kurd, at this moment, is filled with an overwhelming instinct for survival. As the saying goes, while the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. As long as they can survive, the father and son still have a chance to rise again. If they were to be killed by Reza today, they would be left with nothing. Haha, do you think that if I kill you, the assets under Frieza's reign will not belong to me? Reza chuckled. I acquire everything through my own strength. I do not need your charity. Who do you think you are? King Kurd was left speechless by Reza and Appo's words. How utterly humiliating for you, King Kurd. Saliba could not restrain his mockery, saying, from the moment you used violence to force our Saiyan people into submission, You should have anticipated this day. Go, give him a slap, commanded Reza. With Reza and Appos, as permission, Saliba displayed a wicked grin. Wherein and Appos, to you quite fierce just now, King Kurd? Can you muster that fierceness once more? With that, Saliba slapped King Kurd hard across the face. The sharp sound echoing and shocking the visual senses of many in Frieza's army. Humiliated before the crowd, King Kurd could only seethe in silence. Were it not for Reza and Appos, as presence, even in his weakened state, he would have no trouble dispatching Saliba, whose combat power barely exceeded 4,000. Who are you glaring at? Saliba's temper flared. You've become a drowning dog, and you still dare to glare at me? He then delivered another kick, sending King Kurd sprawling to the ground. You seek death. King Kurd held his tongue, but Gura could no longer contain himself. Bam! Just as Gura stood up, Reza kicked him down, burying him deeper into the ground. His already diminished aura weakened further. Thank you, Lord Reza, Saliba said, still shaken. It was fortunate that Reza had intervened in time, otherwise he would have certainly faced his demise. Reza waved his hand and turned away. The citizens of the Saiyan kingdom, I leave King Kurd and his son to you. As Reza walked away with Bardock and Saliba, the Saiyan warriors in the sky surged forward. They suspended King Kurd and his son, subjecting them to various humiliations, venting their hatred and discontent. Saliba, growing more furious by the moment, returned to kick Gura a few more times before he was satisfied. The Saiyan warriors tormented King Kurd and Gura for over half an hour. Eventually, unable to endure such torment and humiliation, the father and son chose to end their own lives. With the fall of King Kurd and Gura, the era of the Frozen Demon Clan in Universe 7 gradually came to a close. Following their demise, it was time to settle accounts with Frieza's army. Under Reza's orders, every member of Frieza's army that had participated in the battle met their end, including the elite corps such as the Jinyu Force, Dodoria, and Zarbon. To Frieza's army, they were elite. But to Reza, they were merely a handful of worthless traitors. Subsequently, the Saiyan kingdom took nearly a month to absorb 50% of Frieza's assets and sphere of influence. The reason for 50% was due to the already sparse population of the Saiyan race. Even with just 50%, it would suffice for the Saiyan people to live comfortably for 1,000 or 800 years without lifting a finger. Moreover, a territory too vast would be cumbersome to manage. A month later, a grand celebration feast was held in the palace square. The citizens of the Saiyan kingdom sang and danced, indulging in drink and meat, reveling in their moment of victory. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the palace, an extravagant and opulent banquet was laid out, reserved for Reza and the ministers. Lord Reza, you have accomplished what no previous Saiyan king has ever achieved. Without a doubt, you are the greatest king in the history of the Saiyan people. To live in your era is an immense honor. I shall raise a toast to you. Minister Ixi raised his cup, unabashedly boasting before downing the contents in one go. With this, as the Minister of Resources, he would no longer have to toil away begging other planets for trade. Since acquiring half of Frieza and Appos, as for remaining assets, the resources of the Saiyan kingdom were now overflowing. He merely needed to manage the distribution, which was far more comfortable than before. Lord Reza, your capabilities are unrivaled. What of King Vegeta III? I can already see that under your leadership, the Saiyan race is destined for an incredibly glorious future. Indeed, indeed. We also thank you, Lord Reza, for not holding our allegiance to King Vegeta III against us. Otherwise, none of us would be here today. From now on, we shall serve you faithfully, willing to face any peril. With Ixi leading the charge, the other ministers rose to toast Reza, their faces beaming with joy. In just a few months, Reza had achieved such magnificent success. Who was King Vegeta III? Truly unfamiliar. Your praises are excessive. I will need your guidance in the future, as I lack experience in governance, while you are all experts in this field, Reza said, sounding courteous but with the intent of being a hands-off ruler. As long as the Saiyan kingdom did not face any major upheaval and followed the general direction he had set, he would be content. Not at all, Lord Reza. You are too humble. The ministers bowed in unison. Taking advantage of the festive atmosphere, I have an announcement to make, said Bardock, sitting beside Reza. Oh, what news? Reza raised an eyebrow, and Saliba, Bardock, and the ministers turned their attention to Bardock. Well, Bardock lowered his eyelashes, adopting a coy demeanor, and with a playful laugh, said, I am expecting. Chapter 32 Padros, you are an angel, aren't you? A moment of silence enveloped the gathering, including Razer, who was momentarily taken aback before realization dawned upon him. Really, Razer was overwhelmed with joy, momentarily at a loss for how to articulate his emotions. After all, This was the first time in both his past and present lives that he was to become a father. In his previous life, he was merely a man caught in the relentless grind of existence, devoid of such experiences. Thus, upon hearing Padros announce her pregnancy, he found himself in a state of delightful bewilderment. Indeed, it is true, Padros affirmed, nodding her head with a radiant smile. Congratulations, Lord Razer. Congratulations, Queen Padros. Best wishes. The court officials rose in unison to extend their heartfelt congratulations. Yet, the question lingered, would it be a young prince or a young princess? Celiba chimed in with evident delight. It remains uncertain for now, given that the pregnancy is still in its early stages. Padros blushed modestly, her beautiful eyes shimmering with maternal affection. To me, whether it is a prince or a princess is inconsequential. Riser and Oppo's grin widened, nearly splitting his face. For he felt that the gender mattered little. What truly counted was that he was to be a father. With that, he filled his cup once more and proclaimed joyfully, to celebrate the successful pregnancy of our queen of the Saiyan kingdom, we shall drink until we are utterly inebriated. Come, let us toast. Celiba, Bardock. And the other officials raised their glasses in jubilant celebration of this joyous occasion. Padros, too, participated, raising her tea in place of wine. The celebratory feast continued late into the night. In the grand hall of the palace, the dining table was a scene of chaos. Celiba, Bardock, and the officials had indulged to excess. Some slumped over the table in deep slumber, while others lay sprawled on the floor, utterly unconscious. Riser, too, had drunk heavily and was in a daze, attempting to pour himself more wine, though most ended up spilled across the table rather than in his glass. Noticing this, Padros approached and gently helped Riser to his feet, softly saying, Riser, you've had quite enough to drink. Allow me to assist you back to your chambers. It would have been a daunting task for an ordinary woman to support a fully intoxicated man of Riser's robust stature, standing nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall. However, for Padros, an angel, it posed no challenge whatsoever. Although Riser was inebriated, he still retained a faint awareness that it was Padros who was guiding him back to his room. Honestly, drinking so much, you should rest, she mused, tucking him under the covers with a bemused shake of her head. Padros. Suddenly, Riser pushed Padros onto the bed, startling her with his abruptness, gazing into his bleary eyes. She felt her cheeks flush as she asked, What is it, dear? Hiki, I know you are truly an angel, right? Riser slurred, his state of inebriation evident. Before Padros could formulate a response, Riser collapsed, his body limp, and soon the sounds of his snoring filled the air. Once she confirmed he was sound asleep, Padros let out a sigh of relief. If possible, she wished to keep her identity as an angel concealed, fearing it might create an undue burden in their relationship. The following day, as Riser awoke groggily, Padros had prepared a pot of warm porridge awaiting him. How are you feeling, dear? Are you more awake? She inquired with genuine concern. I suppose I'm all right, Riser replied, rubbing his still aching head. It's just that I can't quite remember what transpired last night. I didn't do anything inappropriate, did I? He had undoubtedly indulged too much. The only fragments of memory he retained were of merrily drinking with Celiba, Bardock, and the other officials. The details beyond that were a blur. Not at all, Padros said, her eyes curving into crescent moons as she smiled. I saw that you had drunk too much, so I brought you back to rest. That is a relief. Thank you. Padros, Riser grinned. Padros stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. With me, there's no need for such formality. Go wash your face and come enjoy the porridge. It might help clear your head. As he washed up and took a seat, Riser recounted a dream he had the previous night. In it, the woman he had rescued from Terra was none other than the angel Padros, and they had a daughter named Millie. This was not the first time Riser had experienced this dream. He had dreamed it even before rescuing Padros from Terra several months prior, as if it were a continuous narrative mirroring his reality. After hearing his account, Padros chuckled lightly. It was merely a dream. There is no need to take it seriously. From what you described, angels seem to be remarkable beings. If I were truly an angel, I would not have needed your rescue. Yes, I think so too. It's just that I have been having this dream frequently lately, which I find rather peculiar, Riser pondered, nodding thoughtfully. Despite the striking resemblance between the Padros he saved from Terra and the angel Padros of the 6th universe, including their identical name, it seemed improbable upon deeper reflection. The angel Padros had been fulfilling her celestial duties for countless ages. It was inconceivable that she could manifest in another universe as a separate entity, let alone be rescued by him and become his partner. Indeed, Padros agreed with a chuckle, then shifted the topic. By the way, dear, do you know much about this angel? Well, how should I put it? I know a little, but not extensively, Riza mused, resting his chin in thought. Speaking of which, Bardos, he said suddenly, inspired, if our child is a daughter, how about naming her Millie? That sounds lovely, Bardos replied without hesitation. If she were truly not the angel Bardos from the 6th universe, she might have found such a suggestion difficult to accept. However, the truth was that she was indeed the angel he envisioned and dreamed about. Thus, she welcomed Rizer's proposal with open arms. Chapter 33. Vegeta shall not be defeated by anyone. Arrival on Earth in the blink of an eye, 6 months have passed. During this time, the educational institution in the Super Saiyan Training Academy, initiated shortly after Reza ascended to the throne, have finally been completed. Given that the Saiyan populace is largely illiterate, skilled educators were procured at great expense from abroad. The Super Saiyan Training Academy, under a systematic training regimen devised by Reza, appointed Bardock as its principal, overseeing the academy and Appos' operations and guidance on training. Furthermore, with the addition of the universe and Appos' foremost genius scientist, Jacono, the technological advancements of the Saiyan kingdom have been soaring. Since the battle on planet Frieza number 79, following the demise of the King Cold family, the 7th universe has officially entered the era of the Saiyans. To this day, it is widely acknowledged that the dominion of the universe no longer lies with the Frieza family, but has been seized by the Saiyan race under Reza's leadership. Additionally, as time has elapsed over the past 6 months, Bardock's pregnancy has become increasingly evident. In just a couple of months, the time for her delivery will arrive. In the realm of the gods of destruction, on Beatrice and Appos' planet, the god of destruction gazed upon the flourishing Saiyan kingdom with admiration, remarking, I did not foresee that this lad named Reza would prove to be more capable than that worthless King Vegeta. Not only does King Vegeta lack ability, but he even dared to deceive me. If not for Bardock, the Saiyan race would have long ceased to exist. However, it is no longer appropriate to refer to it as Planet Vegeta. Shortly after Reza eliminated the King Cold family, the planet was renamed Planet Reza, formally marking the end of the Vegeta family and Appos' reign in the dawn of Reza and Appos' era. Yet, I still cannot comprehend. Whis pondered, though Mr. Reza possesses some capabilities surpassing those of King Vegeta. It seems to end there. What could have drawn Bardock to him so intensely? Whis had gleaned some insights from the Grand Priest regarding Bardock's circumstances, learning that she had gone so far as to threaten her own life for Reza. Upon hearing this, Whis was astounded. What charm does Reza possess that has captivated Bardock so deeply? I'm tired, I'm going to sleep. Do not disturb me, Beerus declared, uninterested in these matters, desiring only a peaceful slumber. On a planet known as Tiangong Star, in the deep mountains on the outskirts of a city, Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz sat in a circle around a campfire, with a wild beast roasting above the flames. After being expelled by Reza, the trio had come to this planet. With Vegeta's combat prowess, he could have lived comfortably, yet he had boasted before Reza that he would one day reclaim his rightful throne. Thus, he had dedicated this time to training in the wilderness, hunting for sustenance when hunger struck. However, nearly a year had passed, and Vegeta and Appos' strength had only risen from over 2,000 to just above 4,000. Your Highness, at this rate, when shall we return to Planet Vegeta? Nappa expressed his discouragement. They had certainly heard the news of the Saiyan Kingdom and Appos' ascendance as the new cosmic hegemon. It was said that 6 months prior, Reza had publicly executed Frieza in the royal palace and subsequently eradicated King Cold and his son without difficulty. Since that moment, Nappa realized that Vegeta's ambitions to reclaim the throne were nothing short of a fantasy. If you can't endure any longer, feel free to return, Vegeta shot back, glaring at Nappa. The more formidable the Saiyan kingdom became under Reza, the more it provoked Vegeta and Appos' competitive spirit. As a gifted warrior and the former Saiyan prince, Vegeta harbored immense pride and a belief that he would not be outdone by any Saiyan. If Reza could attain such strength, then surely he could as well. Chastised by Vegeta's retort, Nappa fell silent. Could he truly return? If he returned in disgrace, would Reza even accept him? Soon, the beast on the spit was cooked to perfection. After they devoured their meal, Vegeta rose, a glint of determination in his eyes. I, Vegeta, shall not be defeated by anyone. From this day forth, I shall intensify my training. Although his progress could not compare to Reza and Appos', Vegeta could feel the substantial gains from nearly a year of training, a far cry from the minimal growth achieved through his previous conquests. which had been little more than one-sided massacres against weak inhabitants. Meanwhile, Reza transported Chini from planet Reza to Earth in an instant. This was a promise Reza had made to Bardock over 6 months ago, yet various circumstances had delayed it until now. Throughout Bardock and Appo's pregnancy, Reza had remained by her side. Today, Bardock had urged him to address matters concerning Bardock, as he had hinted several times about Kakarot. Reza believed it was not urgent, thinking he could visit Earth after Bardock had given birth. However, with Bardock's insistence, he finally found time to accompany Chini to Earth. Earth is breathtaking, Reza mused, gazing at the distant city of West City from atop a mountain peak. The environment here surpasses that of planet Reza. Reza, is Kakarot truly here? Chini asked, her urgency palpable. Initially, Bardock had mentioned sending Kakarot to Earth, but who could know if the spacecraft had encountered issues, causing it to deviate from its course? Where else could he be? Come, I will take you to see him. Reza understood Chini's feelings as a mother. Her choice to send Kakarot there had been a desperate measure. It was entirely reasonable for a mother to feel anxious after nearly a year apart from her infant child. Without further delay, Reza swiftly led Chini toward the direction of Bowsy Mountain. Chapter 34. Vegeta, have you truly realized the disparity in strength that lies between us? At the foot of Baotou Mountain, before a quaint wooden cabin, the elderly Mr. Gohan cradled a cherubic infant in his arms. Unlike an ordinary earthling, this child possessed a fluffy tail sprouting from his back, and a bandage was wrapped around his head, suggesting he had recently endured some injuries. Yet, this did little to dampen his spirited demeanor. Having lived a life devoid of wife and children, Gohan found solace in the presence of the child he had discovered nearly a year prior, after a spacecraft had fallen nearby. This child was Goku, his only source of attachment in life. Ha ha ha, Goku, you little rascal. Gohan chuckled joyfully, his face lighting up with an elation he had never known before. Just as Gohan was engaged in playful antics with Goku, two figures appeared without warning, Reza and Jain. The unexpected arrival of these uninvited guests instantly aroused Gohan's caution. Rising with Goku in his arms, he inquired warily, "Who might you be?" Before he could finish his sentence, Gohan noticed the brown tail behind Reza and Jain, identical to Goku's. In that moment, understanding dawned upon him. Clearly, these were Goku's family members come to seek him out. Kakarot, Jain exclaimed, recognizing the infant in Gohan's embrace. Indeed, this is our youngest son, Kakarot. Reza gestured for Jain to compose herself before addressing Gohan. Mr. Gohan, I apologize for our abrupt intrusion. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Reza, and this is Jain. As you can see, she is the biological mother of Kakarot, whom you refer to as Goku. Realizing that Reza and Jain bore no ill intentions, Gohan exhaled a breath of relief. Please, come in and have a seat. Inside the cabin, Reza succinctly recounted the circumstances that led them there, and Gohan grasped the situation. As for whether Goku stays or leaves, I leave that matter to your discussion. I shall not interfere with your decision. With that, Reza stood to depart. The decision regarding Goku's future, whether to remain on Earth or return to Reza's planet, was left to Gohan and Jain to deliberate. After all, Gohan had cared for Goku for quite some time. To take him away without any discussion would surely break the old man's heart. It was even uncertain whether Goku would have survived had Gohan not taken him in. Ah, Reza stretched lazily, suddenly recalling Vegeta. I wonder how Vegeta is faring these days. When he left, his power level was just over 2,000. It's been nearly a year now. What growth might he have achieved? It merits a visit. And perhaps a little encouragement. Reza held no objections toward Vegeta, yet he knew that the prince's temperament was ill-suited for the relatively peaceful environment of the Saiyan kingdom. As an exceptionally rare genius warrior, Vegeta's talent and potential were undeniable. With proper guidance, he would undoubtedly rise to become one of the premier fighters of the Saiyan race. With that thought, Reza closed his eyes, releasing an immense aura as he began to search for Vegeta's whereabouts. Mere seconds later, when he opened his eyes again, his figure vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, deep within the forests of Tiangong Star, Vegeta and his comrades were engaged in strenuous training. Reza perched himself upon a branch, watching their efforts with keen interest. Once Vegeta and his companions had exhausted themselves and concluded their training session, a sudden, crisp applause rang out. Who? The unexpected sound instantly captured the attention of Vegeta and his companions. Ah, it seems our Prince Vegeta is diligently training to reclaim his rightful throne. Reza leaped down from the branch, landing among the trio. The sudden appearance of Reza startled Vegeta and his companions, causing them to instinctively step back in alarm. Upon recognizing their visitor, Vegeta's eyes blazed with fury as he gritted his teeth. You bastard. When did you arrive? Perhaps several hours ago. I've been watching your training. Reza replied cheerfully. But I must say, Prince Vegeta, your vigilance leaves much to be desired. You didn't notice me at all. Damn it. Vegeta's eyelids twitched violently, feeling a deep sense of humiliation. Haha, Reza scoffed mockingly. I must say, Prince Vegeta, your current state is quite disheveled. One might mistake you for a wild man. I'll give you one more chance. Have you considered returning home? You would be warmly welcomed. Truthfully, when Reza made this suggestion, Nappa and Raditz appeared somewhat swayed. However, their decision ultimately hinged on Vegeta and Appo's reaction. To Vegeta, Reza and Appo's words were the utmost insult and condescension. The more Reza spoke in this manner, the less inclined Vegeta became to return. Enough with your pretentiousness. I have vowed to reclaim my throne, Vegeta declared fiercely, his eyes aflame with determination. Your courage and resolve are commendable, but do you truly comprehend the chasm that exists between us? Reza chuckled, unleashing a terrifying aura that immediately pressed Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz to the ground. The overwhelming pressure felt as if a mountain had been placed upon them, rendering them immobile. How is this possible? Vegeta gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief as he lay on the ground. Had he truly been subdued merely by Reza's aura? He could sense that Reza's power had undergone a cataclysmic transformation since their last encounter. With his hands clasped behind his back, Reza coldly taunted. Your bravery and determination are indeed praiseworthy, but without commensurate strength, they are but a jest. However, Reza's tone shifted. I do admire your courage, Vegeta. I am eager to see how far a genius warrior like you can advance. I observed your training just now, and it leaves much to be desired. I possess a systematic training method that would yield far superior results than your current regimen. With that, Reza reached into his pocket and tossed a data storage device before Vegeta. Chapter 35. Is Vegeta truly appealing? Bulma has been kidnapped. After Reza departed, the terrifying aura that had enveloped Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz dissipated. However, the atmosphere in the vicinity suddenly turned silent. The trio remained fixated on the data storage device left behind by Reza, speechless. Your Highness Vegeta, I believe he is insulting you. At that moment, it was Nappa who shattered the silence, picking up the device from the ground, his voice seething with anger. Who would even regard this worthless thing? I concur. Raditz nodded in agreement. Isn't it obvious? The reason Reza left behind such a systematic training method is a blatant display of contempt for Vegeta. Nappa, wait. However, just as Nappa was about to discard the device, Vegeta interjected, preventing him. He swiftly snatched the data storage device from Nappa's hands and coldly declared, Humph. A systematic training method, you say? This prince shall see what it entails. A true man can endure and adapt, as long as he can grow stronger and reclaim his rightful throne. Let it be an insult. Vegeta vowed that the day he surpasses Reza, he would repay the humiliation 100-fold. This left Nappa and Raditz momentarily speechless. You were so defiant just now, and now you and Appo's re-intrigued? The truth is, Vegeta realized that relying solely on his own efforts and training would barely allow him to catch up with Reza, let alone surpass him. Since Reza had willingly presented such a gift, there was no reason for Vegeta to refuse it. At this moment, Vegeta had never craved power as intensely. For him, as long as he could grow stronger, what did it matter if it was appealing? Meanwhile, Reza had made an unrestricted instant teleportation back to Earth. Upon his arrival at the Capsule Corporation, he encountered Gohan and Chi-Chi emerging from the building. Have you come to an agreement? Reza raised an eyebrow. Observing the expressions on Chi-Chi and Gohan's faces, they seemed to have reached an amicable understanding. Yes, Lord Reza, Chi-Chi replied with a motherly smile. I have discussed with Gohan, and we have decided to let Kakarot remain on Earth. I will also stay here. Regarding Bardock, Chi-Chi asked Reza to convey her message. Initially, she had intended to take Goku back to Reza's planet, but considering Gohan, she felt reluctant, leading her to choose a compromise. That is perfectly fine. You have made your decision. Reza waved his hand, chuckling. Bardock has just assumed the role of principal at the Super Saiyan Training Academy, so he should be quite occupied for the time being. You can stay here with peace of mind. Thank you, Lord Reza. Chi-Chi exclaimed joyfully, expressing her gratitude. Oh, there is no need for thanks. After all, this was a promise I made to Bardock, and naturally, I shall fulfill it. Reza smiled and continued, in that case, you two should enjoy your reunion. I shall take my leave for a while. Respecting the precious time for their family reunion, Reza decided not to intrude. He took the opportunity to wander around West City, the main setting of the Dragon Ball saga. Furthermore, Reza and Apos' primary objective was to see if he could encounter Bulma, the heroine of Dragon Ball. According to the current timeline, Bulma should still be a little girl. While on his way to West City, Reza pondered. Bulma is 1 year younger than Vegeta and 4 years older than Goku, so she must still be a child at this time. It seems unlikely for a chance encounter. I might as well explore the beautiful West City. West City, the most prosperous and advanced city on Earth, is home to the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation, the World and Apos' wealthiest company with a global presence. Walking through the streets, Reza could distinctly feel the vibrancy of the city. If one were to point out a flaw on Earth, it would be its relatively low technological level, lacking even interstellar travel capabilities. This is a primary reason why Earth in the Dragon Ball universe is considered a fringe planet. Due to the stark difference in Reza's attire compared to that of ordinary Earthlings, coupled with the casually swaying brown tail behind him, he attracted considerable attention from passers-by. However, Reza remained indifferent to their gazes. As he admired the food stalls and various eateries lining the streets, his mouth watered. Yet, considering he possessed no Earth currency, he reluctantly abstained. Suddenly, a series of urgent sirens pierced the air. Following that, a magnetic levitation car sped past Reza on the road. Despite the rapid pace of the vehicle, Reza caught a glimpse of a rather familiar face within. 2 seconds later, the sirens grew closer as 5 or 6 police cars raced past Reza, seemingly in pursuit of the car ahead. Following closely behind was a black private vehicle. Dr. Brief and his wife? Upon seeing the anxious expressions of Dr. Brief and his wife in the private vehicle, combined with the somewhat familiar youthful face from the lead criminal car, Reza suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. Could it be? Bulma has been kidnapped. Initially, Reza wasn't entirely sure if the person in the front car was Bulma, but upon seeing Dr. Brief and his wife, he became certain. Dr. Brief and Apos' youngest daughter. The heiress of Capsule Corporation, the future world and Apos' wealthiest individual, and the most brilliant scientist, Bulma, had been abducted. Although West City is the most prosperous metropolis on Earth, it is also rife with various evils. Those desperate criminals often resort to kidnapping wealthy children, demanding ransoms from their families to achieve quick financial gain. While such acts carry significant risks, the rewards are undeniably commensurate with those risks. If a kidnapping is successful, the perpetrators could theoretically live comfortably for the rest of their lives. Thus, it is not entirely surprising that kidnappers would dare to target the heiress of Capsule Corporation. After all, demanding 100 or 80 billion from Dr. Brief for Bulma would hardly be a daunting task. It's unfortunate for them. They have crossed paths with me today. As a person of strong moral conviction, how could Reza possibly stand by and do nothing in the face of such a crime? Moreover, the kidnapped individual is Bulma. Reza and Apos' primary intent for visiting West City was to meet the young Bulma, and now fate had presented him with this unforeseen opportunity. Without hesitation, amid the astonished gazes of numerous onlookers, Reza soared into the air, transforming into a bolt of lightning, pursuing with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Chapter 36. Close your eyes, and shooting stars will soon appear. Hurry, hurry. Let's shake off these damn cops. One more successful endeavor, and we'll be set for life. In the car, the ringleader of the kidnappers excitedly urged the driver. The heiress of Capsule Corporation. Asking for a ransom of less than 1 billion or 800 million would be an insult to her status. The driver was equally thrilled. With another stomp on the accelerator, the magnetic levitation car sped up again. The speedometer needle had already exceeded 200 miles per hour and was still climbing relentlessly. 1 billion or 800 million? The ringleader thought, you truly lack ambition. Just the identity of the Capsule Corporation heiress is worth far more than that. At this moment, the kidnappers in the car were already fantasizing about how they would live lavishly after receiving the ransom. Bulma, squeezed between 2 kidnappers, was terrified, her eyes red. And she didn't even dare to cry out loud because one of the kidnappers had threatened to cut off her tongue if she cried again. Whoosh. As the kidnappers drove the car and were about to leave West City, a figure chased after them at lightning speed, maintaining the same velocity as their car. Who else could it be but Luiz? Looking at Luiz maintaining the same speed as them outside, the kidnappers in the car were dumbfounded. Where the hell did this guy come from? Are you Superman or something? The driver glanced at Luiz outside and then at the speedometer, which had already surpassed 260 miles per hour, even suspecting that he was dreaming. Are you cheating? Is this a speed that a human can achieve? Hey, buddy, want to buy a cheat? Luiz grinned at the driver. Dare to stop me from making a fortune? I see you don't know how to spell death. although they didn't know where Luai's had come from. The kidnappers clearly didn't and Oppos have time to think about it. They immediately pulled out submachine guns and started firing at Luai's. However, after emptying their magazines, the kidnappers were shocked to find that Luai's was unharmed. Since you guys made the first move, then don't blame me. A chilling smile crept onto Luai's lips, and then he suddenly accelerated. Bang! Luai stomped on the hood of the car, forcing the high-speed magnetic levitation car to stop abruptly. Seeing this scene, the kidnappers in the car were even more terrified. No, buddy, are you sure you and Oppos, not Superman or something? Then, Luai swaggered over, pulled open the car door, dragged one of the kidnappers out, and then carried Bulma, who was still in shock. Bulma, be good. Everything and Oppos, that's all right. Luai gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Bulma's eyes, soothing her emotions. Realizing that she had been rescued, Bulma hugged Luai tightly, finally crying out loud, completely releasing her fear. At this moment, a murderous intent surged in Luai's heart. In Luai's opinion, whether they were human traffickers or kidnappers, they all deserved to go to hell. Then, Luai carried Bulma away from a distance, and then a burst of energy directly detonated the kidnappers and Oppos' car. And the kidnappers who had kidnapped Bulma were instantly buried in the sea of fire. Awesome. At this moment, the police cars that had been chasing all along, as well as the private car that Dr. Brief and his wife were in, finally arrived late. Several police cars surrounded the burning kidnappers' vehicle, and a police officer who looked like a superior stepped forward and asked, "Sir, thank you very much for rescuing the Capsule Corporation heiress. Can you briefly describe what happened just now?" "It was this big brother who defeated the bad guys and rescued me," Bulma said with a sob. "Yes, that's pretty much it." Luai was too lazy to explain, so he followed Bulma's words. The superior officer was obviously not satisfied with this statement, but then Dr. Brief stepped forward and seemed to say something to the officer, and the officer didn't say anything else. After Dr. Brief and his wife arrived, Luai returned Bulma to them. "Young man, thank you very much for saving our Bulma. We can't express our gratitude enough," Dr. Brief said gratefully. "Dr. Brief, you don't have to be so polite. It was just a small act. I wonder what your name is, young man? You saved our Bulma, and we should thank you." Mrs. Brief then asked, "Just call me Luai. In that case, Mr. Luai, if you have time, would you like to visit Capsule Corporation? If you and Oppos busy, my wife and I will pay you a visit another day," Dr. Brief then suggested. "Haha, I'm quite free. Since Dr. Brief has said so, it seems I can't refuse." And so, Luai rode in Dr. Brief's private car and returned to Capsule Corporation. Through Dr. Brief, Luai learned that today was actually Bulma's birthday. Originally, the couple was going to pick Bulma up from school to celebrate her birthday, but they encountered such an incident. Several kidnappers were waiting at the school gate and kidnapped Bulma with lightning speed. Obviously, the kidnappers had made ample preparations before carrying out this kidnapping operation. It's just their bad luck that they ran into Luai. Otherwise, they would have really kidnapped Bulma. Although it was her birthday today, Bulma's mood had been down ever since the incident during the day. Dr. Brief and his wife could only worry as they watched. On the other hand, after Luai played with Bulma for a while, her mood didn't and Oppos seemed so bad. Seeing this situation, Dr. Brief could only let Bulma continue playing with Luai. Night. A crescent moon hung high in the starry sky, adorned with stars. On the lawn in the yard, Bulma looked up at the starry sky, innocently saying, "Brother Luai, is it true that making a wish upon a shooting star can make your wish come true?" "Yes." Luai rubbed Bulma and Oppos' little head, smiling. "Does Bulma have any wishes she wants to come true?" Bulma nodded, then said somewhat discouraged, "But there are no shooting stars tonight." "Then close your eyes first, and shooting stars will appear soon." The naive Bulma didn't have any doubts and slowly closed her eyes. Then, Luai stretched out his 5 fingers, and a series of energy beams shot out, soaring into the starry sky in the blink of an eye. "All right, you can open your eyes now." Chapter 37. The wishes you make will surely come true one day. Wow. When Bulma opened her eyes once more, she was greeted by a magnificent sky filled with shooting stars. "Riza, look, it and Oppos' a meteor shower." Bulma tugged at Riza and Oppos' sleeve, her excitement palpable. Yes. Make a wish quickly," Riza replied with a smile. Without delay, Bulma clasped her hands in prayer and closed her eyes, silently wishing for her heart's desire. "Have you finished?" "Yes, thank you, Riza." Bulma beamed innocently. "By the way, is it true that wishes made on shooting stars really come true?" "Indeed it is. But the fulfillment of wishes requires time." Riza chuckled. "So, Bulma, the wish you made will certainly come true one day in the future." Hee hee. Bulma laughed joyfully. Undoubtedly. She had no reservations about Razer's words. She firmly believed that her wish would manifest. As the night wore on, Bulma, under Razer's gentle persuasion, obediently retired for the night. Mr. Razer, I cannot thank you enough for saving Bulma and calming her down. You and Appos, V truly been a great help, Mrs. Brief expressed her gratitude under the tree in the yard. Earlier, as she escorted Bulma to her room, the child and Appos, as happiness was visibly evident. Although she was unsure how Razer had managed to soothe Bulma's emotions, the outcome was undeniably positive. You are too kind. It was a mere trifle, Razer humbly replied. Soon after, Dr. Brief warmly invited, It is getting late. Why not stay the night? Mr. Razer? You can depart tomorrow. I appreciate your kindness. But I must take my leave now. If I stay until tomorrow, I may not be able to leave, Razer replied. Clearly aware that he could not linger on Earth for long, as Bardos was nearing childbirth, and he needed to be by her side. After bidding farewell to Dr. and Mrs. Brief, Razer departed with grace. Leaving the Capsule Corporation, he made a brief visit to Bunyan Mountain. Ensuring that Jean and Appos, he would stay there before instantly transporting back to Razer Planet. Upon his return, Razer first checked on Bardos to ascertain that all was well. Only then did he proceed to the Super Saiyan Training Academy. Lord Razer. As Razer appeared before the principal's office, the Saiyan warrior on guard straightened his posture. Razer gestured for him to relax and inquired, Is Bardock inside? Reporting to Lord Razer, Principal Bardock is inside. Please, come in. If it were anyone else. The guard might have needed to inform Bardock before deciding to open the door. However, since it was Razer, no such notification was necessary. Inside the office, Bardock was preoccupied, seemingly reviewing some documents. He did indeed look the part as he sat at his desk. Hearing footsteps, he looked up to see Razer and quickly stood. Lord Razer. What brings you here? Please, have a seat. Razer motioned for him to sit and casually found a chair for himself, slowly beginning. I have come today primarily to discuss matters concerning Kakarot. Upon hearing this, Bardock's eyes brightened. He had subtly hinted to Razer several times before. Had his request finally been fulfilled? Razer succinctly recounted the situation. After listening, Bardock sighed in relief. That sounds good. It's perfect timing, as I've been quite busy. Having Genie stay on Earth to care for Kakarot will be beneficial. This arrangement allowed Genie to be with Kakarot while not interfering with Bardock's duties. Truly a win-win situation. Moreover, your strength also requires further enhancement. The subsidiary tasks of and Appos, to wear the crown, one must bear its weight, and Appos, particularly the first task involving Super Saiyan Forms 2, 3, 4, and beyond, can be accomplished through my direct intervention. Given that Vegeta and Goku are still young, it may take them over a decade or two to reach Super Saiyan 2 or higher. Therefore, nurturing you, Bardock, to complete the first task of Super Saiyan 2 is undoubtedly the most expedient approach. Bardock, understanding Razer's implications, nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, just as you anticipated, Razer continued succinctly. The Super Saiyan Training Academy has been operational for over a month now, and the systematic training methods have been largely mastered by the warriors, allowing you some leisure time. Additionally, please inform Jacano to develop a training room that can freely adjust gravity levels to serve as the primary training facility at the academy. This will enable the warriors to achieve maximum improvement in the shortest time frame. Had Razer not visited Earth, he might have nearly forgotten about the gravity training room. Even for Bardock, this facility would yield significant enhancements, and for those Saiyan warriors with mere thousands to tens of thousands of power levels, its effectiveness would be extraordinary. Given Jacano and Appos as capabilities in technology, creating a gravity training room with adjustable levels would be a straightforward task. With the gravity training room in place, it was believed that the 100 Super Saiyan ones from the second task could be accomplished in less than 2 years. I understand, Lord Razer, Bardock replied earnestly. Now, let Jacano begin the development of the gravity training room. In the next 2 to 3 months, ensure that you manage your current responsibilities, and after Bardos gives birth, come to the palace to see me. For Razer, the child that Bardos carried was of greater importance than enhancing Bardock's strength to complete the first task of Super Saiyan 2. Moreover, with Bardos nearing childbirth, her need for companionship was paramount. After Razer departed, Bardock immediately set aside his work and hurried to the Saiyan Kingdom's Scientific Research Institute to meet with the chief scientist. Jacano, a training room that can freely adjust gravity levels? After listening to Bardock's explanation, Jacano pondered, I understand. Since this is a request from Lord Razer, I will complete it as swiftly as possible. With a clear directive, the task became considerably simpler for Jacano. According to Bardock, the technical complexity of such a training room was manageable, and he believed it could be developed within a month. Chapter 38, Bardock and Amp, Oppos, S. Labor. A celestial phenomenon time swiftly passed, and 3 months had elapsed. 2 months prior, Kikono had successfully developed the gravity training chamber, which underwent an additional half-month of testing and refinement before being officially employed at the Super Saiyan Training Academy. With the introduction of the gravity training chamber, the training efficacy of the Saiyan warriors surged at an astonishingly visible rate. After merely a month of training within this chamber, those Saiyan warriors whose combat power was initially in the thousands saw their strength multiply tenfold or more. Some particularly diligent warriors, through relentless day and night practice, even experienced an exponential growth in their power, witnessing the remarkable enhancement in combat prowess brought about by the gravity training chamber. Bardock finally comprehended why Reza had insisted on its development. This chamber could easily be described as a miraculous training device. In the royal palace, after a 10-month gestation period, Bardock had finally arrived at the moment of labor. Accompanied by a dedicated medical team, she was escorted into the care room. Outside, Celebi and several comrades waited with Reza, eagerly anticipating the joyful news that belonged to Reza and the entire Saiyan kingdom. At long last, this day had arrived for Lord Reza. Celebi rubbed his hands together, brimming with excitement. Indeed, Reza feigned composure with a smile, though he felt the palpable tension as he could distinctly hear the rapid beat of his own heart. After all, this was the first time in both his past and present life that he was to become a father. Despite his high status, he felt an unusual level of anxiety. By the way, Lord Reza, have you decided on a name for our little princess? Celebi inquired. I have had a name in mind for quite some time, Reza replied. Long before, as Bardock's belly grew, the child's gender could naturally be discerned. Upon testing, it was revealed that Bardock was expecting a daughter. As for the name, it had been settled the day after the celebration banquet. Millie. If a daughter were to be born, they would name her Millie. Suddenly, the previously clear skies of Reza planet became ominously overcast. A massive dark cloud appeared from nowhere, engulfing the entire Saiyan kingdom. The air grew heavy and oppressive, and many could perceive a powerful, mysterious aura emanating from this stifling atmosphere. The concept of ki had already been integrated into the systematic training methods Reza had established, allowing the Saiyan warriors to move beyond reliance on combat power detectors. What is happening? Celebi wondered aloud, peering out the window at the darkened sky. Wasn't it sunny just a moment ago? Why is it suddenly about to rain? Perhaps it is merely a normal weather change, someone suggested. Not quite. Reza raised an eyebrow, saying, today and Amp, Oppos, S weather change feels rather unusual. His strength allowed him to sense the mysterious and formidable aura pervading the air. As if confirming his words, the dark clouds began to swirl ominously, as if a great hand were stirring them into a vortex. Gradually, the swirling clouds transformed from black to a resplendent gold, with the center of this phenomenon directly above the royal palace. As the golden cloud vortex formed, a gentle rain began to fall. Soon after, this gentle rain morphed into hail and snowflakes, cascading over the Saiyan kingdom. At this moment, the oppressive atmosphere shifted into a divine aura tinged with a sense of awe. Such celestial phenomena naturally drew the attention of countless observers. The citizens and warriors of the Saiyan kingdom turned their gazes toward the golden cloud vortex centered above the royal palace. Today's weather seems off. Could it be? One speculated. If I recall correctly, it is about time for Queen Bardock to give birth. Could it be that the little princess is to be born? Your words hold merit. It seems quite plausible. My goodness, could this strange weather be a herald of the little princess's arrival? I have a premonition that our Saiyan kingdom's little princess will be anything but ordinary upon her birth. Even without prior knowledge of Bardock's impending labor, many were able to deduce that her time had indeed come. Coupled with the sudden celestial phenomena, numerous individuals drew connections to this event. Before long, before the eyes of the many citizens and warriors of the Saiyan kingdom, the golden cloud vortex gradually morphed into a magnificent golden dragon formed of clouds. The mighty dragon circled majestically above, ultimately coiling around the royal palace. The imposing head of the dragon loomed directly above the palace. Seeing this, everyone became increasingly certain that this was indeed a celestial phenomenon heralding the birth of the little princess. If such extraordinary events accompany her birth, how formidable and powerful must this soon-to-arrive Saiyan princess be? One could hardly imagine that even the prodigious Saiyan warrior, Prince Vegeta, would be anything more than an insignificant insect in her presence. just as Celiba and the others were left awestruck by the celestial spectacle. The door to the care room swung open, revealing a masked Saiyan nurse. "Congratulations, Lord Reza. The little princess has been safely born, and both mother and daughter are well," she declared respectfully. Upon hearing this, Reza could no longer suppress his elation, exclaiming joyfully, "That's wonderful. I am immensely grateful to you all." Without hesitation, he strode past the nurse and entered the care room. Inside, the midwives who had assisted Bardock had already departed, leaving her reclined on the bed, cradling an undeniably charming baby girl in her arms. The infant was remarkably quiet, not emitting the typical cries of a newborn, but rather peacefully nestled in Bardock's embrace, seemingly in a state of slumber. A few strands of golden hair atop her head added to her adorable demeanor. Chapter 39, Maid Margarita? "My CPU is overheated again. How do you feel? Are you all right?" Riza hurriedly approached, concern etched on his face. "Thank you for your concern. I am perfectly fine. Nothing is amiss," Bardos replied, a subtle smile of happiness gracing her delicate features. Little did Riza know that the delivery had been solely reliant on Bardos rather than the nurses. When one can manage on their own, there is no need to trouble others. Riza found it peculiar that Bardos's complexion remained as rosy as when she first entered, devoid of the weariness typically associated with recent childbirth. However, he had neither the time nor inclination to ponder this further. His gaze soon fell upon the infant cradled in Bardos's arms, and an involuntary paternal smile of warmth illuminated his face. "My dear, if she is indeed our daughter, let us name her Millie, just as you suggested," Bardos stated. Riza nodded with a smile, fully in agreement. Setting aside other considerations, the name Millie was indeed delightful. "By the way, Bardos, do you know what transpired outside just now?" "I do not. What happened?" Riza succinctly recounted the celestial phenomena that had just occurred, marveling. "I believe this must be a sign that our precious daughter is destined for greatness." Riza felt an undeniable intuition about this. Although he could not sense any aura from Millie, he could vaguely perceive a mysterious and powerful presence emanating from her, one which suggested she was inherently extraordinary. To articulate it simply, she possessed the essence of divinity. In other words, their daughter was born with a celestial aura. Riza found himself puzzled as to why this was the case. Could it be that his transcendent bloodline was so potent that it caused a mutation in the bloodline of their child? It was not entirely implausible. After all, even a Saiyan with a commonplace bloodline, like Paragus, could father Broly, who bore the extraordinary lineage of transcendent Saiyans. In truth, Bardos understood far better than Riza that it was her angelic bloodline manifesting its influence. Therefore, the extraordinary celestial events accompanying Millie and Appo's birth were hardly surprising. The angelic bloodline was, after all, the most prestigious lineage in the Dragon Ball universe, unparalleled. Yet, Bardos remained uncertain whether the child born from the fusion of her angelic bloodline and Riza's Saiyan heritage would emerge stronger or weaker. Only time would reveal the truth. Nevertheless, Bardos was unconcerned about this matter. "Our daughter will undoubtedly excel," she said with a radiant smile. Riza smiled in return, longing to hold his daughter, yet he refrained, noting she had fallen asleep. There would be ample time for that in the future. "By the way, Bardos, I think it prudent to hire a dedicated maid for you, considering you have just given birth and must be quite fatigued." Suddenly inspired, Riza proposed, "You know I am a bit rough around the edges, and I lack the finesse required to care for others." To Riza, Bardos was simply an ordinary Terra Star woman, hence his suggestion. "Very well. I shall defer to your judgment," Bardos replied, well aware that her condition was not as dire as Riza believed. However, she chose to accept his proposal, recognizing that declining might arouse his suspicions regarding her true identity. Thus, the following day, Riza instructed Celiba to disseminate the message of hiring a maid within the territory of the Saiyan kingdom. Riza was quite serious about securing a dedicated maid for Bardos. Most of the citizens within the Saiyan kingdom were rather uncouth, and even the female Saiyans seldom possessed the knowledge required for proper caregiving. Even those who did were unlikely to execute it with finesse. Riza adhered to the principle that specialized tasks should be entrusted to specialists. This was also why, since ascending to the throne, he had rarely involved himself in governance. Aside from making significant decisions and outlining the broader direction for the Saiyan people and Appo's future, he had largely delegated authority to his ministers. Days later, Celiba brought forth a maid who had undergone rigorous selection and had proven her professional skills. At that moment in the palace hall, Riza was playfully engaging with Millie. The atmosphere was warm and harmonious, a blissful family moment. "Lord Riza, I have brought the maid, Saliba announced. Would you like to assess her further? That will not be necessary, Riza replied, handing Millie back to Bardos with a chuckle. After all these years as good friends, I trust you implicitly. If you have brought her, that suffices. Please attend to your duties. Very well, I shall take my leave, Saliba said before departing. Only then did Riza turn his attention to the maid Saliba had brought. She was petite and delicate, with a strikingly beautiful face, and sported white twin ponytails with two wispy bangs that fell elegantly across her forehead. Noticing Rizer's gaze upon her, the maid bowed slightly and politely introduced herself. Greetings, Lord Rizer. You may call me Makarita, dear. Rizer stood frozen, his CPU overheating once more. He had found her visage eerily familiar. And the name she had just uttered, Makarita, was unmistakable. Wasn't she the guide angel from Universe 11? The resemblance, the name, her figure and height, even her hairstyle were all identical. The only differences lay in her skin tone and attire. Rizer rubbed his eyes in disbelief, questioning whether he was losing his mind. Yet, the reality was undeniable. Amidst his moment of shock, he failed to notice Bardos's equally unsettled expression behind him. While Rizer might still be skeptical about whether this maid was indeed the angel Makarita from Universe 11, Bardos was entirely convinced. How on earth did she end up here? However, with Rizer present, Bardos could not approach to inquire without risking exposure for both of them. After several seconds, Rizer finally regained his composure, rubbing his temples. What did you say your name was? Wait, my CPU has overheated again. Chapter 40, I say it's the Grand Priest who sent me here. Do you believe that? Margarita. Oh dear, Margarita smiled sweetly. Noticing Rizer's expression of agony and confusion, Bardos couldn't help but find it amusing. She then asked knowingly, Rizer, what seems to be the matter? This Miss Margarita. Wait a moment. That Miss Margarita, Rizer interjected, turning around and lowering his voice to whisper to Bardos. Do you remember how I often say you resemble the angel of the 6th universe? Yes, so what? This maid that Celiba found, Miss Margarita. She resembles an angel as well. From her appearance to her hairstyle, demeanor, and actions, they are almost identical. But still, the same old question arises. The angel Margarita belongs to the 11th universe. What reason could she have to come here and serve as my maid? I am not a significant figure, nor do I possess the formidable strength that would warrant the attention of an angel. In truth, I am merely an ordinary traveler. She is likely unaware of my existence. Thus, the situation made no logical sense to Rizer. Yet, she bore an uncanny resemblance to the angel Margarita from the 11th universe. Could it be that the 7th universe is home to so many humans that are nearly identical to angels? If one were to propose such a theory, it would seem far too coincidental, or rather, implausible. This was the reason why Rizer felt his CPU overheating. Upon hearing this, Bardos displayed a look of astonishment and whispered, Could it really be that coincidental? I find that hard to believe. Perhaps you are overthinking it. In truth, Rizer harbored similar doubts. However, if one Bardos could be explained away as mere coincidence, then the appearance of two such individuals could only be described as magical. After adjusting his mood, Rizer turned back to Margarita. Miss Margarita, since you have passed Celiba and Apos' assessment, I shall not reiterate the process here. As you can see, my wife Bardos has recently given birth and requires assistance. Your primary responsibilities will be to care for Bardos and attend to the child. The work may be somewhat demanding, but the remuneration and benefits will be satisfactory. Margarita smiled gently and nodded. Rest assured, Lord Rizer, I have ample experience in caregiving. Indeed, she joked. Having served as a guiding angel for countless eons, I have encountered my share of infantile deities, who are far more challenging to attend to than a woman and her child. Moreover, the person I am tasked with caring for is Bardos. Very well, Rizer nodded slightly. Follow me. I will show you around and arrange a room for you. The palace was vast. Rizer spent over half an hour guiding Margarita through its corridors before arriving at a room opposite his own, originally intended for Bardos. Circumstances led to Rizer assigning it to Margarita, facilitating her work. Make yourself at home here. What a spacious room. Thank you, Lord Rizer, Margarita exclaimed with delight. You and Apos, re-welcome. Rizer replied with a smile before shifting the subject. Miss Margarita, may I inquire about something? What is it? Please ask. Do you know angels? After a moment's hesitation, Rizer ventured to ask, Angels? Upon hearing the word, a look of puzzlement crossed Margarita's delicate features. What are they, dear? Clearing his throat. Rizer noted her genuinely bewildered expression, indicating she was not feigning ignorance. This confirmed his suspicions were unfounded. Just as Bardos had previously suggested, The universe is vast. When the numbers are sufficiently high, the likelihood of improbable coincidences becomes infinitely vast. Moreover, if Margarita were truly an angel, what reason would she have to serve as his maid? Having settled the maid situation, Reza soon departed. He had arranged to meet Bardock and Broly at the Super Saiyan Training Academy's dedicated gravity training room. This would not only enhance Bardock's strength, but also bolster his own and Broly's. Though Reza's current strength allowed him to navigate the 7th universe without fear of trouble from the god of destruction, Beatrice, he was acutely aware that in the world of Dragon Ball, his power was still woefully inadequate. One day, in order to protect his family from being erased by the Omni King, he must become sufficiently formidable. Meanwhile, in the royal palace and Apos' Grand Hall, after confirming Reza and Apos' departure for the Super Saiyan Training Academy, Bardos pulled Margarita aside, her expression tinged with displeasure. Margarita, might you enlighten me as to why you are here? Could it be that you have developed feelings for Reza, and thus pressured the Grand Priest? Such a notion seemed implausible. Knowing Margarita as she did, Bardos was certain she would not resort to such measures. What do you think, dear? Margarita giggled. Oh dear, Bardos, are you worried I might steal your Reza? Bardos scoffed. I hardly believe you could take him from me. I am merely curious about your presence here. You should be serving as a guiding angel in the 11th universe. Should you not? Having spent over a year together, Bardos could clearly see that Reza's feelings for her were genuine. Thus, the worry of Margarita usurping Reza's affections was unfounded. Even in the worst-case scenario, it would simply mean an additional Margarita in the mix. If it came to that, Bardos would not be entirely opposed. In response, Margarita countered. By that logic, Shun and Apos, you also be serving as a guiding angel in the 6th universe? Bardos found herself momentarily speechless. All right, I won and Apos, tease you any longer. Margarita's expression suddenly turned serious. If I were to say that it was the Grand Priest who sent me, would you believe me? Bardos looked utterly bewildered. The Grand Priest sent Margarita? For what purpose? To supervise her? Or perhaps to persuade her to return to her role as a guiding angel? But that did not add up. If that were the case, wouldn't there be a nearby Whis? Why go to such lengths to summon Margarita? Especially under the guise of a maid? Chapter 41. Bewildered upon arrival, bewildered upon departure Great Priest. Why must this be done? Bardos pondered in confusion. Initially, the Great Priest had granted her permission to come here. So why was he now sending Margarita? Oh dear, to be honest, I am not quite certain myself, Margarita replied, shaking her head, a glint of mischief dancing in her eyes as she added with a playful smirk, but now I find myself rather intrigued. Sensing the fleeting spark of mischief in Margarita's gaze, Bardos grew wary. Margarita, what are you plotting? Naturally, I wish to ascertain whether Lord Razer truly holds you dear. Margarita chuckled, covering her mouth with a hand. Bardos retorted, Margarita, do not jest with me, or I shall send you back. Given the option, Bardos was unwilling to share her Razer with anyone, even if that person were her sister. In the face of Bardos's warning, Margarita remained unperturbed, stating coolly, If you wish for me to return, it need not be so complicated. All you must do is convince the Great Priest, my dear. Do you think I cannot persuade the Great Priest? Bardos was genuinely affronted. Coincidentally, she too wished to inquire why the Great Priest had sent Margarita to meddle in her relationship with Razer. I shall await your return. Margarita continued her playful demeanor. Subsequently, Bardos entrusted Millie to Margarita, saying, Until I return, you shall care for Millie. Do not forget that your current role is my exclusive maid. You will fulfill your duties, won't you? With that, Bardos transformed into a brilliant streak of rainbow light, departing Razer Planet at a speed surpassing that of light. TCH. So you truly intend to command me, Margarita scoffed, turning her attention to the quiet Millie in her arms. Indeed, Millie was quite adorable, and her tranquility was refreshing. Millie dear, I am Margarita. Let us play together from now on, shall we? After leaving Razer Planet, Bardos swiftly arrived at the Kaioshin realm of the 7th universe, where she implored Kaioshin Shin to escort her to the Grand Zeno Palace. The Great Priest seemed to have anticipated Bardos's arrival, waiting patiently at the entrance. Bardos, what brings you here? The Great Priest inquired, feigning ignorance. Bardos, without further ado, plainly stated her purpose for the visit. As for Margarita, I have my reasons for sending her to you, which you need not concern yourself with. Knowing will not benefit you, the Great Priest cryptically replied. Bardos, well answered. I would prefer if you refrained from answering next time. Although Bardos received no substantial answers from the Great Priest, It only heightened her curiosity regarding his true intentions in sending Margarita. The great priest seemed to perceive Bardos' thoughts, his expression gentle as he advised, Bardos, Margarita is your sister. I trust you will get along splendidly. Additionally, I must remind you, as angels, you are to refrain from interfering with humanity. Allow them to evolve on their own. I understand, great priest, she affirmed. You have already intervened once. Let there be no second instance. The great priest's tone became serious. Yes, great priest. I shall be mindful henceforth. Bardos understood he was referring to her previous interference with the fate of planet Vegeta through Beatrice. Under normal circumstances, planet Vegeta would have been obliterated by Frieza, but due to her meddling, it remained intact. In a sense, she had indeed altered the course of human history. If there is nothing else, you may return. The reasons behind my sending Margarita will reveal themselves in due time, the great priest concluded. Ultimately, the great priest left Bardos with unanswered questions about Margarita's involvement in her life with Razer. However, Bardos found it prudent not to press further. After all, the great priest was not merely the steward of Zeno but also a father figure to all the angels. Thus, Bardos arrived at the Grand Zeno Palace with a myriad of questions, only to depart with an even greater multitude. In the Saiyan Kingdom, within the vast gravity training chamber of the Super Saiyan Training Academy, Bardock was enduring a gravity training session at 500 times the norm. This 500 times gravity was not akin to that of Earth. Rather, it was based on Razer planet's gravity, which was 10 times that of Earth, translating to an astonishing 5,000 times Earth's gravity. Under such immense gravitational pressure, Bardock's training yielded visibly remarkable results. Meanwhile, Razer and Broly were engaged in an intense spar, both enduring the same 500 times gravity. While this level of gravity posed little challenge to their caliber of strength, Razer could distinctly perceive the solidification of his vast energy reserves in this high-gravity environment. Previously on Wampa Planet, both Razer and Broly had pushed their combat prowess to the trillion level through fierce combat. However, such peak power could not be maintained outside of battle. Hence, it was imperative to stabilize their maximum combat strength through rigorous training. This high-intensity training persisted until nightfall. Bardock's results were particularly evident, with his usual battle power soaring from 3 million to over 4 million. Razer too sensed a profound enhancement in his strength compared to earlier. Lord Razer, this gravity training chamber is truly extraordinary. I can feel my strength amplifying significantly. Bardock exclaimed, drenched in sweat, exhilaration radiating from him. The sensation of tangible power growth was indescribably delightful. Such is merely the beginning. Tomorrow we shall increase the gravitational intensity, Razer replied with a chuckle. This is just the start? The Saiyan race has only begun to awaken. Razer's ultimate ambition was to elevate the warriors of the Saiyan race to Super Saiyan 4 or Super Saiyan God levels. At that point, one must ponder which race in the 12 universes could rival the Saiyans. Chapter 42, Honeymoon in the 6th Universe? A Test of Limits. Upon returning to the palace, Reza discovered that Makarita and Bardos had forged quite a harmonious rapport, which alleviated his concerns significantly. Lord Reza, you're back. I've already prepared a bath for you, so you can relax and soak, Makarita said with a bright smile as she stood up upon his arrival. Thank you, Reza replied, momentarily taken aback before politely adding, you needn't oppose, trouble yourself with such matters anymore. Just focus on your own responsibilities. After Reza retreated to his room for a bath, Bardos remarked with a hint of sarcasm, oh dear, it seems our esteemed guest is oblivious to the goodwill being offered. Though Makarita was akin to a sister to her, Bardos couldn't help but feel displeased upon realizing that her sister harbored feelings for her partner. Yet, it appeared that Makarita remained unfazed, countering, patience, dear sister. After all, I am new here, and time will reveal everything. Bardos, uninterested in engaging in a verbal spar, promptly declared, it's getting late. It's time to lull Millie to sleep. After all, it is my duty. With that, Makarita cheerfully took Millie back to her room. As the night deepened, some had succumbed to slumber while others diligently trained in the gravity chamber, and still, others braved the outdoors, striving to become stronger in pursuit of their lofty aspirations. Within the palace chambers, Reza and Bardos lay together, preparing to rest. Bardos, Reza suddenly turned to his beautiful wife, gently calling her name. Is something the matter, my dear? Bardos responded, her smile as radiant as a spring blossom. Considering you've been with me for quite some time, I realize I have yet to take you out for some leisure. Do you not find it a bit dull? Reza reflected on how, since bringing Bardos to the palace, she had scarcely stepped beyond the threshold. Well, It can be a tad monotonous, but as long as you are by my side, I am content, Bardos replied sweetly. You are too kind with your words. Reza felt a pang of guilt for not providing her with more joy. After a moment and Appos, as contemplation, he proposed, how about this? Since Millie is in Makarita and Appos, care, starting tomorrow, I shall take you on an outing. Consider it a honeymoon. For Reza, while honing his strength was undoubtedly important, it paled in comparison to the significance of family. With the ability of instantaneous teleportation, he could traverse to any corner of the universe in the blink of an eye, a perfect opportunity for an excursion. Since you've suggested it, I find myself without any reason to decline. Bardos smiled warmly. Then it's settled, Reza exclaimed, leaning in to kiss her delicate cheek. The following day, after addressing various matters, Reza set off with Bardos. Over the next fortnight, they explored no fewer than 10 planets in the 7th universe, immersing themselves in the local customs and breathtaking scenery. This was a novel experience for Bardos, as it marked her first intimate engagement with the human realm. My dear Miss Bardos, I feel our universe lacks excitement. Shall we venture to another? Reza suggested after concluding another planetary exploration. Another universe? There is more than one in existence? Bardos replied, bewildered. She feared that if Makarita were to overhear, she might deem her a master of feigned ignorance. Indeed. There are 12 universes. Reza patiently enlightened Bardos about the 12 realms. Ah, I see now. I believe I understand, Bardos said, her expression a mix of comprehension and confusion. My dear, which universe do you wish to explore? How about we opt for the nearest one? Let us visit our neighboring 6th universe, Reza replied, primarily eager to ascertain whether the angel Bardos existed in that realm. A simple visit to Kampa's planet would likely confirm her celestial identity. This. Upon hearing Reza's intention to journey to the 6th universe, Bardos's countenance shifted to one of concern. If they encountered Kampa and Reza saw him accompanied by a new guiding angel, wouldn't her identity be at risk of revelation? What's wrong? Reza inquired. And nothing is amiss. Bardos quickly regained her composure. In that fleeting moment, she pondered that if she vehemently opposed visiting the 6th universe, it might only heighten Reza and Appos' suspicions. It seemed the only course was to proceed with caution. Very well, let us go as you wish, Bardos conceded. Excellent. Then let us embark. Hold my hand tightly, Reza urged, intertwining their fingers before vanishing from sight in an instant. With a whoosh, when Reza and Bardos reappeared, they found themselves on an unfamiliar planet in the 6th universe. Before them lay a city exuding a futuristic vibe, with various maglev vehicles soaring through the skies, showcasing its advanced technology. This city appears quite splendid. Shall we explore it? Bardos suggested. Reza nodded in agreement, wrapping his arm around her waist as they soared into the city. After wandering for a while, they settled in a restaurant to enjoy a hearty meal first. In the private dining room, while awaiting their dishes, Bardos suddenly inquired, My dear, how has your training been of late? Quite well, thank you. What prompts your sudden interest? Naturally, I must concern myself with my man, right? Bardos giggled. Besides, did you not mention that in this world, power reigns supreme? Therefore, it is only natural for me to inquire whether you have grown stronger, much like how you care about my figure. Reza found himself momentarily speechless, her reasoning striking a chord with him. Well, to put it plainly, I am undoubtedly stronger than before. However, I currently lack a formidable opponent for an exhilarating battle. Truth be told, engaging in combat with a worthy rival is the most efficient means to enhance my abilities. Merely training serves only as a supplementary endeavor, Reza answered earnestly. I see, Bardos thought, a spark of insight illuminating her mind. While she may be unfamiliar with formidable foes in the 7th universe, she knew of some in the 6th universe. For instance, the premier assassin of the 6th universe, Hit. Chapter 43, The Angel Alice, a spectacle awaits as night fell. Buddhas confirmed that Reza had fallen into a deep slumber before quietly rising to slip away. Beneath the starlit sky, Buddha summoned the angel staff, and with a gentle tap, transformed it into a vibrant rainbow, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. In the Destruction God realm, on the planet Xiangpa, the dining hall of the Destruction God Palace was filled with the sounds of Xiangpa indulging in a feast, his expression one of sheer satisfaction. Lord Xiangpa, if you continue to eat like this, won't you end up like a plump ball? What if you accidentally tumble over and roll away like one? A melodious voice, laced with teasing, chimed in. The speaker was a voluptuous beauty with short hair, her cherubic face inviting an irresistible urge to pinch her cheeks. She was Alice, the new guiding angel of the 6th universe. When Buddhas was still around, She would strictly admonish Xiangpa to control his diet, urging him to slim down, though it proved largely ineffective. In contrast, Alice had no such intentions. She relished the idea of Xiangpa becoming a round ball, toppling over and rolling down the path. That scene, undoubtedly, would be quite amusing. Alice, you are truly something else, Xiangpa remarked, dismissing her words. Buddhas used to nag me daily, forbidding this and that. It was utterly tiresome. Alice chuckled heartlessly. Lord Xiangpa, if Buddhas hears you disparaging her, she might just take offense. Alice had a fair understanding of Buddhas and Apos' temperament. Huh? She can't hear me. Xiangpa retorted boastfully. Oh, I believe I just heard someone speaking ill of me. A familiar voice interjected from outside, startling Xiangpa to his core. That voice, it was Buddha's. As Xiangpa and Alice turned towards the source, Buddha's graceful figure came into view. Oh dear, speak of the devil and he shall appear. This is going to be entertaining. Alice was ready to grab some snacks and settle in for the show. Be Buddha's. Xiangpa exclaimed, cold sweat trickling down his back. What brings you here? When Buddha's was his guiding angel, Xiangpa could occasionally speak freely with her, but times had changed. Buddha's was no longer his guiding angel, and he no longer had to indulge him. Moreover, Buddha's was notoriously known for her fiery temper among angels. Previously, she often mocked and teased him. And now that she had overheard his disparagement, would she truly act as Alice suggested? Am I not welcome? Buddha's replied with a disarmingly sweet smile. Xiangpa stammered. I was just joking. Just a joke. Don't take it seriously. Really? Yet I discern discontent in your tone, Buddha's replied, her expression turning icy. Xiangpa was at a loss for words. How could he explain himself? The more he tried, the more convoluted it became. Buddha sat down, continuing. Today I'm in a good mood. For the sake of our past collaboration, I shall overlook your grievances, but I have a condition. What is it? Xiangpa perked up. Ears pricked. If Buddha's truly intended to reprimand him, Alice would be of no help. In fact, it was likely she would revel in the spectacle. Just look at the amused expression on her face. It's quite simple, Lord Xiangpa. You must leave this planet and return in a month, Buddha stated succinctly. Given her knowledge of Reza, since he was aware of the angel Buddhas from the 6th universe, it was highly probable that he would visit Xiangpa's planet to ascertain whether she truly was an angel. Therefore, to avoid exposing her identity, Buddhas had come here while Reza was asleep. Why? Xiangpa questioned, perplexed. This is my home. Why should I leave for a month? Don't ask too many questions. It's not in your best interest. Buddha's demeanor grew stern. Haha. I figured it out. Alice suddenly burst into laughter. I suspect Buddha's S-human is coming to verify your identity as an angel, ISNT. Lord Xiangpa, I suggest you don't leave. When Buddha's S-human arrives and sees that the angel of the 6th universe is me and not you, it will certainly be quite amusing. Alice was well aware of why she had been awakened from her slumber by the Grand Priest to replace Buddha's as the guiding angel, coupled with Buddha's S-condition. She immediately connected the dots. As soon as Alice finished, Buddha shot her a glare. You really do enjoy stirring the pot, don't you? Unfazed by Buddha's look. Alice continued, one line necessitates 1,000 more to cover it. Buddha's, I advise you to just come clean to your human. That one be necessary, Alice. Buddha's intended to disclose the truth to Reza, but not at this moment. She then turned her attention back to Xiangpa. Have you made your decision, Lord Xiangpa? I suppose I should leave for a while, Xiangpa replied reluctantly. Lord Xiangpa, as a destruction god, you cannot be so spineless. Alice prodded. I'm all flesh. Where's the backbone in that? Xiangpa retorted. Besides, I haven't had a good workout lately. Let us go out and destroy a few planets. You're quite the instigator. If I refuse Buddha's S-condition, it will be me who faces the consequences, not you, Alice. You'll just sit back and enjoy the show. Xiangpa was not foolish enough to provide entertainment at his own expense. Seeing Xiangpa's resolve, Alice sighed. Well, I guess the show is over. Thank you for your cooperation, Lord Xiangpa. Buddha's finally smiled warmly. Alice, let us depart and wreak havoc on a few planets. With the frustration of being threatened by Buddhas, Xiangpa needed an outlet for his anger. Chapter 44. The Arrival of Hit. Is this the universe and Apos' greatest assassin? Subsequently, Razer, accompanied by Bardos, spent another week traversing the various planets of the 6th universe. Bardos, do you recall the angel Bardos I mentioned? After concluding their journey on yet another planet, Razer finally broached the second purpose of their visit to the 6th universe. Of course I remember. You've mentioned it numerous times. How could I possibly forget? Bardos smiled faintly and inquired, what's the matter? Are you planning to seek her out? Sort of. Razer chuckled lightly. I merely wish to demonstrate to you that I speak the truth. The angel Bardos of the 6th universe bears an astonishing resemblance to you. Pausing for a moment, Reza added, however, if you would prefer not to go, we need not. Why on earth wouldn't we go? Bardos replied, her eyes sparkling with delight. If it's true, I would very much like to meet this angel Bardos. What a remarkable coincidence that I should share such an appearance with such an esteemed figure. Then let us proceed. Aware that it might be rather impudent to visit unannounced, despite his acquaintance with Bardos and Kampa. They were unfamiliar with him. Reza swiftly transported himself back to Earth in the 7th universe to gather some of its culinary delights. With his provisions in hand, he and Bardos then arrived at the domain of the god of destruction in the 6th universe, Kampa's planet. The environment of Kampa's planet was indeed exquisite, adorned with lush mountains and clear waters. Even the god of destruction's palace was far more magnificent than Beatrice's tree palace. However, upon reaching the entrance of Kampa's palace, they were met with an eerie silence, suggesting that the inhabitants were not present. Dear, is anyone home? Bardos asked as she noticed Reza standing at the door in silence. Yes, he nodded. It seems our luck is not in our favor. They are unfortunately away. Given the prowess of Kampa and Bardos, even without a call, they would have likely sensed Reza and Apos' arrival immediately. Yet, after waiting several minutes without a sight of them, it became evident they were indeed out. Reza was well aware of Kampa's habits. The lazy feline was more inclined to indulge in food and slumber than to engage in any form of exercise. Today, with Reza having come to visit, it was unfortunate that Kampa and Bardos were both absent. What shall we do? Perhaps we should wait a while. They might return soon. Bardos suggested. Let us not. Reza pondered briefly before shaking his head. Regardless of when they return, if they find two strangers at their doorstep, they might mistakenly perceive us as intruders. That wouldn't be amusing. With Kampa and Bardos absent, they had no choice but to abandon the visit. Thus, having encountered a dead end, Reza and Bardos continued their journey through the 6th universe. Afterward, they arrived at an unfamiliar planet, continuing their delightful escapade. While strolling through the city, Reza suddenly halted, his expression shifting to one of grave seriousness. Dear, what is it? Bardos inquired, sensing the change in his demeanor. Follow me, Reza said, his eyes narrowing with a dangerous glint. Grasping Bardos' hand, he activated his flight technique and swiftly exited the city, arriving at a desolate area devoid of life. Initially, Reza questioned his own sensory perception, but soon he became certain they were being followed, and the pursuer emanated an overwhelming and frigid intent to kill. The chilling aura was so palpable that even Reza felt an extreme sense of danger. In the 6th universe, the only assassin capable of instilling such trepidation was none other than the universe and Apos' foremost killer, Hit. Being targeted by Hit was far from a fortuitous circumstance. Yet, Reza was perplexed. Who could have possibly hired Hit to eliminate him? Upon landing, Reza released Bardos' hand, gently pushing her aside as he cautioned, Bardos, find a safe place to hide. What? Dear, what is happening? Bardos asked, bewildered, yet she seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation and obediently sought refuge. Boom. No sooner had Bardos spoken than Reza was struck by an attack from the shadows, sent hurtling backward like a cannonball. As he soared through the air, he collided with a towering mountain, shattering it to pieces. Rumbling. In the instant the mountain crumbled, Reza regained his composure and ascended once more into the sky. His countenance was grim, revealing signs of distress, and a deep imprint from a fist marked his chest. There, he felt a searing pain, yet he was fortunate. The strength of his transcendent bloodline was formidable, or that blow could have easily claimed his life. Covering his chest, Reza's eyes darted about, surveying his surroundings before he scoffed derisively into the air. Is this the extent of the universe's greatest assassin? Your lethal strike seems to have faltered against me. A faint sigh echoed from an unknown location, reaching Reza's ears. To his astonishment, he observed the space around him fracturing like a shattered mirror, transforming everything into a blinding white. Reza realized he had been ensnared by Hit's time-skip technique. As he raised his gaze, he beheld a violet figure approaching, hands tucked into pockets, striding through the void. Who else could it be but Hit? Though his lethal strike had failed, Hit regarded Reza with an expression akin to that reserved for inspecting a corpse. You are the first target to withstand my killing blow. I must concede that you are distinct from my usual targets, yet your fate today will remain unchanged. I never miss. Never miss. This was the core reason for Hit's notoriety and esteem throughout the 6th universe. The prominent figures of the 6th universe were acutely aware that once marked by the universe's foremost assassin, survival was an impossibility. Chapter 45. Fierce Battle with Hit. Mimetic Super Saiyan. Is that so? It seems you may be about to break a precedent today. A confident smile curved on Razer's lips. If he did not possess the bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan, with his current strength, being targeted by hit would mean waiting for death. The physical resilience granted by the legendary bloodline is self-evident. Just look at Broly, who, despite enduring a prolonged beating from Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta, remains as vigorous as ever. Moreover, the terrifying potential for growth inherent in the legendary bloodline means that even against the universe's foremost assassin, Hit, Razer does not lack chances for victory. However, Razer is acutely aware that, in comparison to Hit, his strength is still woefully inadequate. He must remain wary of Hit's lethal, one-hit-kill techniques. As long as he is not defeated in an instant, the possibilities are endless. You are the first to express confidence in surviving my hand. Such a precedent will not occur, Hit stated, hands in pockets, his expression unwavering. If you have any last words, now is the time to share. I shall convey them for you. I do not believe I will perish here today, and I have never felt so invigorated. Rather than last words, I am more curious to know who exactly hired you. Could it be Kampa? Is it really because I visited his planet that he would hire Hit to take my life? That seems unlikely. But if not Kampa, then who? Razer pondered, utterly perplexed. Apologies, but I cannot disclose that information. It is a fundamental quality of a professional assassin to withhold the identity of the employer. Clearly, as the universe's premier assassin, Hit is even less inclined to reveal such details to his target. Furthermore, Hit himself does not know the specific identity of the employer. He merely received the bounty and came to fulfill the task. Without further ado, Hit resumed his advance, stepping closer to Razer. Razer's gaze sharpened, his dark, penetrating eyes fixated on Hit's figure, attempting to anticipate his movements the moment he strikes. However, a heavy thud resounded abruptly. Razer barely grasped what had transpired before Hit appeared in an instant, delivering a powerful punch to his chest. The overwhelming force sent Razer off balance, crashing to the ground like a fallen meteor. Boom. Upon impact, the earth within a radius of 10,000 meters trembled. Clouds of dust mixed with countless fragments erupted into the air. Just as Hit believed he had severely injured Razer, a thunderous roar reverberated across the sky. What? Hit's brow furrowed slightly. Why did he sense that not only was Razer unscathed, but his momentum was also rising? In the next moment, with a resounding crash, Razer's energy surged like a rocket, dispersing the clouds of dust around him. Indeed, I need an opponent like you, Hit. Razer grinned, his expression brimming with excitement. Faced with such a formidable adversary as Hit, Razer could distinctly feel the legendary bloodline within him igniting, as if a torrent of energy were erupting from deep within. Akin to a volcano. It felt peculiar. Hit's instincts urged him to conclude the battle swiftly. The longer it dragged on, the more perilous it could become. Immediately, Hit activated his time-skip technique again, unleashing a rapid series of strikes toward Razer. Yet, at this moment, Razer seemed to lack a better strategy. He attempted to counterattack but could not pinpoint Hit's position or movements after the brief time jump. Nevertheless, Razer remained unperturbed. For while he was on the receiving end of the assault, the energy within him surged at an astonishing rate. 1 trillion, 10 trillion, 100 trillion, 300 trillion, 500 trillion, 1 quadrillion. Finally, it reached quintillion. Hit's barrage of strikes had not only failed to inflict substantial damage on Razer, but instead caused his power to skyrocket exponentially. From the initial trillion, he had breached into the realm of quintillion in terms of battle power. And it did not end there. After surpassing quintillion, Razer's strength continued to escalate at a terrifying pace. Following Hit's series of attacks, he planned to deliver a final punch that would pierce Razer's heart to conclude the fight. However, as Hit once more activated his time skip, intending to strike Razer's heart, a resounding clap echoed. Razer, who had just been on the defensive, suddenly extended his hand, firmly catching Hit and Appo's lethal punch. What? Hit was momentarily stunned. I see you, Razer grinned, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth. His dark eyes ablaze with fierce battle intent. Then, with a bellow, a hidden energy within Razer erupted forth, akin to a supernova exploding. Whoosh! The pure white energy enveloping Razer transformed into a deep green aura. Furthermore, his pupils constricted, and his handsome face took on a ferocious aspect. Resembling a beast that instilled fear, Razer's aura surged tenfold compared to just a second ago. Yes, although Razer had yet to officially transform into the Super Saiyan form of the legendary bloodline, he had entered the mimetic Super Saiyan state, a humanoid giant ape form, also known as the Fury form. After enduring Hit's training, Razer had finally reached this stage with the continuous surge of his power. With Razer and Appo's transformation into the mimetic Super Saiyan state, it sensed that something was amiss. Now, it was my turn. In that instant, Razer and Appo's fist, as large as a cauldron, pierced through the void, crashing into Hit's abdomen with lightning speed. Whoa! The terrifying force invaded Hit's body, causing him to plummet from the sky like a kite cut from its string. Razer did not pause. He darted forward with blinding speed. However, it was no ordinary foe. Being the Sixth Universe's leading assassin, even a brief time-skip technique allowed him to maintain Super Saiyan Blue-level strength. Quickly, Hit adjusted his posture mid-air, turning to meet Razer head-on. Just as they were about to collide, Hit activated his time-skip once more, appearing on Razer's left side and launching a punch filled with penetrating force towards Razer's temple. Whoosh! However, just as Hit's fist was about to land, Razer executed a swift turn, unleashing a fist imbued with overwhelming power directly towards Hit's chest. What? Hit's eyes widened in shock as he realized the impending danger. He had no time to think further and quickly crossed his arms defensively across his chest just as Razer's assault descended upon him. Chapter 46, a devastating defeat for Razer, who claims that the weaker side is destined to lose. Boom. Despite his timely defense, the terrifying force from Razer and Appo's fist still sent Hit staggering back several paces. Even Hit felt a tingling in his arm at that moment. Your time-skip technique has become futile, Razer remarked with a slight tilt of his head. The beating he had just endured was not in vain, though he had been on the defensive prior to transforming into his mimetic Super Saiyan form. He had taken this time to keenly observe Hit's attacking habits, coupled with the immense power he gained from his transformation. Razer was now fully capable of anticipating Hit's exact position after a 0.1 second time skip. Is that so? Hit's eyes narrowed. Time skip is merely his signature move. It does not define his entire repertoire. I mentioned earlier that your fate today will remain unchanged. As the universe's foremost assassin, his years of professional training would not allow him to falter. In an instant, it unleashed a punch from a distance, sending an invisible force forth at unparalleled speed, which pierced through Razer's body and obliterated a mountain behind him into dust. Once again, a deep imprint appeared on Razer's chest. Even with the strength of his transcendent super bloodline, he found it difficult to endure Hit's lethal strike. This blow made Razer acutely aware that, despite his mimetic Super Saiyan form, there still existed a significant disparity in power between him and Hit. According to Razer's estimation, the strength of the mimetic Super Saiyan form should be above that of the Super Saiyan God, but below that of the Super Saiyan Blue. And Hit, with his 0.1 second time skip, possessed genuine Super Saiyan Blue strength. Even if Razer could discern Hit's movements after the time skip, it did not mean he could contend with him. Time skip was merely one of Hit's standard techniques, or rather, his most frequently employed move. It did not imply that he was devoid of other capabilities. Subsequently, Razer, suppressing the excruciating pain in his chest, swiftly closed the distance and engaged Hit in close combat. Hit, suddenly unafraid, met Razer head-on. With Razer transformed into a mimetic Super Saiyan, his condition was significantly improved compared to the beginning, yet still not by much. In their second round, it appeared that Razer and Hit were evenly matched, but in reality, Razer remained at a disadvantage. No matter how fiercely he fought, Razer's energy had ceased to surge, seemingly having reached a bottleneck, unable to ascend further. Bardos and Appo's husband is called Razer, right? He does possess some skill, managing to entangle with Hit for so long. But that is where it ends. Meanwhile, on a planet in the Sixth Universe, Kappa and the angelic Alice were closely monitoring the battle between Razer and Hit. Alice commented, "After a period of explosive growth, it seems Mr. Razer's power has plateaued. He has reached his limit." However, Bardos would never truly allow Hit to kill her husband. Would she? If that were the case, it would certainly be quite a spectacle. Although she recognized the improbability of such an event, Alice eagerly anticipated this outcome. Unforeseen developments are what make things truly intriguing. It was utterly perplexing. Observing Razer, who was becoming increasingly beleaguered under Hit's ferocious assault, Kappa scratched his head in confusion. He could not fathom what qualities Razer possessed that could so thoroughly enchant Bardos. Is your strength exhausted? Your power and your bravado are entirely mismatched. If this is all you can muster, your fate has already been sealed. As the battle progressed, Razer found himself increasingly powerless, despite Hit's time skip being seen through. His inherent strength, combined with powerful techniques like time-space, allowed him to maintain a firm upper hand against Razer. Boom. Before long, Hit seized upon another opening, delivering a powerful strike directly to Razer's chest. The overwhelming force penetrated Razer's body, creating a dark purple energy shockwave that erupted from his back. Struck with such force, Riza was sent flying once more, creating a massive crater several hundred meters wide in the ground below. Witnessing this, Bardos, who had been attentively observing the battle's progression, displayed no signs of panic on her exquisite face. Instead, it was filled with unwavering confidence in Riza, for she knew that this was far from Riza's limit. Having spent over a year with Riza, Bardos had developed a profound understanding of the Saiyan race. To some extent, the Saiyans possessed the extraordinary ability to unleash incredible power when faced with despair. Riza gasped for air, gradually rising to his feet, despite being suppressed for some time. His fighting spirit remained undiminished. However, he could clearly sense that after a brief period of explosive growth, he had reached a bottleneck. To advance further, he would need to truly break through the constraints of his mimetic Super Saiyan form and officially transform into the transcendent Super Bloodline Super Saiyan form. Yet, although Riza understood the technique for transforming into Super Saiyan, he still had no idea how to achieve the transcendent Super Bloodline Super Saiyan form. It appeared that this transformation was also a significant hurdle. Riza murmured to himself. Otherwise, in the Dragon Ball Super Broly movie, Broly would not have needed the death of Paragus to surpass this barrier. Moreover, being stuck in the mimetic Super Saiyan form, not being able to transform into Super Saiyan was not the most pressing issue. More critically, the surging, violent power of the transcendent Super Bloodline was gradually eroding Riza and Appo's mind and reason. He seemed to be losing control over this power. If he were to break through and transform into the transcendent Super Bloodline Super Saiyan, he feared he would become like Broly, a mindless machine driven solely by the urge to kill. Not being able to transform into Super Saiyan does not mean I am destined to lose today. A glint of cold determination flashed in Riza's eyes as he slowly raised his gaze towards Hit, who hovered in the air. I have stated before that I do not believe I will perish here today. I will not deny that you are indeed stronger than I am at this moment. But so what? Who says the weaker side is destined to lose? With those words, a manic grin crept across Riza's face, and he raised one hand high above his head. A terrifying, world-ending energy began to emanate quietly. At that moment, even Hit's pupils constricted, for he suddenly sensed a hint of death's perilous aura. Hit, brace yourself for my most powerful move. Antimatter Bomb. Chapter 47. What a pity, killing you is my job. With the sound of Reza's voice, the surrounding space began to shift in color, purple, black, gray, green. After 2 seconds, as the space returned to its original hue, a dark green energy halo materialized above Reza's head, forming an antimatter bomb, its interior engulfed in a void. When Reza unleashed the antimatter bomb with the power of his mimetic Super Saiyan form, its concentration of antimatter was over 10,000 times stronger than when he had used it against Broly. As the antimatter bomb took shape, the surrounding space exhibited extreme distortion, clearly struggling to contain the horrific energy emanating from it. Such a formidable technique? As he gazed at the antimatter bomb hovering above Reza, Hit's expression grew increasingly grave. He sensed an intense aura of death emanating from it. In other words, if he were to be struck directly by this antimatter bomb without any defenses, even he would have no chance of survival. Without hesitation, Hit extended one hand, channeling his internal energy to form a purple glowing energy sphere the size of a soccer ball in his palm. Though small, this energy sphere represented the culmination of all of Hit and Appo's strength. Let us see whether your antimatter bomb is stronger or my full-powered energy sphere prevails. With a determined shout, Hit thrust his palm forward, sending the energy sphere hurtling through the void toward Reza with the force of a mountain pressing down. A mere parlor trick. Reza's eyelids lifted slightly, seemingly unperturbed by Hit's full-powered energy sphere. Then, with a flicker of his mind, the antimatter bomb above him surged forward. One purple and one green. Both radiating waves of destruction, they collided with earth-shattering intensity after just 1 second. The moment the antimatter bomb met the energy sphere, no tremendous explosion or sound erupted. Yet, at that instant, Hit felt an overwhelming pressure in the air. His energy sphere, before the might of Reza and Appo's antimatter bomb, was like a mere pebble against an insurmountable fortress. How is this possible? Hit's expression tightened, no matter how he infused energy into his attack. The full-powered energy sphere was visibly being pushed back and eroded by the antimatter bomb. He could not comprehend it, although Reza's strength was inferior to his own. The power of this antimatter bomb instilled in him a profound sense of despair and helplessness. Before long, under the astonished gazes of Kampa and Bardos, Hit's energy sphere could not withstand the onslaught and was swiftly devoured and obliterated by Reza's antimatter bomb. Though this consumed more than half of the antimatter bomb's energy, The remaining power was still more than sufficient to annihilate Hit. The antimatter bomb, undeterred, continued its path and engulfed Hit entirely. Boom. Upon breaching the atmosphere and entering the depths of space, the antimatter bomb detonated with a resounding explosion, even with less than half its energy remaining. It obliterated countless star systems within millions of light years in an instant. In the light screen, witnessing the vast emptiness of space, Kampa chuckled. Heh. This Razer has done me a great service, effectively clearing out many years of my records. Lord Kampa, your focus seems a bit misplaced. Shouldn't you be concerned about Hit? Bardos remarked. Her perspective aligned with Kampa's, for if today truly showcased a victory of the weak over the strong, it would be quite remarkable. After all, such occurrences were nearly impossible in the Dragon Ball universe. Under the weight of absolute power, all techniques were mere embellishments. Yet, what had just transpired had indeed opened Bardos' eyes to the possibility that being significantly weaker than one's opponent did not guarantee defeat. Upon hearing this, Kampa felt a twinge of surprise. From the battle between Hit and Razer, the disparity in their strengths had been quite pronounced. Yet now, it seemed as though Hit had been utterly obliterated by Razer's antimatter bomb. Is it truly dead? Kampa inquired. How would I know? They were not present at the scene. Merely observing the battle through the projection capabilities of the Angel's staff, Bardos had no way of discerning Hit's fate. If she were there in person, perhaps she could have perceived it, but from this distance, she was powerless. After a long while, the violent explosion triggered by the antimatter bomb finally subsided. Razer returned from the depths of the crater to the surface. At this moment, he was too preoccupied to concern himself with Hit and Apos' condition, as unleashing that antimatter bomb had completely drained his energy reserves. The power of the antimatter bomb was indisputable, yet the toll it took on his energy was indeed staggering. Razer, are you all right? Just then, Bardos' worried and anxious voice reached him. Razer abruptly turned, shouting, Bardos, stay back. Huh. Startled by Razer's outburst, Bardos halted in her tracks. I acknowledge that you are a martial artist worthy of respect, but regrettably, you have reached your limit. My earlier words still hold true. Your fate today will not change. A cold, emotionless voice echoed abruptly as Hit and Apos' figure reappeared not far from Razer. As expected. I knew it. Seeing Hit re-emerge, Razer felt little surprise. It was, after all, anticipated. You just hit in the time-skip space, didn't you? Razer's expression darkened. Indeed. Hit pondered for a moment. It seems you know me quite well. You are aware of the time-skip technique and even of the time-skip space itself. The time-skip space is a derivative technique of the time-skip. Each time Hit utilizes the time-skip to leap through time, he can store that moment, thereby creating a time-skip space. Within this space, he can move freely. Just as it was moments ago, the figure consumed by Razer and Apos' antimatter bomb was merely a shadow left behind in the real world. The moment Hit's energy sphere was devoured, he had already retreated into the time-skip space. Although he had evaded the antimatter bomb using the time-skip space, Hit still felt a lingering dread. The terror of Razer's antimatter bomb was truly formidable. Subsequently, Hit extended his palm once more, rapidly condensing another energy sphere. Apologies, Razer. But you are the target I am tasked to eliminate. If given the chance, I would prefer to engage you in a fair duel, but today, killing you is my job. After your demise, I will ensure your wife is returned safely. That is a promise you need not worry about. As Hit's icy words fell, Bardos' anxious cries once again echoed through the air. Chapter 48. Finally here. The birth of Super One Razer. Bardos watched with a face full of concern and anxiety. And Razer was momentarily taken aback. Had he truly reached his limit? Was he destined to perish here today? No. As a husband, he had a wife and daughter to protect, and as the king of the Saiyan kingdom, he had yet to lead his people to a new pinnacle. I have said it before. I do not believe I will die here today. He could accept defeat. He could accept failure. But Razer would never allow himself to be vanquished in front of his beloved woman. What? Hit furrowed his brows as he noticed Razer suddenly rise from the ground, enveloped by an overwhelming, beast-like ferocity. Whoosh. A jet of dark green energy erupted from Razer's body uncontrollably. Boom. The earth began to tremble violently. Following this, a beastly roar resounded as a dark green beam of energy shot skyward from beneath Razer's feet. At that moment, Hit observed with astonishment that Razer's pupils had seemingly vanished. Almost simultaneously, the sky became overcast with dense clouds, and the world was shrouded in an oppressive atmosphere. Within the dark green beam of energy, Razer's previously weak aura now surged at an astonishing rate, leaving one breathless. Even Hit felt a tightness in his chest under the weight of Razer's seemingly limitless energy. A profound fear began to rise uncontrollably within him. Finally, it has arrived. Witnessing this scene, a look of relief graced Bardos's exquisite face. Riza and Appos' current aura had surpassed his previous Super Saiyan form by 100-fold, and it continued to ascend without apparent limits. Alice, what is happening? Wasn't Riza already at his limit? How could he suddenly become stronger? Zampa asked, astonished and bewildered, as he gazed at the surging power of Riza. How intriguing. Alice's eyes widened with excitement. Lord Zampa, did you not notice? Mr. Riza appears to belong to a race capable of rapid growth in battle. It seems he has received some form of stimulus, allowing him to surpass his limits in an instant and unleash astonishing power. Riza and Appos' sudden outburst undoubtedly piqued Alice and Appos' interest. If the battle between Riza and Hit had concluded as it was, it would have been rather mundane for Alice. But now it was different. The spectacle of a weaker individual unleashing terrifying power in the face of desperation was undeniably the pinnacle of entertainment. Is it not a bit excessive? Zampa remarked with a smirk. Although the power Riza now exhibited was insignificant to him, one must consider that Riza was merely in his early 20s. To possess such incredible strength at such a young age. If an angel were to nurture Riza, it would not be far-fetched to suggest he might ascend to the ranks of a god of destruction in the future. And coincidentally, Riza's wife, Bardos, was indeed an angel. Then, under the watchful eyes of Bardos, Hit, Zampa, and Alice, Riza, enveloped in the dark green energy beam, underwent a remarkable transformation. His previously disheveled black hair turned to gold in an instant. Following this, the terrifying energy contained within the dark green beam surged into Riza's body. Within a mere second. As the beam, which seemed to pierce the heavens, completely entered Riza, a roar akin to that of a beast resonated. Riza's ferocious aura reached a new pinnacle at that moment. What is this? Hit felt an overwhelming pressure from Riza's ferocity, his mind racing with confusion. How could this be? Just moments ago, Riza had reached his limit, and his energy was nearly depleted. Yet here he was, suddenly unleashing power far beyond Hit and Appos' own. This was impossible. Remarkable. This has exceeded my expectations. Bardos smiled, her beautiful eyes alight with excitement. This is how it should be. Only by possessing such power can one be considered a true strongman. Although Riza's strength is still far from that of any god of destruction within the 12 universes, he stands as a pinnacle among countless beings. Impressive. It seems that Hit is no longer a match for Riza. Zampa exclaimed in awe. Come now, Lord Zampa. Be confident and discard your doubts, Alice chuckled. It now holds no chance of victory. The power of the Super 1 form is of an entirely different magnitude compared to the previous Super Saiyan form. Alice could not fathom how Hit might possibly overcome the current Riza. What unfolded next confirmed Alice's predictions. After transforming into Super 1, Riza's eyes, now devoid of pupils, cast a fierce glare, causing Hit to involuntarily shudder. What manner of creature is this? Previously, Hit regarded Riza as a somewhat troublesome assassination target, but he had felt confident in his chances. However, the tables had now turned entirely. The hunted had transformed into the hunter, and the hunter had become the prey. In the next moment, without a word, Riza vanished from his location. He reappeared before Hit, and at that instant, Hit's scalp felt as though it would explode. Ah, boom. Riza and Appos' thunderous roar, accompanied by a heavy thud, reverberated through the air. Riza and Appos' fist, as large as a cauldron, struck Hit squarely in the face, sending him spinning and leaving his mind in disarray. With a direct hit to Hit and Appos' face, Riza did not pause. He seized Hit's ankle and swung him around in the air for over 100 rotations before hurling him away. Whoosh! As Hit soared through the air, Riza clenched his hand, the surrounding space shifting in color until a dark green energy sphere coalesced in his palm. With a swift motion, Riza hurled the energy sphere, which surged forth at lightning speed, chasing down Hit. Then it detonated. Boom! The explosion of the energy sphere unleashed a tempest of power. The energy storm swept through the area at tremendous speed, obliterating everything in its path, reducing the very ground to ashes in an instant. The dark green light radiating from the explosion painted the sky in shades of deep green, creating a striking visual akin to a colossal mushroom sprouting from the planet's surface when viewed from space. Chapter 49. So, Bardos, have you encountered the angel of the sixth universe? Amidst the slow swirling of the energy storm, immense destruction and visual impact unfolded. After a considerable time, as the two storms gradually dissipated, a seemingly bottomless abyss emerged. Hitter hovered in the air, battered and bruised, in a state of utter disarray. Damn it! Hitter and Oppos, as expression darkened. What terrifying power was this? Merely a single encounter had left him gravely injured. But that was not all. That energy blast just now was evidently a mere casual strike from Reza. Yet, even so, it had inflicted significant damage upon him. If Reza were to unleash another such attack, he would surely find himself at the gates of the underworld. Whoosh! Just as Hitter managed to catch his breath. A sharp sound sliced through the air, and Reza charged towards him with astonishing speed, seemingly intent on delivering a fatal blow. Hitter trembled in fear. As he prepared to react, Reza's fist, as large as a cooking pot, descended once more. Thud! The punch landed heavily on Hitter's abdomen, leaving behind an imprint even on the ground behind him. How could Hitter withstand such a terrifying assault? Blood erupted from his mouth, and he bent over as if cooked shrimp. Immediately, Reza continued his relentless onslaught, pivoting to deliver a crushing kick to Hitter and Oppos' back. The force of the blows sent Hitter plummeting rapidly into the seemingly endless abyss below. In the next moment, Reza and Oppos' hand reached out, aiming at the bottom of the chasm. Ha. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Reza and Oppos' maniacal laughter echoed, countless energy blasts rained down upon the abyss like a torrential downpour. Boom, boom, boom. Intense explosions of energy erupted within the depths of the chasm, shaking the ground as if it were on the verge of collapse. Then, Reza dashed into the fray of violent energy explosions, retrieving the nearly lifeless Hitter. At that moment, Hitter was weak, his breath faint, as if he could fall at any moment. His power was formidable, but it paled in comparison to Reza and Oppos' overwhelming might. If Hitter and Oppos' combat power could be estimated at 2 quintillion, then Reza and Oppos' was a terrifying 50 quintillion or more. Of course, that was a conservative estimate. Oh, it seems Hitter stands no chance whatsoever. Exhilarating, simply exhilarating. On the other side, Alice could not help but applaud in delight. Before Reza transformed into his transcendent bloodline, she might have considered this a moderately entertaining battle, but now it was a breathtaking showdown. TCH. In contrast, Sampa was more interested in seeing Reza falter. Hey, Reza grinned, his expression a wild mix of ferocity and madness, sending shivers down Hitter's spine. He felt it, the murderous intent radiating from Reza. Clearly, Reza had lost all semblance of rationality, driven solely by the urge to kill. This power was immense, yet precisely because of this, Reza struggled to control the surging energy, allowing the innate ferocity and bloodlust of his transcendent bloodline to dominate his reason. In fact, during his transformation into the Super Saiyan state, Reza had sensed the imminent loss of control. However, at least then, he had managed to retain some semblance of clarity, resisting the overwhelming surge of rage. Just as Reza was about to deliver the final, fatal blow to Hitter, his eyes suddenly rolled back, and he reverted from the Super Saiyan form back to his normal state, plummeting to the ground in free fall. Once he regained his senses, Hitter looked up to see a tall, graceful figure standing before him. Who else could it be but Bardos? Thank you for your efforts, Mr. Hitter. You may leave now. Bardos summoned her angel staff and healed Hitter's injuries, stating. The sudden revival took Hitter by surprise. He instinctively glanced at Reza, who lay unconscious on the ground. Then back at Bardos, and in an instant, he understood everything. Farewell. Hitter said little and turned to leave. Although his mission today had been to assassinate Reza, had it not been for Bardos's intervention, he would likely have perished on the spot. Thus, he no longer harbored any desire to kill Reza. Fully aware that he had failed today, when Reza awoke once more, the first thing he saw was a pristine white ceiling. My dear, you are finally awake. Bardos and Oppos' gentle voice, laced with joy and concern, reached his ears. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort? I am fine. Reza sat up, rubbed his head, and recalled. I seem to lose control? In his memory, Reza only recalled that he had erupted with an indescribable, overwhelming fury, not wanting Bardos to witness his vulnerable side. That incredibly violent energy had surged from within him, and it was precisely this overwhelming force that had consumed his reason, transforming him into a killing machine. That he had awakened alive suggested he had indeed triumphed over Hitter. What happened afterward? Where is Hitter? Reza inquired. Bardos recounted succinctly how she had defeated Hitter, explaining that her own subsequent unconsciousness was due to the arrival of the god of destruction, Sampa, which allowed the already uncontrollable Reza to and Oppos, settle down and Oppos, into a deep sleep. I see, Reza murmured. Bardos further mentioned that Sampa had reproached her, questioning whether Reza sought to destroy the sixth universe, warning them never to return to that realm. So, Bardos, you did encounter the angel of the sixth universe? Reza again broached the topic he was most concerned about. Yes, indeed, Bardos replied with a smile. She is truly just as you described. Aside from her skin color and attire, she is identical in every way. In that case, although it was somewhat regrettable that he had not witnessed it himself, Reza felt no doubt about Bardos's words. It seemed he had indeed overthought the matter. The fact that his wife, Bardos, bore such a striking resemblance to the angel of the sixth universe, even sharing the same name, was likely a mere coincidence. Then, Reza calmed his mind, sensing the power within him. He had not anticipated such a jolt upon doing so. Holy cow, is this truly my power? Chapter 50, The Terrifying Advancement. An astounding 800 trillion in base combat power. At this moment, the energy within Reza surged to a level that was over 1,000 times greater than before his encounter with Hit. Although it did not reach the terrifying peak power he achieved while transformed into Super Saiyan form, Reza's base strength had indeed escalated beyond measure. Could this be the power enhancement gained from battling formidable foes? The legendary bloodline is truly fearsome. Host, Reza. Age, 21. Race and bloodline. The legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. Base combat power, 800 trillion. Skills, aura control, energy manipulation, origin energy cannon, antimatter explosive. Instantaneous movement without restrictions. Items, none. Goodness. Gazing at the line indicating his base combat power, which reached an astounding 800 trillion. Reza nearly leapt off the ground in astonishment. If memory serves, before his battle with Hit, his base combat power was approximately between 6 to 700 billion. After just one intense skirmish with Hit, his base combat power surged by several thousand times. What a terrifying enhancement. If I were to face an opponent even stronger than Hit, surpassing 1 quadrillion in base combat power would be a mere formality. As for this opponent, Reza had his sights set on the God of Destruction candidate from Universe 11, Topo, or perhaps the formidable Jiren. However, the immediate priority for me may not be to seek out a fierce adversary, but rather to resolve the issue of my transformation into Super Saiyan losing control. For Reza, an uncontrollable power holds no significance. His inability to harness the might of the Super Saiyan form stems from both the inexperience of his first transformation and the sheer ferocity of that power, which easily erodes one's sanity, turning the wielder into a merciless killing machine. With dedicated training focused on this issue, mastering the Super Saiyan form perfectly should be attainable. Nevertheless, at present, Reza has devised a more effective solution. That is to cultivate Bardock, enabling him to break through to the Super Saiyan 2 form and complete his first Super Saiyan 2 branch mission. The reward for this initial Super Saiyan 2 branch mission is godly intellect. Initially, Reza pondered the utility of this reward, but it has now proven to be immensely valuable. Thus, after recuperating in Universe 6 for a day, feeling revitalized, Reza concluded his honeymoon with Bardock and returned to planet Reza. Upon their entry into the grand hall of the palace, Reza and Bardock were immediately greeted by their daughter, Millie, who rushed out and leapt into Reza and Appo's embrace. Although she could not yet speak, the radiant smile on her cherubic face clearly indicated her affection for her father. Sweet Millie, Reza beamed, his face softening into a paternal smile as he beheld her bright expression. Lord Reza, you have finally returned, greeted Margarita, who rose from the sofa. You have worked hard during my absence, Ms. Margarita, Reza replied lightly. Millie hasn't caused any trouble, has she? Not at all. Millie has been very well behaved. Ah, splendid. With that, Reza entrusted Millie to Bardock and, after a brief exchange, hastily made his way to the Super Saiyan Training Academy. He was eager to assess Bardock's current training progress after nearly a month of absence. In the gravity training chamber, Bardock continued his rigorous training alongside Broly. Although Reza had been away, Bardock's gravity multiplier had dramatically increased from an initial 500 times to over 3,000 times through diligent practice. Lord Reza. Upon seeing Reza enter, Bardock promptly halted his rest and deactivated the gravity chamber. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he approached respectfully. When did you return? Why didn't you inform me in advance so I can send someone to greet you? There's no need for such formality, Reza waved his hand. I merely came to observe the fruits of your training. Through sensing their auras, Reza discerned that Bardock's current base combat power was approximately 18 million, a commendable improvement. Broly, however, exhibited even more astonishing growth. Despite being just over 6 years old, his base combat power had surpassed 10 billion after nearly a month in the gravity chamber. My training results may not be impressive, and I hope I do not embarrass you, Lord Reza, Bardock humbly remarked. Quite the contrary. You should not set your expectations too high, Reza reassured him. After all, Bardock hailed from a lower-tier warrior background, and achieving a six-fold increase in base combat power within less than a month of training in the gravity chamber was already remarkable. There was no need to compare himself with Reza or Broly, who possessed extraordinarily potent legendary bloodlines. Broly, you have done well. Keep up the good work, Reza praised him. And Broly, flustered by the compliment, scratched his head, visibly delighted. Children, after all, relished the feeling of being praised. Though Broly had lived a feral existence on planet Vampa, he had adapted well to life on planet Reza over the past year and was no longer as withdrawn, although he remained somewhat taciturn. Returning his focus to Bardock, Reza continued, Bardock, do you have any sense of the Super Saiyan 2 transformation? Reza had previously shared detailed information about the Super Saiyan transformations with Bardock. The Super Saiyan form is not singular. It encompasses Super Saiyan 2, 3, 4, and other formidable transformations like Super Saiyan God or Super Saiyan Blue. I have reached the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 1, but I still lack any insight into the Super Saiyan 2 transformation, Bardock sighed, shaking his head. At present, he could transform into the full-power Super Saiyan form, with a power increase far exceeding the initial 50-fold. However, he had yet to grasp any semblance of the Super Saiyan 2 form that Reza mentioned. Very well. I shall personally train you until you achieve the Super Saiyan 2 transformation, Reza declared. Upon hearing this, Bardock quickly waved his hands. Lord Reza, you need not trouble yourself. I can break through to Super Saiyan 2 on my own. It is merely a matter of time. Enough chatter. Your training ends here for today. Return and rest well. Tomorrow, I will personally guide your training. Reza was well aware that Bardock could indeed achieve Super Saiyan 2 through his own efforts. However, he was eager to obtain the rewards for the first Super Saiyan 2 mission. Moreover, Reza had no pressing matters to attend to in the near future. Chapter 51. I have not abandoned the honor of the Saiyans. Mission accomplished. The following day, Razer and Appo's grilling training commenced with Bardock. In addition to increasing the gravitational multiplier, Razer personally engaged Bardock in practical combat training. In the world of Dragon Ball, it is not only about rigorous training, but also about the experience gained from actual combat. Mere strength training in the gravity chamber bears little fruit unless complemented by real combat experience to maximize training efficacy. Under such intense conditions, Bardock and Appo's combat power and practical experience grew at an astonishing pace. Yet, just half a month later, Bardock found himself exclaiming in frustration, "This is unacceptable." In the gravity chamber, Bardock, in his Super Saiyan form, relentlessly attacked Razer, only to be repeatedly knocked down. A roar, tinged with anger, erupted from him as he charged at Razer once more. With expected ease, Razer evaded Bardock and Appo's onslaught before exploiting a gap in his defense to deliver another punishing blow, sending him crashing to the ground. At this moment, Bardock was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. He could surmise that Razer's strength was formidable. Yet he had not managed to touch the hem of Razer and Appo's clothing even once throughout their rigorous training sessions. You disappoint me, Bardock, Razer said, arms crossed, delivering his critique without mercy. I have fought you with less than 1% of my power, and your performance remains abysmal. I am beginning to question whether you are worth the effort I have invested in your training. Bardock lowered his head, visibly dejected by Razer and Appo's harsh words. Get back up and continue fighting, Razer urged. How many times must I remind you that we Saiyans would rather stand and die than kneel and live? Do you still possess the honor of a Saiyan? Lying there feigning death, is this your interpretation of Saiyan honor? Razer continued his psychological assault on Bardock. I have not abandoned the honor of the Saiyans. In that instant, Bardock's once dwindling energy surged exponentially. A brilliant golden aura erupted around him. And even his hairstyle underwent a subtle transformation, accompanied by swirling silver lightning that danced around his form. In the past half-month of training, Razer had scolded him in similar fashion, but never as fiercely as today. Though Bardock was a subordinate, he was still a person with pride. Razer could criticize his inadequacies, but to claim he had lost the honor of the Saiyans? That he could not accept. Now that's more like it. It's worth my meticulous training over the past half-month, Razer remarked, observing Bardock as he officially broke through to Super Saiyan 2. Upon hearing this, Bardock belatedly realized that the power within him had nearly doubled compared to mere moments ago. Super Saiyan 1 offered a 50-fold increase in base power, while Super Saiyan 2 provided a 2-fold increase over that. In essence, it was a 100-fold boost from his base state. Meanwhile, the long-absent system notification chimed in Razer and Oppo's mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the subtask and Oppo's. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight and Oppo's, the first Super Saiyan 2. Reward, Divine Intelligence. Immediately, Razer felt an unfamiliar energy surge into his mind. As this energy integrated, his cognition became remarkably clearer, a subtle, yet palpable transformation that he was certain of. Was this the essence of divine intelligence? The effects of this reward were not immediately discernible, perhaps only becoming apparent when he transformed into Super Saiyan, one of the legendary Bloodline. Razer glanced at the subsequent tasks. First Super Saiyan 3, Reward, Infinite Energy. First Super Saiyan 4, Reward, Meditation Technique. First Super Saiyan God, Reward, Ultimate Mastery. First Super Saiyan Blue, Reward, Power of Space-Time Law. As for the second subtask of 100 Super Saiyans, 10 had already been achieved, while the technological rating for the third subtask had risen from D to C. Overall, progress was being made, though considerable time remained before completion. Lord Razer, I am Super Saiyan 2? Bardock inquired, his expression brimming with excitement. Indeed, Razer nodded, acknowledging him. Congratulations. You are the first warrior of our Saiyan kingdom to ascend to Super Saiyan 2. Hearing this affirmation from Razer, Bardock could not contain his joy. Thank you, Lord Razer. Without your personal guidance, I would have needed at least another half-year to reach Super Saiyan 2. Indeed, the sensation of an instantaneous and significant increase in power was exhilarating. However, Bardock found himself curious as to why Razer, despite not transforming, still emanated an overwhelming pressure. Perhaps Razer and Oppo's strength had transcended the mere act of transformation. In a sense, relying on transformation to augment power was a rather rudimentary approach to strength. True power lay in those who maintained peak strength without the need for transformation, such as the angels and the Grand Minister. As for the gods of destruction, they might be considered halfway there, as their base state differed vastly from their power when harnessing destruction energy. Razer waved his hand dismissively. Let us conclude your training for now. Your next task is to help more warriors achieve their transformations into Super Saiyans. Standing at attention, Bardock straightened his back and declared, Yes, Lord Razer. I will do my utmost to accomplish this task. Having completed Bardock's training, it was now Razer's turn. Eager to test the reward of divine intelligence, Razer sought to determine whether it could contain the wild energy of his Super Saiyan form. If it proved insufficient, he would have to explore alternative methods. Ultimately, he was determined to achieve a state where, upon transforming into Super Saiyan, he remained fully lucid and could wield his newfound power with perfect mastery. Chapter 52. In the vastness of the galaxy, upon a desolate and uninhabited planet, a towering mountain rose majestically into the clouds, standing out conspicuously against the endless desert. At the summit of this mountain, a powerful figure stood, hands clasped behind his back. Taking a deep breath, Razer sought to calm his anxious heart. Mastering the formidable and wildly chaotic power of transforming into a Super Saiyan was crucial for him. If he could not overcome this initial hurdle, aspirations of attaining an even more potent transformation would be futile. Come on, do not let me down, he urged, invoking the so-called divine intellect. If such intellect could not reign in the ferocious power of the Super Saiyan bloodline, it would be somewhat laughable. With another deep breath, Razer steadied his mind. In the next moment, his eyes, as dark as the starry sky, sharpened with intensity, and an overwhelming, tempestuous aura surged forth, enveloping the entire expanse of land and sky. Suddenly, a colossal sandstorm, with a diameter of several tens of thousands of meters, erupted over the barren desert, creating a visually striking spectacle. Yet, atop the mountain, Razer remained steadfast and unmoving. A deep and resonant shout reverberated through the air, accompanied by a surge of dark green energy that erupted from him. Razer's presence intensified at a breathtaking speed, causing the very planet to tremble beneath the weight of his burgeoning power, as if the world itself feared this extraordinary being. Moments later, Razer and Oppo's energy reached an unprecedented height, surpassing even the Super Saiyan form he had assumed during his battle with Hit just half a month prior. At this instant, his dark eyes transformed into a vibrant green. With a resounding boom, the energy enveloping Razer surged once more, and his disheveled hair stood upright, now a brilliant golden hue. The shifting shades of his emerald gaze, coupled with his serious and slightly fierce expression, exuded an unparalleled aura of dominance. Is this the might of the Super Saiyan bloodline? Razer pondered, clenching his fist, awestruck by the boundless energy coursing within him. reflecting on his previous encounter with it, where he had lost his composure and had no grasp of the true strength of the Super Saiyan bloodline. He now found himself in a different realm. With the enhancement of divine intellect, he could perfectly wield this power with ease. Reza finally grasped the magnitude of this strength. His baseline power, when quantified, was approximately 3,800 trillion, while at this moment, his strength soared to at least 60 quintillion. This indicated that the Super Saiyan bloodline provided a staggering amplification of nearly 1,800,000 times compared to his normal state. Is this the essence of the Super Saiyan bloodline? The terror of its capabilities could hardly be overstated. Even Golden Frieza's combat power barely reached 1 quintillion, while the Super Saiyan blue forms of Goku and Vegeta post-tournament of power were approximated to be around 10 quintillion, perhaps even less. No wonder in the animated film, a mere Super Saiyan Broly could effortlessly contend with 2 Super Saiyan Blues. It was hardly unfounded, as Razer marveled at the might of the Super Saiyan bloodline. In the Razer Palace, Bardos, with her enchanting eyes blinking in surprise, could not help but commend him. To master such power so swiftly? Truly remarkable, my Razer, she remarked, observing through a luminous screen displaying the transformation of Razer into a Super Saiyan. From what she could see, it was evident that Razer had struggled to harness the power of his transformation. Yet, astonishingly, within just half a month, he had miraculously perfected this potent force. Achieving such mastery without the guidance of a stronger mentor was no small feat, but Razer had accomplished it. Bardos regarded him with newfound respect, sensing that with his current display of talent and potential, he would undoubtedly become one of the top warriors in the 12th universe. Quite impressive, indeed, remarked Margarita, offering a more reserved assessment. Is that all you can say? Bardos countered. Margarita, what if I told you that Razer's strength a year ago was less than 1/1000th of what it is now? Moreover, I did not provide him with any assistance during this time. His current stature is entirely due to his own efforts. Margarita, initially merely impressed, was left speechless. 1/1000th? She echoed, astonished. This meant that within just over a year, Razer had evolved from a weak Saiyan into one of the most formidable beings. Even among the elite of the 12 universes, it was known that the strongest human in Universe 11, Jiren, had attained his status through years of rigorous training. Yet, you are telling me that Razer could nearly match Jiren's level in just a year? This was no mere talent. It was an extraordinary phenomenon. Now, Margarita began to comprehend Bardos' perspective. Given Razer's current trajectory, he was destined to transcend even the level of the gods of destruction, while he still lagged behind the angels. He was certainly worthy of the title of Bardos' Angel. Meanwhile, in the realm of destruction, on Beatrice and Appos' planet, besides Bardos and Makarita, Wiss was also observing Razer's transformation. Having witnessed Razer's battle with Hit, Wiss shared similar sentiments with Bardos. Mr. Razer is indeed a rare gem among the Saiyan race. With proper cultivation, he may one day become a god of destruction, Wiss mused, already contemplating the potential of Razer. Yet, given that Razer's wife was his sister Bardos, even if he wished to recruit Razer as the candidate for the 7th universe's god of destruction, he found himself hesitant. Chapter 53, Such a Vegeta. I could defeat 10 of him with a single punch. With a deep sigh, Reza returned to his normal state, feeling an unprecedented sense of ease. It is no wonder that Saiyans relentlessly pursue power. The sensation of wielding greater strength is truly ineffable. Given my current abilities, it is certainly sufficient for the time being. Reza mused. If I am not mistaken, according to the original storyline, Beatrice should be fast asleep by now. Therefore, with his current prowess, as long as he does not encounter a god of destruction, he could traverse the 12 universes with impunity, even against a foe like Jiren. Reza might not necessarily be at a disadvantage. Thus, Reza's plan was to spend quality time with his wife and daughter while simultaneously nurturing the Saiyan race. Fulfilling the system's task of with great power comes great responsibility. I wonder how Vegeta is faring at this moment. Having resolved his struggles with mastering Super Saiyan power, Reza suddenly recalled Vegeta outside. According to the system's hints, the number of Saiyans capable of transforming into Super Saiyans has now reached 10. Among them is Bardock. But the identities of the other 9 remain unclear to Reza. After all, he seldom concerns himself with matters within the kingdom, leaving such affairs to his ministers. So, does one of these 10 Super Saiyans include Vegeta? Immediately, with an instantaneous leap, Reza returned to the royal palace and summoned Saliba. Currently, Saliba's primary duty is to assemble and manage the Saiyan army, colloquially known as the Defense Forces. Having known Saliba for quite some time, Reza was well aware of his rough demeanor, hence he refrained from involving him in internal affairs and instead directed him to lead the military. Lord Reza, please command me. My brothers are itching for a challenge, Saliba exclaimed, rubbing his fists together. During this time, both Saliba and the former companions of Reza have significantly enhanced their strength through the gravity training chamber and Reza's tailored systematic training. With newfound power, they naturally yearn for a contest. However, in the vast universe, who would dare provoke the Saiyans? Even the Galactic Patrol adheres to a principle of non-interference with the Saiyan Kingdom, avoiding any trouble with them. Yet, constrained by Reza and Appo's orders, Saliba and his comrades could not actively seek conflict, leading to a mounting restlessness. Today, you may unleash your skills, Reza chuckled. Upon hearing this, Saliba and Appo's eyes sparkled with excitement. I remember our former prince, Vegeta, vividly. Ah, indeed. That little brat was insufferably arrogant, relying on his princely status, Saliba remarked. Vegeta and Appo's arrogance was legendary among the Saiyans. But back then, who dared to confront him? Although Saliba had not suffered under Vegeta due to his alliance with Reza, it did not prevent him from harboring a certain disdain for the prince. I'll give you a chance. Take a handful of brothers and teach him a lesson. Lord Reza, I have been eagerly awaiting your words. Saliba replied, cracking his knuckles with palpable excitement. With that, he turned to leave. Not so fast. There are still some details to discuss, Reza added, outlining the specifics of Saliba's mission before he hurriedly departed. Upon returning, Saliba promptly gathered 10 or so comrades, piloting several spaceships directly to Heavenly Palace Star. Over the past year, thanks to Kiko and Appo's improvements, the speed of the Saiyan ships has significantly increased. Consequently, Saliba's journey took merely 2 hours from Reza's planet to Heavenly Palace Star. Meanwhile, within the Grand Hall of Reza's palace, a projector cast an image on the wall, showcasing the scene from Saliba and Appo's perspective. Reza, Bardos, Makarita, and Millie lounged on the sofa, munching on seeds and sipping beer, preparing to revel in the unfolding spectacle. On Heavenly Palace Star, as the Saiyan ships adorned with their kingdom's insignia hovered above the city, many inhabitants felt a wave of anxiety, fearing an impending conquest. However, within a minute, their worries were proven unfounded. The Saiyan ships did not descend into the city but veered towards the dense forests outside. In the heart of the forest stood a wooden cabin, the dwelling of Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz. Your Highness Vegeta, could it be that Reza has come again? Nappa exclaimed nervously, observing the ships approaching their vicinity. The manner of their arrival certainly suggested hostility. Vegeta's eyelids twitched in irritation. Yet, part of him hoped the visitors were indeed Reza, as it would provide an opportunity to gauge the gap between his current strength and that of Reza. Since Reza had bestowed upon them a systematic training regimen, Vegeta had experienced a remarkable boost in power, rekindling his previously diminished confidence. Soon, 3 spaceships landed smoothly before the wooden cabin. With a creak, the hatch opened, and Saliba led a dozen Saiyan warriors into view of Vegeta and his companions. Well, if it isn't our Prince Vegeta. After more than a year, you've really let yourself go. Saliba taunted, crossing his arms. Shut your foul mouth, or I shall not hesitate to send you to the underworld. Vegeta retorted coldly. If it were Reza himself mocking him, he could tolerate it. But who was Saliba to speak to him like that? Oh, it sounds like Prince Vegeta is quite confident in his abilities. Saliba continued provocatively. Isn't it the truth? Brothers, what do you think of Prince Vegeta and Appo's strength? Just trash? Once, you were the Saiyan prince, and no one dared challenge you. Now, I could take down 10 like you with a single punch. Hey, leave me some fun, just half will do. It seems our Prince Vegeta still lacks a clear understanding of just how weak he truly is. Saliba, allow me to show Prince Vegeta a thing or two. Chapter 54. Who is Vegeta? Not familiar. Don and Appo's get involved. Saliba, what are you doing? Haven and Appo's you received a proper education? At that moment, the reproachful voice of Reza echoed from Saliba's communicator. Upon hearing this, Saliba's robust figure trembled, and he hastily gestured for his foul-mouthed companions to cease their banter. With a blend of awkwardness and politeness, he offered an apology. I sincerely apologize, Prince Vegeta. These rascals are my responsibility. I hope you can forgive me. However, Vegeta was already seething with rage from the disrespectful remarks, and Saliba's apology sounded more like mockery than genuine contrition. You better have a good reason, or I will not spare you. Vegeta's eyes darkened ominously. In his earlier temperament, he would have already resorted to violence. But after more than a year of self-imposed hardship, Vegeta had come to realize that he was no longer the prince of the Saiyans. No one would coddle him any longer. Hey. Don and Amp. Amp. Oppos. TB angry. Prince Vegeta? Celebi said with a cheeky grin. I come today on behalf of Lord Reza to inquire about your well-being here. Are you managing to train regularly? He continued, moreover. Regarding Naba and Raditz, what Lord Reza spoke to you last time still stands. If you wish, you can join us on our ship back to the Saiyan Kingdom. By the way, here in Oppos, S.A. secret, many have already transformed into Super Saiyans. If you return, you too will eventually achieve that transformation. Upon hearing this, Naba and Raditz and Amp, Oppos, S expressions brightened instantly. The last time Reza visited, they had already begun to waver. After enduring tremendous hardships alongside Vegeta for over a year, life had been a torment, neither human nor ghost, and devoid of hope. The prospect of returning to the Saiyan Kingdom, where they could enjoy a lavish lifestyle and possibly become Super Saiyans, was far more appealing than enduring further suffering with Vegeta. Besides, Vegeta had not been particularly kind to them either. Exchanging knowing glances, Naba and Raditz promptly aligned themselves with Celebi. Not bad, not bad. It seems you two are somewhat clever, Celebi laughed heartily. One of the tasks entrusted to him by Reza was to bring Naba and Raditz back. Humph. Vegeta responded with a scornful snort at their choice. He had never expected loyalty from them anyway. Prince Vegeta, why not return with us? Isn't it better to recognize the reality? Stop yearning for your throne, Naba urged. In his view, there was no hope for Vegeta to reclaim his position from Reza. I concur, Raditz added nonchalantly, resting his hands behind his head. Unbeknownst to them, this seemingly well-intentioned advice struck a blow to Vegeta's pride. Humph. You two can return if you wish. Vegeta retorted coldly. I will reclaim what is rightfully mine. And do you truly believe that you can become Super Saiyans? If either of you had the potential, I would have already attained that status. To Vegeta, such claims were utterly ludicrous. Hey, it sounds like our Prince Vegeta might be a bit skeptical. Let me broaden your horizons, Celebi said with a grin, and with a flicker of his mind, boom. Whoosh. A brilliant golden aura erupted as Celebi transformed into a Super Saiyan. Golden energy, golden hair, and azure eyes. Indeed, he was a Super Saiyan. As Celebi morphed into the Super Saiyan form, Vegeta, Naba, and Raditz stood there, utterly dumbfounded. This is truly a Super Saiyan. How is it possible? You cannot be a Super Saiyan. Vegeta's pupils dilated in disbelief. If he recalled correctly, Celebi was of intermediate warrior status. Over a year ago, his fighting power was around 4,000, yet in just over a year, he had undergone a metamorphosis to become the legendary Golden Warrior, a Super Saiyan. In stark contrast, Naba and Raditz's eyes sparkled not just with shock but with elation. If Celebi could transform into a Super Saiyan, did that not imply that they could too? Who is Vegeta? I hardly know the man. I shall grow stronger and become the legendary Golden Warrior, the Super Saiyan. Ah. It seems our Prince Vegeta is not quite clear-headed, Celebi remarked, arms crossed and grinning. Can you still deny the facts laid before you? It's one thing to deceive your companions, but do not deceive yourself. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can you be a Super Saiyan? Vegeta collapsed onto the ground, evidently shaken by a heavy blow to his confidence. After enduring grueling training for over a year, his fighting power had barely broken through 40,000. Yet today he learned that even Celebi, who had once been an intermediate warrior with a mere 4,000 fighting power, could transform into a Super Saiyan. Despite his reluctance to accept it, the overwhelming pressure emanating from Celebi made Vegeta realize that Celebi was indeed a genuine Super Saiyan. His strength far exceeding anything Vegeta had imagined. Celebi paid little heed to Vegeta and Amp, Oppos' existential crisis, stating, Prince Vegeta, Lord Reza instructed me to bring you some supplies. Considering how difficult your life has been here. After all, Lord Reza and Oppos' throne was taken from your father, consider this a form of compensation. He continued. I will leave the ship here, and you may use its contents as you wish. If you don't need them, feel free to destroy it. Haha. My responsibility was merely to deliver the goods. Whether you keep them is up to you. Now, let us depart, brothers, and allow our Prince Vegeta to ponder his existence. With that, Celebi and the others did not linger, boarding the spaceship and departing. Soon, only Vegeta remained, sitting despondently on the ground, alongside the spaceship that had landed before him. Super Saiyan. I am the Prince of the Saiyans. I should be the Super Saiyan. Vegeta and Oppos' anguished roar reverberated through the forest. How could he, a noble Saiyan prince and a gifted warrior, be outdone by an intermediate warrior he deemed inferior. Boom. In an instant, the surrounding mountains trembled violently. At that moment, Vegeta's aura surged explosively. 50,000, 80,000, 100,000. In just a few seconds, Vegeta's fighting power skyrocketed from 40,000 to over 200,000. Chapter 55. Do not disappoint me, Vegeta, what a spectacle it is. Observing the scene where Vegeta and Apos' aura surged dramatically due to his immense unwillingness and fury, Reza and Apos' helped but exclaim in admiration. Understanding Vegeta well, Reza was acutely aware that his recent blows were not the most significant. Rather, it was the sight of those he deemed inferior becoming far stronger that would strike a heavier blow to Vegeta's pride. Clearly, Reza had achieved his desired effect. With the departure of Baba and Raditz, there was no one left to command him. He must learn to survive independently, burdened by the humiliation of a usurped throne and a heart that yearned to grow stronger. My dear, you seem particularly attentive to Vegeta, Bardos remarked, withdrawing her gaze and turning to Reza. Well, somewhat, Reza mused, resting his chin on his hand. He is one of the few I must cultivate seriously. Although Vegeta was inherently proud and arrogant, there was no denying that his talent and potential as a prodigious warrior surpassed that of most Saiyans. This was a truth Reza, as a traveler from another realm, comprehended fully. However, Vegeta's conceit and arrogance rendered him ill-suited for growth in the relatively peaceful Saiyan kingdom. To truly evolve, he must endure hardship. Meanwhile, on the heavenly star, fueled by overwhelming resentment and rage, Vegeta's peak fighting power soared beyond 300,000. His fury caused the very ground to tremble, instilling fear among the citizens of the city. After a prolonged moment, Vegeta finally calmed slightly. Yet his crimson eyes still brimmed with unyielding defiance. He then lifted his gaze, rapidly condensing a ki blast aimed at the spaceship left behind by Celebi. However, this ki blast never left his hand. I know you want to see me crumble, don't you, Reza? Vegeta gritted his teeth, intuition guiding him. Perhaps Reza was watching him in this disheveled, impotent rage through some means. If he were to obliterate the spaceship, it might play right into Reza's hands. Yet, refraining from destruction would mean accepting Reza's charity, an affront to Vegeta's proud dignity that he could not abide. Thus, after a lengthy internal struggle, Vegeta clenched his jaw, rose once more, and strode toward the spaceship. After all, this was not the first time he had accepted Reza's aid. One more time would not hurt. A true man can bend and stretch. Since Reza wished to see his folly, he would not grant him that satisfaction. As he ascended the stairs into the spaceship, Vegeta rummaged through the supplies, discovering a plethora of provisions, food, drink, daily necessities, all in abundance. Having lived a rugged existence for over a year, he began to devour the supplies ravenously. Though the food was delicious, tears of humiliation welled in the corners of his eyes, spilling forth uncontrollably. How had the proud Saiyan prince fallen to such a pitiful state? Was this truly his just desserts? After his gluttonous feast, Vegeta stumbled upon a peculiar button in the center of the spaceship's lounge. Curiosity piqued, he pressed it. Suddenly, a terrifying gravity force descended upon him, pinning him forcefully to the floor. What the hell? Vegeta's face flushed, veins bulging as he felt the weight of a mountain pressing down upon him, nearly suffocating him. I can't breathe. I'm going to die of laughter. Upon witnessing this, Reza could hardly contain his delight, as if observing prey ensnared in a trap of his own design. Next to him, Bardos and Makarita also stifled their laughter at the comical sight of Vegeta, bewildered and pinned to the floor by the gravity device. Young Millie, though oblivious to the situation, laughed innocently at her parents' amusement. In that moment, the palace hall was filled with an atmosphere of mirth. Fortunately, the gravity device's initial multiplier was not excessively high, around 15 times the gravity of Reza's planet. Even so, it provided Vegeta with a significant challenge. After much struggle, he finally managed to rise and deactivate the device. What is this nonsense? Vegeta gasped, glaring with fury, nearly shattering the switch with a punch. Yet, he soon realized that despite the initial humiliation, he felt an unprecedented sense of liberation within his power. If he could utilize this gravity device for training, perhaps. In that instant, Vegeta experienced a profound epiphany. Yes, perhaps this was the very method employed by the Saiyan kingdom to enhance training. Only then could he comprehend how the seemingly average Celebi had ascended to Super Saiyan status. The fog that had clouded Vegeta and Apos' mind dissipated, replaced by elation and ecstatic laughter. So, this is what it means to be a Super Saiyan? I can achieve it too. With the aid of this gravity device, Vegeta firmly believed that he could transform into a Super Saiyan in the near future. While the reasons behind Reza's actions remained unclear, he graciously accepted this grand gift. Fortunately, Vegeta silently rejoiced that he had not impulsively destroyed the spaceship in a fit of rage. Otherwise, he would have missed this extraordinary opportunity. It seems Vegeta is not entirely foolish after all, and he understands your intentions, Bardos remarked, observing the drastic shift in Vegeta's demeanor. If he couldn't grasp even this, then he would not be worthy of my special cultivation. Reza smirked. I have provided you with the means, now. It is up to you to determine how far you can grow. Do not disappoint me, Vegeta. Chapter 56. Millie's innate mastery of the Ultra Instinct? Riza's shock. Time flows swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a decade has quietly slipped away. After 10 years of vigorous development, the Saiyan people have nearly shed their barbaric reputation. Although the Saiyan kingdom under Riza's rule primarily focuses on the cultivation of strength, cultural education has also been instilled in every individual. While one need not read extensively, reading remains essential. Furthermore, beyond the implementation of cultural education, the advancements in strength are vividly apparent. Within the Saiyan kingdom, the number of warriors capable of transforming into Super Saiyans has reached approximately 700 to 800, while those who can transform into Super Saiyan 2 exceed 50. As for Super Saiyan 3, it is currently only achieved by Bardock. Following targeted training from Riza that enabled Bardock to break through the confines of Super Saiyan 2 and successfully transform into Super Saiyan 3. Consequently, Riza has been rewarded with 100 elite Super Saiyan warriors and the first successful transformation into Super Saiyan 3, alongside the mastery of Ultra Instinct and Boundless Energy. Throughout this decade, Riza's strength has not remained stagnant. With age, Broly's potential has gradually emerged. During their practical training sessions, Riza has successfully attained the green-haired Super Saiyan full power form, also known as the legendary Super Saiyan form, or as Vegeta described in the original work. The original Super Saiyan form, coupled with the mastery of Ultra Instinct and Boundless Energy, Riza and Appo's strength has reached an impressive peak. It would not be an exaggeration to declare him the strongest human beneath the gods of destruction. He could even contend against some of the weaker gods, such as Kampa. Moreover, thanks to the genius scientist, Bikono, the technology of the Saiyan kingdom has witnessed significant advancements over the past decade. The Saiyan kingdom is no longer the primitive tribal nation it once was, aside from the royal palace. It has transformed into a realm of towering skyscrapers, intricate aerial bridges, and breathtaking natural scenery characterized by its beautiful environment. According to the system's technological rating, the Saiyan kingdom has now achieved an A rating, with the completion of the S rating task not far off. Above the city, a magnificent and imposing palace stands proudly. Compared to its initial state, Riza's palace has undergone substantial expansion. Life is comfortable and pleasant. In the back courtyard, Riza reclines on a sun lounger, casually sipping a cold beverage, feeling quite content. In Riza's line of sight lies a vast open space, specifically constructed for his daughter, Millie. In the air above the arena, terrifying shockwaves resonate as two figures of vastly different sizes engage in combat. The robust figure is none other than Broly, while the petite figure is none other than Millie, the daughter of Riza and Bardock. Although she is only 11 years old, due to the genetic contributions of Riza and Bardock, Millie has already reached a height of over 1.7 meters, resembling a young woman, dressed in a sleek and refreshing training outfit. Her long golden hair tied into a ponytail exudes a youthful vibrance. Her athletic posture and the confident smile adorning her delicate face give her an air of elegance and prowess. Despite Broly's fierce onslaught, Millie skillfully counters his every move, almost as if she is toying with him. This is peculiar. The more Riza observes, the more he senses something amiss. Although Millie possesses extraordinary innate talent and potential, even Broly, now 17, has formidable strength. Yet, Millie seems to effortlessly dominate Broly. It is not an exaggeration to say that she sees through Broly's every action, predicting him with uncanny accuracy. What is happening? Is there something wrong? Bardock inquires. Noticing Riza's contemplative demeanor, Riza, resting his chin on his hand, ponders, could it be that my daughter has mastered Ultra Instinct? How did she learn it? The more he watches Millie and Appo's fighting stance, the more convinced he becomes that she is indeed using Ultra Instinct. During their sparring, Broly attempts to strike, but Millie perfectly anticipates his attack trajectory and responds accordingly. The issue is, Riza himself has yet to master Ultra Instinct. How could his daughter have done so? Did she comprehend it on her own? Or is it an innate ability? Riza is uncertain. If she figured it out independently, then the talent of his and Bardock's daughter is truly terrifying. After all, even gods of destruction find it challenging to master this divine technique. However, if she is naturally gifted with it, that seems even more astonishing. What? Ultra Instinct? What is that? Bardock appears perplexed. Riza succinctly explains Ultra Instinct to Bardock. Upon hearing this, Bardock's expression shifts to disbelief, exclaiming, "Is it truly such a powerful technique? Could it be that our daughter is a genius?" Riza responds, "This is not merely genius. Even the term prodigy fails to encapsulate Millie's capabilities." To clarify this matter, Riza interrupts the sparring between Millie and Broly. "Daddy, what's wrong? I was just getting into it." Millie pouts, approaching Riza. "I know you're eager, but please hold on for a moment." Riza replies with a gentle smile. "Sit down. I have a question for you. Once you answer, you may continue." "All right." Millie reluctantly complies, sitting down. "Go ahead." Clearing his throat, Riza cuts to the chase, asking, "My dear daughter, can you tell me about your Ultra Instinct? Who taught you? What Ultra Instinct?" Millie rests her finger on her chin, her small eyes filled with confusion. As if this term is entirely foreign to her, Riza briefly describes her fighting style and techniques from earlier. "Oh, you mean that? I've always been able to do it," Millie instinctively replies. "Ah, what?" Riza is momentarily taken aback by Millie's response. "What do you mean? You truly can naturally execute Ultra Instinct?" Riza is bewildered. How is this possible? Is there really someone who can innately wield Ultra Instinct? And that person is his daughter? This is too surreal. Were it not for witnessing it firsthand, Riza would struggle to believe that anyone, aside from the angels, could possess such an innate ability. "Is something wrong, Daddy?" "Nothing. I was just asking casually." "You may continue." Riza quickly regains his composure, dismissing his earlier astonishment. Once Millie resumes her sparring with Broly, Riza turns to Bardock. What?" Bardock still appears bewildered, asking, "Darling, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face?" Chapter 57. 2 People, 100 Eyes. The Flotation of Makarita. Dawn and Amp, Oppos, team move. Riza reached out, gently brushing the dust from Bardos and Oppos' cheek, then smiled. "There. You had a bit of dirt on your face, and I and Oppos' taken care of it." "Thank you," Bardos replied, her smile radiant. "Well, we and Oppos' been married for over a decade." "Why are we still saying such things?" Riza chuckled, then turned his gaze upward, ostensibly watching the battle between Millie and Broly, though his mind was far from the spectacle. Millie had an innate mastery of the ultimate technique, clearly not something he had imparted to her during Bardos and Oppos' pregnancy. He had been unable to even transform into Super Saiyan 1, let alone pass on any genes that would endow her with such abilities. Thus, there was only one conclusion. It must be Bardos' heritage. If this were true, it could only be explained by her identity as an angel. Over the past decade, Riza had shifted from initially suspecting Bardos to be an angel to completely dispelling that doubt. However, today, due to Millie's prowess, he found himself questioning once more the identity of his wife, who had shared his bed for 12 years. The likelihood that she was indeed the former angel of Universe 6, Bardos, was becoming increasingly plausible. If Bardos were indeed an angel, it would explain why Hit had been hired to assassinate him. Before Hit's arrival, he had mentioned to Bardos that the results of battling strong foes far outweighed the benefits of training. Perhaps it was after hearing this that Bardos had sought Hit's aid to eliminate him, not out of malice, but to accelerate his growth. Of course, all this was predicated on the assumption that his wife was an angel. As for whether she truly was, Riza could only speculate or perhaps feel a sense of certainty. After all these years, this topic had been broached numerous times, and he felt hesitant to bring it up with Bardos again. The truth about her celestial nature could only be ascertained by Riza himself or by Bardos' own admission. Why was Riza so invested in this matter? Naturally, it stemmed from the significant distinction between having a mortal wife and one who was an angel. Meanwhile, Bardos was grappling with her own tumultuous thoughts. Although Riza had not voiced his concerns, she sensed that he might have pieced together the truth from his gaze and Millie's response. Yet, Bardos believed the moment was not yet ripe for revelation. Though Riza had attained a level of power unrivaled among humans, he remained insignificant in comparison to an angel. She did not want him feeling pressured in their interactions. Determined to shift his focus, Bardos gathered her thoughts and spoke. "Riza, have you thought it through?" "What?" Riza snapped back to attention, momentarily bewildered by her inquiry. Was she referring to Millie or herself? About Millie, Bardos replied with a bright smile. Did you not say our daughter possesses a remarkable divine technique? What was it called again? The ultimate something? Oh, that, Riza said, raising his hands in a gesture of resignation. You heard. Millie already had that ability. It's innate to her. As for the reason behind it, I can and Opos, quite fathom it. Well, I think that is not of great importance. What matters is that our daughter is exceptional. Indeed, Riza nodded in agreement. That night, under Millie and Opos' playful antics, Bardos found herself accompanying her daughter for a stroll to lift her spirits. However, she appeared somewhat distracted. Millie noticed and asked, Mom, do you have something on your mind? You seem unfocused. Not at all, Bardos replied, donning a brilliant smile. I was just pondering a few things. But there's no need to worry. I've sorted it out. Let us enjoy ourselves. Yay. Millie cheered. Meanwhile, in the royal palace, as the Saiyan kingdom thrived, ministers would report to Razer every month or so regarding their respective affairs and offer suggestions, which he would then evaluate. Today marked one of those occasions. Millie, understanding her father's burdens, refrained from pestering him to accompany her for a shopping excursion. In the office, after listening to Minister X's report, Razer inquired, Minister X, have you gathered the information I requested? Yes. X suddenly remembered and hurriedly replied, my sincerest apologies, Your Majesty. I almost overlooked it. Not a problem. Please proceed. According to our intelligence, the former Saiyan prince, Vegeta, overthrew the ruler of a planet known as Rainbow Star 5 years ago and declared himself king. Furthermore, our reports indicate that Vegeta's current power level is at Super Saiyan 2. X succinctly relayed the information regarding Vegeta. Understood. You may leave now. And instruct the others not to disturb me. I wish to rest. Yes, Your Majesty. Interesting. He has declared himself king? Leaning back in his chair, Razer's lips curled into a curious smile. Although Vegeta's conquest of other planets was unexpected, it was not entirely surprising, as it represented a form of ascension to a throne, albeit not that of the Saiyan kingdom. Soon, Razer regained his composure and exited the office. After a long evening of listening to the minister's reports, his mind was weary, and he was disinclined to contemplate Vegeta any further. Upon returning to the grand hall of the palace, he was met by Makarita, who had been waiting eagerly. She stood and, casting a flirtatious glance, said, Your Majesty, you must be exhausted from your duties. Would you like me to give you a bath, dear? Seizing the rare opportunity while Bardos was absent, Makarita took the chance to tease Razer, eager to see if he remained impervious to her advances after all these years. Typically, Razer would politely decline her offers, as she had made such flirtations countless times over the years. However, if Bardos were indeed an angel, it was quite possible that Makarita, who had been a maid in the palace since Millie's birth, was also an angel from Universe 11. After all, had she not known Bardos for years, Bardos would likely have dismissed her long ago for her persistent flirtations. Haha, sure, why not? It's been ages since anyone has offered to bathe me. Chapter 58, Lord Reza. Am I your preferred type? In the bathhouse, Lord Reza reclined on a lounge chair, having shed his garments, when a series of soft, soothing touches graced his back. It was Makarita, diligently scrubbing his back. How's the pressure, Lord Reza? If you desire a firmer touch, do inform me, dear. Makarita's melodious voice wafted into his ears, leaving Reza momentarily stunned. What was happening? He had assumed that if Makarita were indeed an angel from the 11th universe, she would not indulge in such a rather humiliating task. To his surprise, however, Makarita was earnest in her ministrations. Quite impressive. I hadn't realized you possessed such skills. Reza managed to commend her, feigning calmness. It feels wonderful to receive praise from Lord Reza, Makarita beamed. I have many more talents. I wonder if you would care to experience them? Reza was momentarily bewildered. Why did it sound as though Makarita was hinting at something? Then, leaning closer, Makarita whispered into his ear, Lord Reza, what do you think of me? Am I your preferred type, dear? His heart raced uncontrollably. Must you be so blatant? Yet, reflecting on it, despite Makarita's role as a maid, she undeniably matched Reza's aesthetic. If Bardos was the cool, aloof type, Makarita was the charmingly mischievous one. More importantly, she bore a striking resemblance to the angel Makarita from the 11th universe. Perhaps she was indeed the very same. If that were the case, it would be intriguing. Reza could use this opportunity to ascertain whether Makarita truly was an angel. Surely, if she were, she would not be so freely available, would she? Ahem. Well, you are quite beautiful, Miss Makarita. Before he could finish, a voice from outside interrupted, Daddy, we're back. In that instant, Reza and Opos' heart nearly stopped. Without a second thought, he sprang up and leaped into the nearby hot spring with a splash. Should Bardos catch sight of Margarita bathing him so intimately, he would undoubtedly be unable to wash away the shame, even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Sure enough, within a minute, Bardos entered the bathhouse. At that moment, Reza was submerged in the hot spring, with only his head visible, feigning nonchalance. Margarita stood at the edge, seemingly preparing clothes for him. Without needing to ask, Bardos understood precisely what had transpired during her absence. Yet, Margarita appeared unfazed by Bardos' arrival, instead greeting her with a bright smile. "Miss Bardos, you're back." "I was just fetching clothes for Lord Reza, dear." Bardos, arms crossed and displeased, replied, "Once you've finished, please step outside." "Then I shall not disturb you," Margarita said, passing Bardos with a knowing smile that nearly provoked Bardos to kick her backside. Once Margarita had exited, Reza cautiously cleared his throat. "Dear Miss Bardos, you must be exhausted from shopping with our daughter. Would you care to join me?" "There's no rush," Bardos replied, arms crossed, her expression deceptively benign. "Perhaps you could enlighten me about what you and Margarita were doing here just now." Reza, aware that he held no ground, opted for honesty. "I swear. I thought she was merely jesting, but she was entirely serious." "Very well, I believe you." Bardos recognized the sincerity in Reza's tone. Fortunately, she had returned in time. Otherwise, that little minx Margarita might have stolen him away. While Reza did share some blame in this matter, the primary fault lay with Margarita. For the past decade, Margarita had been subtly and overtly expressing her affections toward Reza, and Bardos was acutely aware of it. Yet, she felt powerless against Margarita. After all, to remove Margarita from the palace, she would first need to persuade the High Priest. Now, Bardos even wondered if the High Priest had deliberately sent Margarita to disrupt her relationship with Reza. However, upon deeper reflection, that did not seem plausible. If the High Priest had opposed their relationship, he would never have initially sanctioned it. Why would he then send Margarita to dismantle it? That would be redundant. As she pondered these thoughts, Bardos ultimately decided to relinquish them, shedding her garments and entering the hot spring herself. Speaking of which, once Bardos had settled in, Reza cautiously broached, "Bardos, hypothetically speaking, if I were to falter one day, would you forgive me?" Despite being married, Reza was still a normal man, vulnerable to the allure of Margarita. It was entirely possible that one day he might succumb to temptation. Thus, he felt it prudent to issue a preemptive warning to Bardos. Actually, Bardos lowered her gaze, lost in thought. After a long pause, she finally raised her eyes and replied, "I would be fine with it. After all, you are the master here." "Please, no," Reza interjected. "While I am the master, you are my woman, and your feelings matter greatly to me. I am serious." Bardos responded earnestly, "As long as I remain your priority, that is all that matters." This sentiment had been established in her mind since Margarita's arrival. Should the situation arise, she would not be averse to Margarita's presence, provided her own standing remained unchanged. "Of course, you are my first love. No one can replace your position in my heart. Then that will suffice." Bardos was not so narrow-minded. "Ah, my dear Bardos, you are so understanding. I find myself growing more fond of you by the day," Reza chuckled heartily. A woman of such understanding, generosity, and magnanimity as Bardos was truly a rare gem. One that could not be found even with a lantern in hand, whether in this life or the next. "Me too," Reza replied gently, pulling Bardos closer, wrapping his arms around her waist and lifting her chin to kiss her tenderly. Chapter 59. The historic meeting on Bowsy Mountain the following day. Bardock arrived at the palace to report to Reza regarding the organization of the Third Saiyan Kingdom Super Martial Arts Tournament. This tournament, conceived by Reza 12 years prior, is a grand martial arts event held every 4 years. Under Reza's peaceful governance, the Saiyan warriors have enhanced their abilities over the years, yet found no opportunity to showcase their prowess. To satiate their combat desires, Reza established this martial arts competition. Specifically, the event is organized annually on a smaller scale and every 4 years on a grand scale. The grand event is referred to as the Super Martial Arts Tournament, while the smaller one is simply the Martial Arts Tournament. The distinction between the two lies primarily in the rewards for the champions. The annual tournament offers a fixed reward set by the authorities, whereas the victor of the Super Martial Arts Tournament is granted the privilege to make a request to Reza, who will endeavor to fulfill it as much as possible. Having reported on the previous tournament 4 years ago, Bardock found this briefing to be rather straightforward. "Your Majesty, is there anything you wish to add?" he inquired after his report in the office. I believe the previous selection format was somewhat lengthy. Starting from this edition, Let us reduce the number of candidates advancing to the knockout stage from 64 to 32. This will significantly heighten the pressure for those aspiring to enter the knockout stage, benefiting those who are confident of reaching the top 64 but uncertain of breaking into the top 32. Moreover, having the slots for the knockout stage will intensify the competition during the preliminary rounds. Reza deliberated after a brief pause. Upon hearing this, Bardock nodded in agreement, realizing how fiercely competitive this year's preliminary rounds would become. Is there anything else? Reza inquired, lifting his gaze slightly. Yes, there is a personal matter, Bardock replied, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Your Majesty, it concerns Jain and Kakarot. Understood, Reza responded, rising from his seat. Return and delegate the organization of the Super Martial Arts Tournament to the others. I shall take you to Earth. As a man with a happy family. Reza empathized with Bardock's feelings. Since Jain had left for Earth many years ago, Bardock had not seen her or their youngest son, Kakarot, for over a decade. Throughout those years, Bardock dedicated himself to serving the Saiyan kingdom, making significant contributions. Thus, Reza had no reason to deny Bardock's request. Thank you, Your Majesty. Bardock's eyes lit up with gratitude. He hurried back to attend to the preparations for the upcoming tournament. The next day, Reza utilized his instantaneous movement ability, bringing Bardock back to Earth after many years. So, this is Earth? Bardock mused, gazing at the azure sky, fluffy clouds, and the lush green mountains and waters below. He was familiar with the planet, but had never set foot on it before. Let us proceed, Reza declared, leading Bardock swiftly towards Bowsy Mountain without any further pleasantries. The familiar wooden cabin from years past stood unchanged, yet upon their return, the once familiar aged figure was absent, leaving only Jain at the doorway. Bardock, Your Majesty, Reza? Jain exclaimed, recognizing the two figures descending from the sky after years of separation. A wave of excitement washed over her exquisite, mature features as she rushed towards Bardock. Bardock embraced Jain tightly, and after exchanging pleasantries, he inquired about Goku's whereabouts. According to Jain, Goku had gone hunting to procure food for them that day. She had been waiting for his return when Reza and Bardock arrived. As for Gohan, Reza learned from Jain that he had met a tragic fate, identical to that in the original narrative. On a full moon night, he was accidentally crushed by Goku, transformed into a giant ape. By the time Jain realized what was happening and attempted to intervene, it was already too late. Perhaps this was simply Gohan's destiny. Let us not dwell on sorrowful matters. Come, we shall find Kakarot, Reza suggested, diverting attention away from Gohan's fate. For over a decade, Jain had been instilling in Goku the notion of having a father. Yet he had never seen Bardock in person. Thus, this journey primarily aimed to reunite the family. Your Majesty is correct. Kakarot must have grown considerably over the years. Bardock mused, a fatherly smile gracing his stern visage. At least Raditz, who resided on Reza's planet, had grown up well, and Bardock felt no significant concern regarding him. His primary focus was on Kakarot, who remained on Earth. As for Reza, Goku was one of the few individuals he was keenly nurturing. As the central character of the Dragon Ball universe, Goku represented the embodiment of fate within that realm. Despite his humble beginnings as a lower-class warrior, his future accomplishments would undoubtedly rival those of Vegeta. However, owing to Goku and Appo's gradual development, it was unnecessary to cultivate him from a young age. Goku would only begin to tap into his hidden potential after turning 20, and at this time, he was merely 12. Thus, it was not yet the optimal moment for his training. Soon, the trio followed Goku's energy signature and quickly located him along a mountain path. When they arrived, Goku appeared to be engaged in a heated argument. Come at me if you want my prey. I'm ready, Goku declared, brandishing his staff with confidence. Before him lay a flipped car, and a striking girl with blue-green hair emerged from it, indignantly exclaiming, You monster! You've ruined my car. Chapter 60, Bulma, is that really? Brother Riza? Goku. Upon seeing Sun Wukong, the blue-green-haired girl was ready to confront him, but Jain hastily intervened. Jain referred to Kakarot as Wukong primarily to honor the late Mr. Sun Gohan, who had met an untimely fate due to a mishap involving Sun Wukong. Additionally, it was due to his upbringing on Earth. Considering that Sun Wukong was raised on Earth, Jain decided to retain his earthly name. Over time, it seemed Sun Wukong favored the name Sun Wukong over Kakarot, leading Jain to gradually adopt this name as well. Mother? A familiar voice echoed from behind. Sun Wukong turned abruptly to find his mother, Jain, standing there, having appeared unbeknownst to him. Soon after, he noticed Bardock, who bore an uncanny resemblance to him, standing alongside his mother. Gazing at Bardock and Amp, Appo's face, which held a gentle and loving expression. Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback. "Ah, why do you look just like me?" he exclaimed, pointing at Bardock in astonishment. "Do you remember what your mother told you about your father?" "He is your father, Bardock," Jin explained patiently, smiling softly. "Father? You are my father?" Sun Wukong and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief. "Kakarot, come here so your father can have a good look at you," Bardock said. Crouching down and opening his arms wide, he felt a profound sense of guilt towards his youngest son. When Sun Wukong was born, Bardock was away on a campaign and missed witnessing his birth. Later, he was compelled to send Kakarot to Earth due to a summons from Frieza's army. That separation lasted nearly 12 years. At the same time, the blue-green-haired girl, having crawled out from an overturned vehicle, stared intently at Reza. Fixated on Riza's familiar face, which had scarcely changed over the years, Bulma stood frozen, even dropping the gun she had intended to use against Sun Wukong. "Don and Appo's, do you remember me, Bulma?" Reza chuckled softly. You are really Brother Reza." Bulma stammered in disbelief. Reza's voice, as gentle as ever, brought her back to reality. After more than a decade, Reza's face had hardly altered. If anything, it had matured with grace. However, to Bulma, it made little difference. Reza smiled warmly. "Otherwise, do you know another brother, Reza?" It was an unexpected twist of fate that he encountered Sun Wukong and Bulma during their historic first meeting on Earth. "Brother Reza, it is truly you," confirming that the man before her was the one she had been searching for all these years. Bulma cast aside her earlier conflict with Sun Wukong and rushed towards Reza, throwing herself into his embrace, clinging tightly as if fearing he might vanish again. "Brother Reza, I missed you so much," she exclaimed, her voice tinged with a hint of melancholy. To this day, Bulma vividly recalled the night she sat with Reza, making wishes upon shooting stars. The following morning, when her parents informed her that Reza had departed, she had wept for hours, lamenting the loss of her beloved older brother. Despite Dr. Brief and his wife using all their connections to locate Reza, they were unsuccessful, leaving Bulma heartbroken for days. As time passed, Bulma began to realize that Reza's words about wishes made upon stars were merely comforting tales for children. Nevertheless, this did not quell her longing to find him. Since the employees at Capsule Corporation could not assist her, Bulma resolved to take matters into her own hands. Recently, she discovered a Dragon Ball in her family and Appo's warehouse and learned that gathering 7 Dragon Balls could summon Shinron to grant a wish. Thus, she embarked on a quest to find the Dragon Balls during her summer break. Little did she know, just as her journey began, she would encounter the very person she had yearned to see. Could this be fate? During her desperate search for Reza, she could find no trace of him. Yet at the most unexpected moment, she crossed paths with the one she had longed for. After soothing Bulma for a while, Reza finally managed to calm her emotions. "Humph. You naughty Reza, why have you been avoiding me?" Bulma playfully pouted. "Oh, well." Reza chuckled awkwardly. "Brother Reza has had his own matters to attend to. Besides, I have not been on Earth for many years. How could it be said that I was avoiding you?" "Not on Earth? Are you an alien?" Bulma asked. Her curiosity piqued. It was evident that in the world of Dragon Ball, he was indeed considered an extraterrestrial being by Earthlings. "I don't care whether you're an alien or not. I'm sticking with you," Bulma declared, wrapping her arms around Reza's strong arm with a beaming smile. After more than a decade, Reza and Appo's embrace still radiated a sense of security, reminiscent of the time he rescued her from the clutches of ruthless kidnappers. To Bulma, who had felt nearly hopeless at that time, Reza was akin to a prince sent by the heavens to save her. "Ah." Reza scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for words. Soon, Bardock and Sun Wukong had concluded their greetings. With Reza's explanation, Bulma and Sun Wukong learned that the earlier conflict had stemmed from a misunderstanding. Following Reza's invitation, Bulma joined him and the others as they made their way to the wooden cabin where Jin and Sun Wukong resided. Upon returning to the cabin, Reza granted Bardock and his family some time to reconnect, while he and Bulma rested in the shade of a tree outside. "Brother Reza, look at this," Bulma exclaimed, pulling a small orange glass orb from her bag. "This is a Dragon Ball. They say if you gather 7, you can summon Shinron to grant a wish. Such a remarkable object exists." Reza feigned ignorance, playing along with Bulma. "Are you seeking to make a wish with this Dragon Ball?" Of course." Bulma placed her hands on her hips, pride radiating from her. "My first wish has already been granted, and I have another." "Oh? What is this wish?" Chapter 61. Brother Reza, may I sleep with you? "Let us keep it a secret for now. You'll understand when we gather all 7 Dragon Balls," Bulma said mysteriously. Her words designed to pique curiosity. Riza shrugged, not displaying much interest. Even without Bulma and Appos, as hints, he could surmise her intentions. It was quite clear she desired her own charming prince, as if it were a secret known only to her. Bulma gazed at Riza with hopeful eyes and asked, "Brother Riza, shall we go search for the Dragon Balls together?" Well, you know that the journey to find the Dragon Balls is fraught with peril. Just like earlier, had you not come in time, I would have certainly clashed with that Son Goku. Before Riza could respond, Bulma continued, her expression one of innocent vulnerability. Yet, it was true. Had Riza and Bardock not arrived, Bulma would indeed have faced a confrontation with Goku. Riza, unable to resist the charms of a girl, especially one as endearing as Bulma, finally relented. "All right, I just happen to have some free time." With the Super Martial Arts tournament a month away, he found himself with ample leisure in the coming weeks. A month was more than sufficient to gather the 7 Dragon Balls. This also meant Bardock and his family would enjoy more time together. "Really? That is wonderful," Bulma exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Subsequently, Riza informed Jiren and Son Goku of their plans, and Goku willingly handed over the 4-star Dragon Ball relic left by the late Mr. Son Gohan to Bulma, assuring her that it could be returned after her wish was granted. Due to the family reunion of Bardock, Bulma had to delay their quest for a day. She settled for an overnight stay at Bowsy Mountain, planning to resume their search for the Dragon Balls the following day. Boom. Bulma tossed out a versatile capsule, and a luxurious RV appeared amidst the dissipating smoke, coming into view for Riza and Bulma. Since Jiren and Goku's wooden cabin was modest and lacked extra bedding, Riza and Bulma had to find their own means of accommodation. Fortunately, Bulma had prepared adequately for her search for the Dragon Balls, so spending the night outdoors was not an issue for her. After freshening up, Riza lay down to rest. Despite the RV's cramped space, it sufficed for a decent night's sleep. Knock, knock, knock. Just as he closed his eyes, a series of knocks accompanied by Bulma's sweet voice interrupted him. "Brother Riza, are you asleep? What is the matter?" Riza asked as he opened the door, revealing Bulma clad in a loose nightgown and short shorts, her appearance exuding an irresistible charm. Without a hint of shyness, Bulma sat beside Riza on the bed, wrapping her arm around his, and said, "I'm scared in this desolate place. Can I sleep with you?" Riza was momentarily speechless. He was aware of Bulma's open personality, yet this was beyond his expectations. "Ahem, you're not a child anymore. It might not be appropriate for us to sleep together," he gently declined. Bulma, however, replied, "It's fine. Nothing will happen. I just lack a sense of security." While she believed nothing untoward would transpire, Riza was not as certain. With a lovely girl, whose beauty and figure were hard to ignore, lying beside him, maintaining composure was no easy feat. Besides, Bulma was only 16. If she were of age, he would certainly welcome such an opportunity. "Why don't you sleep? And I'll keep watch outside. That way, you'll feel secure," Riza suggested, rising to offer Bulma the bed. Yet, Bulma was dissatisfied. Her fear was not the issue. She simply wanted to share a bed with Riza. "Humph, brother Riza, do you dislike me?" she huffed, hands on her hips, looking rather petulant. "Of course not." Riza coughed awkwardly, attempting to clarify. "It's just that, as a man and woman sharing a bed, you might be able to sleep peacefully. But I fear I may not be able to resist. You understand, right?" In her mind, Bulma wished for him to be more forward. "It's all right. I don't mind," she insisted. "Enough. You should rest. Otherwise, I want to accompany you to find the Dragon Balls," Riza declared firmly. Bulma, with her beauty, sweet voice, and wealth, was destined to be one of Earth's most exceptional scientists. She was the dream of many men, and Riza was no exception. Truth be told, he was quite fond of Bulma, but the fact remained that she was only 16 and still a minor. Though not a paragon of virtue, he had no desire to be a predator. Bulma pouted, her expression one of disappointment. "Fine, I'll go to sleep, but you must promise not to sneak away." "Rest assured, I shall keep my word," Riza replied. Once Bulma settled in, Riza stepped out of the RV. "Damn it, after Bulma's little stunt, I find it hard to sleep," he muttered while gazing at the crescent moon in the starry sky. He then took a cold shower to calm himself. True to his word, Riza spent the night on the sofa of the RV. The following day, as the sun broke the horizon, casting its first rays upon the earth, life began to stir anew. After a simple breakfast, Riza set out with Bulma and Son Goku on their quest for the Dragon Balls, while Bardock and Jiren, having not seen each other in over a decade, remained at Bowsy Mountain to relish their time together. Chapter 62, Bulma's Wish. "Would you be my boyfriend?" With the addition of Razer, Bulma's quest for the Dragon Balls became notably easier. On Master Roshi's small island, after a friendly exchange with the old master, he willingly presented the Dragon Ball of 3 stars. Subsequently, the trio, including Razer, Bulma, and Goku, encountered and befriended Yamcha, Oolong, and others. Ultimately, after a brief week of searching, they gathered all 7 Dragon Balls in Pilaf City. Originally, Pilaf and his gang intended to devise a scheme to seize the 7 Dragon Balls, but their plot was foiled by Razer, who saw through their plans in advance. Instead of capturing Razer and his companions, it was Pilaf's group that found themselves imprisoned, trapped in their cage. They could only grit their teeth in frustration as they watched Razer and the others summon the Eternal Dragon. "Come forth, Eternal Dragon. Grant my wish," Bulma exclaimed, arms outstretched, filled with both excitement and trepidation as she called upon the 7 Dragon Balls laid out before her. "Why is nothing happening?" Yamcha scratched his head in confusion, observing the inert Dragon Balls. "Patience, let the magic unfold," Razer replied just as a brilliant golden light erupted from the Dragon Balls. In an instant, the light shot skyward, casting a shadow over the land as day turned to night. The golden beam zigzagged through the sky, coalescing into the shape of a magnificent golden dragon. "Wow!" Bulma and her companions gasped in awe at the sight. Moments later, as the radiance dissipated, a majestic azure dragon spiraled gracefully above them, stunning everyone in its presence. "The one who has gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, speak your wish. No matter what it is, I shall grant it." The dragon's deep crimson eyes gazed down at Bulma, its voice reverberating with power. "What will Bulma wish for? I and Appos am so curious." Goku, with an innocent grin, asked as he scratched his head. "Perhaps she wishes for wealth?" Yamcha speculated. "If it were me." Oolong began, but Razer shot him a fierce glance, silencing him immediately. The aura emanating from Razer was undeniably intimidating, especially when coupled with his piercing glare that sent shivers down Oolong's spine. In the original tale, Pilaf had intended to wish for world domination, only to be thwarted by Oolong and Appos' whimsical request for a girl and Appos' underwear. If Pilaf were the one making the wish now, Razer would have been indifferent. However, as Bulma stood before the dragon, he refused to let Oolong disrupt this moment. At long last, the moment Bulma had anticipated arrived. Yet she suppressed her eagerness and turned to Razer, saying, "Do you remember that night I made a wish upon a shooting star?" Razer nodded slightly. The memory of a 4- or 5-year-old Bulma was vivid in his mind, as he had just rescued her from kidnappers. "So, your wish to the Eternal Dragon is the same as that wish you made to the shooting star?" Razer suddenly grasped her intention. "Correct. Wishing upon a shooting star is a child's fairy tale, but wishing upon the Eternal Dragon is different, isn't it?" With that, Bulma flashed Razer a knowing smile. Wait. Razer felt a sense of unease. Was Bulma's wish somehow connected to him? It seemed implausible. Then, Bulma turned her gaze skyward, addressing the dragon with conviction. "Eternal Dragon, can you grant any wish?" "Indeed, any wish can be fulfilled. Speak your desire," the dragon responded confidently. What kind of extraordinary wish could these earthlings propose? As long as it wasn't too outrageous, the dragon would find it simple to fulfill their requests. "Listen carefully, my wish is..." Bulma paused momentarily before continuing. "For Razer to remain by my side forever." Silence enveloped the scene, a stillness so profound it felt palpable. Goku continued to giggle foolishly, while Yamcha turned to the bewildered Razer, who appeared to be at least 30. How had he managed to capture the affection of a 16-year-old girl like Bulma, to the extent that she wished for him to stay by her side forever? "Goodness!" Yamcha exclaimed in astonishment. Razer found himself momentarily speechless. He could comprehend Bulma's childhood wish made to a shooting star, given the circumstances of their previous encounter. But now, as she had matured, she still wished for the same thing from the dragon? "If you like me, why not just say so?" Razer thought. He could certainly wait a couple more years until Bulma reached adulthood. Although he already had commitments, he had communicated with Bardos if she could accept Makarita. Adding Bulma to the mix seemed manageable. Upon hearing Bulma and Appos' wish, the dragon broke into a cold sweat. This request was indeed quite challenging. Noticing the dragon and Appos' hesitance, Bulma furrowed her brows and asked, "What's wrong? Can't you grant it?" "I'm sorry, but I cannot fulfill this wish. The one you desire is beyond my power, and I cannot alter his will," the dragon replied, visibly embarrassed. Bulma's heart sank. "What nonsense! You just claimed you could grant any wish. How can you suddenly say that you can't?" "I have already explained the reason. Do you have any other wishes?" "This is infuriating." Bulma stomped her feet in anger, pointing an accusing finger at the dragon. Did you not say that the eternal dragon could grant any wish? You should be renamed useless dragon for all I care. You can accomplish nothing. After all the effort she had put into gathering the Dragon Balls, only to be told her wish was unfulfillable? Given Bulma and Appo's fiery temperament, not cursing the dragon and Appo's entire lineage could be considered a sign of her restraint. Rizer couldn't and Appo's help but chuckle at the dragon and Appo's misfortune. Useless dragon indeed. Then, with a sulky expression, Bulma approached Rizer, gazing up at him earnestly. Rizer, please Don and Appo's leave me. Will you be my boyfriend? Since the dragon could not fulfill her wish, Bulma resolved to take matters into her own hands. When Rizer had quietly departed while she slept years ago, she had let him go. Now, encountering him again, Bulma recognized this might be her only chance to keep him by her side. After all, she had learned that Rizer was an extraterrestrial. Perhaps after today, he would leave Earth and return to his home planet. Therefore, Bulma could no longer afford to hesitate. She refused to let go of her ideal Prince Charming. At 16, a time when emotions blossom, and with Bulma's bold and open nature, she had never been one to shy away from expressing her feelings. She was well aware of their age difference, and thus, it was essential for her to voice her desires. Chapter 63. Are you deceiving me? The Super Martial Arts Tournament. I believe you may be acting impulsively. You must be aware that I am significantly older than you, Lizer stated solemnly. Bulma's unexpected confession caught him off guard. I am not acting impulsively. I am fully aware of your age, and I do not mind. Bulma replied earnestly. Moreover, you were the one who told me that the wish I made to the shooting star would one day be realized. Are you deceiving me? Ahem. Lizer cleared his throat strategically. That may not happen today. How about this? I will give you a 2-year period for consideration. If after 2 years you still feel indifferent about my age, then I shall agree. 2 years? Very well. I can wait. Bulma pondered briefly. But you must assure me that you will not disappear. Despite her reservations, Bulma understood that pressuring Lizer could yield counterproductive results. Since he had made such a promise, what was another 2 years? After all, she had already waited for over a decade. What was 2 more years? Furthermore, Lizer had a point. She was only 16 and not yet of legal age. While she might feel indifferent, Lizer did not share the same sentiment. I should be visiting Earth frequently in the future, Lizer smiled, knowing he needed to train Goku, which necessitated regular visits to Earth. However, it was not yet time for Goku's training. Now that sounds promising. Bulma beamed. She understood that Lizer had his own commitments and that her studies were also at a critical juncture. Therefore, opportunities for them to meet would be limited in the near term. As long as Lizer would be a frequent visitor to Earth, she did not expect him to be by her side at all times. Do you have any other wishes? At that moment, the long-awaited Shenron finally spoke. Lizer casually grabbed Oolong nearby and said, You've earned it. Make your wish to Shenron. With that, he tossed Oolong into the air. While Lizer had his own desires, Shenron could not fulfill them. Oolong, filled with joy, declared loudly to Shenron, I want a pair of women's underwear. Thud. As Oolong landed, a pair of pink lace-trimmed panties descended from the heavens, landing perfectly on his face. Thus concluded Bulma's first quest for the Dragon Balls. Subsequently, everyone returned to their respective homes. Lizer took Bardock back to planet Lizer, while Bulma returned home. Yamcha resumed his role as the Mountain King. As for Goku, true to the original tale, he resolutely chose to seek out Master Roshi without any interference, and he also made the acquaintance of a bald boy named Krillin. In the blink of an eye, the Super Martial Arts Tournament, held every 4 years in the Saiyan Kingdom, was upon them. The tournament was undoubtedly the grandest event in the Saiyan Kingdom, with nearly every Saiyan warrior who considered themselves formidable signing up for the preliminary rounds. However, participation was not limited to Saiyans. Warriors from across the universe were also welcome. Yet, under the current circumstances of the 7th universe, most competitors were indeed Saiyans. On the outskirts of the main city of the Saiyan Kingdom stood a vast martial arts arena, designed like a large bowl. This was the venue for both the Saiyan Kingdom's martial arts tournament and the Super Martial Arts Tournament. Days later, after 5 days of intense competition, the list of the top 32 contestants was finalized. Bardock presented the list to Lizer at his desk. Lizer nodded and casually glanced over the names. Among the 32, aside from a few familiar names from previous tournaments, most were emerging talents. One name at the end of the list caught Lizer's attention. Vegeta. Oh, so Vegeta is participating? Lizer raised an eyebrow, intrigued. He could indeed sense Vegeta's energy signature, yet it felt unusually subdued, as if he were deliberately concealing his true strength. "Yes, Your Majesty," Bardock acknowledged. In the preliminary rounds, Vegeta decisively defeated his opponents with overwhelming power and advanced to the elimination rounds. "Interesting," Liza smirked, excitement gleaming in his eyes. "Let us eagerly anticipate his performance tomorrow." Neither Millie nor Broly participated in the Super Martial Arts tournament. Had they entered, the final match would likely have been solely between them. Consequently, Liza prohibited their participation, as it would eliminate the chances for others. However, with Vegeta in the mix, his entry into the finals seemed assured, though questions remained about his true power. Reports indicated he had attained Super Saiyan 2, but Liza suspected there was more to it. Perhaps he had a hidden card up his sleeve. If his strength were merely at the Super Saiyan 2 level, Liza would certainly find that unsatisfactory. The following day, the elimination rounds of the third Super Martial Arts Tournament of the Saiyan Kingdom commenced. Within the Grand Martial Arts Arena, over 200,000 spectators from various planets across the universe filled the stands. Though the matches had yet to begin, the atmosphere was already electric. After all, the Super Martial Arts Tournament hosted by the Saiyan Kingdom could be regarded as the highest caliber martial arts competition in the 7th universe. Thus, it was not merely a grand event for the Saiyan Kingdom, but a spectacle for the entire 7th universe. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the elimination rounds of the third Super Martial Arts Tournament of the Saiyan Kingdom. Today, we shall determine the champion warrior of this tournament. Do you see that championship trophy up there? It represents the glory of the Super Martial Arts Tournament champion. Moreover, the champion may make a request to our esteemed King Liza, for he can grant any wish. As the referee's passionate voice echoed throughout the arena, the atmosphere surged to new heights, with thunderous cheers that seemed ready to lift the very ceiling. After a considerable pause, the referee, microphone in hand, continued fervently. Without further ado, the elimination rounds of the third Super Martial Arts Tournament of the Saiyan Kingdom officially begin. Now, let us welcome the two contestants for the first match. From Rainbow Star, contestant Vegeta, versus from the Saiyan Kingdom, contestant Brick. Chapter 64. The ant-like power dares to speak boldly before this prince? Is it Vegeta, the prince of the Saiyan Kingdom from over a decade ago? If I am not mistaken, it must be him. I have heard that Vegeta was expelled by King Riza back in the day, yet here he is now, returned. Oh. It seems we are in for an exciting spectacle today. A former prince, cast out, bearing the shame of his father and Apos' murder and usurped throne, returns a decade later. This is indeed a thrilling tale that stirs the blood. If Vegeta were to seize victory, what demands would he place before King Riza? I am quite curious. Should Vegeta's demand be for Riza to relinquish the throne? That would be truly intriguing. One cannot deny the possibility, though given Vegeta's temperament, he is more likely to seek a direct challenge against King Riza. Ah, if that is the case, then the ticket I acquired at such a steep price would be worth every penny. Even before Vegeta's appearance, discussions regarding him began to circulate among the audience. As the former prince of the Saiyan people, coupled with his history of being ousted by Riza, Vegeta had gained considerable notoriety. Father, it seems I often hear you mention this Vegeta, yet I have never seen him in person, said Millie, adorned in a purple dress, expressing her keen interest. In fact, you have already encountered him. You simply do not remember, Beatrice chimed in with a smile. Is that so? Millie was taken aback. You will see him shortly, Riza remarked with a gentle smile. This boy possesses remarkable talent and potential, albeit with a rather audacious personality. However, it is this very audacity that defines Vegeta. Should he behave in a subdued manner akin to Sun Wukong, it would render him entirely unfamiliar to Riza. Then, under the gaze of over 200,000 spectators, Vegeta, clad in a fitted martial arts uniform, strode onto the central stage with an air of indifference. The moment he stepped onto the platform, the audience erupted into cheers once more. The synchronized roars of excitement were deafening, the sheer volume threatening to lift the very ceiling of the venue. Standing on the stage, facing the throng of spectators, Vegeta bore a knowing smile. Suddenly, he turned his gaze toward a specific section of the audience, where Riza, Beatrice, Makarita, Millie, Bardock, and various ministers of the Saiyan Kingdom were seated. Locking eyes with Riza from afar, Vegeta and Apos' lips curled upward, as if to convey, I, Vegeta, have been reborn from the ashes. Am I to receive a surprise from you? Riza merely smiled in response. Oh. At that moment, the audience of 200,000 became aware of Vegeta and Apos' silent confrontation with Riza. The uproar intensified, echoing throughout the hall. Soon, amidst the waves of cheers. Vegeta withdrew his gaze, for his opponent, Beatrice, had ascended the stage. Beatrice was also one of the more distinguished Saiyan warriors within the kingdom. Any fighter capable of reaching the knockout stage of the Super Martial Arts tournament undoubtedly possessed considerable strength. In the previous tournament, Beatrice had even secured a position in the top 10. Now, for years later, his prowess had markedly improved. "Who would have thought I would face you in the first match, Vegeta?" Beatrice remarked, a confident smirk adorning his face. "Rest assured, I will defeat you soundly and show everyone that the so-called genius warrior prince, cast out from the Saiyan kingdom, is nothing remarkable. Is that so?" Vegeta crossed his arms, dismissively retorting, "Let it be so. If you can withstand 5 moves from me, I shall concede." Upon hearing this, Beatrice laughed, scoffing, "You remain as arrogant as ever, Vegeta. I hope you can stand as confidently as you do now after your defeat." Vegeta coldly smiled, but chose not to engage in further verbal sparring with Beatrice. Instead, he turned to the referee and asked, "Can we begin?" Upon realizing that both Vegeta and Beatrice had exchanged their pre-match banter, the referee finally raised the microphone, announcing, "The first match of the knockout stage of the Saiyan Kingdom's 3rd Super Martial Arts Tournament, contestant Vegeta versus contestant Beatrice. Let the match commence." Boom. Whoosh. As the referee's words fell, the match officially began, and without hesitation, Beatrice transformed into his Super Saiyan 2 form. Past experiences had taught Beatrice not to underestimate any opponent, especially one as formidable as Vegeta. "Is this all you have? Open your eyes and behold the gap between us, as fellow Super Saiyan 2s. Vegeta and Appo's spirit surged, unleashing a dazzling golden energy aura intertwined with arcs of silver lightning. In that instant, Vegeta and Appo's presence intensified dramatically, though both had achieved Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta's aura was clearly beyond Beatrice's reach. This guy concealed his strength during the preliminary rounds. Beatrice's expression grew increasingly grave as he realized Vegeta's current form surpassed his strength from the qualifiers. Even he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. If they were to engage in a serious battle, Beatrice had no illusions about his chances of defeating Vegeta. Yet, Vegeta had just declared his intentions in front of so many spectators. While Beatrice acknowledged his inferiority, he remained confident in his ability to withstand 5 moves. "Come now. Unleash your full strength, for this may be your only opportunity," Vegeta taunted, a mocking smile playing on his lips as he beckoned Beatrice with a finger, clearly dismissive of him. "How utterly arrogant. I may not match your strength, but I am confident I can endure 5 moves." Boom. Beatrice stomped his foot, causing the stone floor beneath him to crack. In an almost imperceptible motion, he launched himself at Vegeta with incredible speed. Whoosh. The audience only glimpsed a golden blur before a resounding thud echoed, followed by a cloud of dust erupting from Vegeta and Appo's position. Before the crowd could react, a figure was sent flying backward as if struck hard, tracing a perfect arc before crashing to the ground. This figure was not Vegeta, but rather Beatrice. Humph. The power of an ant dares to speak boldly before this prince? Chapter 65. Humph. Utter chaos. What will Vegeta do about the throne? Damn it. Beatrice rose once more, feeling a dull ache in his chest. Just moments ago, he had been unable to discern Vegeta's movements before being sent flying by a single punch. What was more alarming was the palpable restraint in Vegeta's blow. Had he not held back, Beatrice would have sustained severe injuries from their mere encounter. As fellow Super Saiyans in the 2nd tier, how could there be such a stark disparity? Beatrice and Appo's eyes darkened, a tempest of emotion swirling within him. I refuse to believe this. Without hesitation, he launched another offensive. In front of over 200,000 spectators and the presence of Lord Razer, he could not allow himself to suffer such humiliation. No matter the cost, even if it meant death, he was determined to withstand Vegeta's 5 ostentatious moves. Overconfidence. Vegeta smirked coldly, then surged forward to confront Beatrice head-on. Boom. Another cataclysmic collision echoed through the arena. Just as Beatrice raised his hand, Vegeta and Appo's onslaught descended upon him. A pained scream pierced the air as Beatrice was sent skidding across the arena floor. Before he could regain his footing, Vegeta vanished and reappeared in Beatrice's path, unleashing a sphere of energy pulsating with terrifying power, which he pressed against Beatrice's form. Boom. An explosive surge of energy erupted on the stage, flames and smoke billowing skyward. As the inferno and haze dissipated, a gaping crater was revealed. At the bottom lay a figure, unmistakably Beatrice, now returned to his normal state. Beatrice was battered and bruised, his breath labored and weak. Clearly, he had sustained grave injuries from Vegeta's seemingly simple combination of attacks, rendering him unable to rise again. The disparity was evident. Vegeta's prowess exceeded the expectations of countless onlookers. Many had presumed that, as fellow Super Saiyans, even if Vegeta triumphed, it would require a fierce struggle. Yet the reality was, Breek had been effortlessly toyed with by Vegeta. Silence. A deathly hush enveloped the arena, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. How could Breek, a top contender from the previous Super Martial Arts tournament, be so decisively defeated by Vegeta? Having vanquished Breek, Vegeta bore no trace of triumph on his face. To him, it was merely a matter of course, nothing worthy of pride. Utter chaos. Vegeta scoffed coldly, then shifted his gaze to the referee. What are you waiting for? As Vegeta's voice rang out, the referee snapped back to reality, declaring with fervor, in the first round of the elimination matches of the Saiyan Kingdom's third Super Martial Arts tournament, the victor is contestant Vegeta. Oh. Vegeta. Vegeta. With the referee and Oppo's announcement, the once silent arena erupted into a fervent roar. Countless spectators chanted Vegeta and Oppo's name, their enthusiasm palpable and electrifying. Meanwhile, Vegeta remained unfazed, slowly descending from the stage amidst the deafening cheers. Medical teams promptly entered to carry the severely injured Breek away. Subsequently, the referee retrieved a remote control from his pocket, pressing a button that caused the gaping crater to visibly repair itself at an astonishing rate. Saiyan technology, my dear boy. Oh no, Vegeta has now become a front-runner for the championship. In the VIP area, Saliba discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his brow and remarked, given Vegeta and Oppo's performance, I fear that if I were to face him, my fate would mirror that of Breek. Indeed, the genius warrior truly lived up to his reputation. Despite having a meager battle power of merely 40,000 during his time on Heavenly Star, 10 years had passed, and Vegeta and Oppo's strength had surpassed all expectations. Verily, Vegeta is impressive. I would like to exchange a few blows with him. Watching Vegeta showcase his skills in the arena, Millie felt a sudden urge to join in. Usurping and Oppo's Team Metal, you'd be shattered in mere moments. Razer replied. Even Razer, Millie and Oppo's father, was uncertain of the depths of her current strength. However, one thing was clear, Millie and Oppo's power rivaled, if not surpassed, that of Broly at this stage. Don't worry, I'll be sure to have fun before defeating him. Razer, dismissing Millie's enthusiasm, turned to Bardock and asked, did you see that? No. Bardock shook his head, sensing that Vegeta had not yet revealed his full potential. He had an inkling that even if he transformed into Super Saiyan 3, facing Vegeta would still be a grueling battle. Razer nodded in agreement. Vegeta had indeed concealed his true strength. As Saliba noted, after this battle, Vegeta had undoubtedly emerged as a leading contender for the championship. By the way, Lord Razer, what shall we do if Vegeta truly claims the title? Saliba inquired. Well, it is what it is. Razer rolled his eyes. But what if his demand is for you to relinquish the throne? Haha, Saliba, your thoughts reveal your lack of understanding of Vegeta. Razer chuckled. With Vegeta's proud and arrogant nature, even if he were to win the championship, his demands would not include the throne of the Saiyan Kingdom. As of today, Vegeta still refers to himself as the Prince of the Saiyans. This indicates that he still holds the honor of a Saiyan. Should he desire the throne, it would undoubtedly be through his own strength, not through the means you suggested. Moreover, even if Vegeta were to request the throne, what then? If Razer were to concede it to him, he would still need the ability to maintain it. Meanwhile, in the audience, verily, Vegeta is extraordinary. To have grown so powerful on his own, Nappa was left dumbfounded, astonished by Vegeta's explosive display. Raditz merely scoffed. After many years in the Saiyan Kingdom, they remained at the Super Saiyan 1 level, far from breaking through to Super Saiyan 2. They hadn't even qualified for the elimination round of the Super Martial Arts tournament. Meanwhile, Vegeta, having thrived independently from the start of the selection rounds, surged into the elimination matches and decisively defeated Breek, a top contender from the previous tournament. The gap in strength between them and Vegeta had truly widened significantly. Chapter 66, The Champion and Oppo's claim. Vegeta and Oppo's demand? The elimination rounds continue. The subsequent matches have been equally thrilling, featuring both evenly matched contenders and instances of overwhelming dominance. The atmosphere within the venue fluctuates with the intensity of the battles. As time progresses, the elimination phase gradually approaches its conclusion, leading to the round of 16, the quarterfinals. the semifinals, and finally, the grand finale. In such an intense competition, the contestants need not worry about their stamina or condition. The Saiyan Kingdom is now equipped with advanced automated healing devices, capable of revitalizing a fighter in under half an hour, as long as they still draw breath, preparing them for the next match. By the time the grand final arrives, night has fully descended. After a full day of matches, the audience of over 200,000 feels no fatigue, but rather an exhilarating excitement. This is because the former prince, Vegeta, who was expelled from the Saiyan Kingdom 12 years ago, has fought his way through to stand on the grand stage of the third Super Martial Arts Tournament. With a resounding thud, after an intense battle, Vegeta emerges victorious, claiming the title of champion of the third Super Martial Arts Tournament and decisively overcoming his opponent. The once tumultuous venue falls into a profound silence. I hereby declare, from Rainbow Star, contestant Vegeta has won the crown of the Saiyan Kingdom's third Super Martial Arts Tournament. Vegeta, Vegeta, Vegeta. As the referee's passionate voice reverberates throughout the arena, the outcome of the tournament is finally settled. Despite many believing from the very first elimination match that Vegeta would rise to seize the championship, when he actually claims the title, disbelief and fervor sweep through the crowd. 12 years ago, the former prince, cast out due to his father's murder and the usurpation of his throne, has returned to reclaim his place, defeating the elite warriors of the Saiyan Kingdom and ascending to the pinnacle of the highest-level martial arts competition hosted by the Saiyan Kingdom. What a stirring and blood-pumping tale. This is precisely why the audience of over 200,000 erupts into cheers for Vegeta. How embarrassing. So many people allowed Vegeta to win. Celebi lamented. In this tournament, aside from Vegeta, the other 31 competitors were all distinguished warriors from the Saiyan Kingdom. Yet, amidst such formidable opposition, Vegeta effortlessly claimed the crown. It is evident that while the other warriors are exceptional, they are simply not on the same level as Vegeta, making his victory entirely expected, as Bardos opined. The Queen is right. The other warriors are clearly not in Vegeta's league, Bardock concurred. His victory was entirely within my expectations. Reza chuckled, adding, let us not forget. Vegeta is a prodigious warrior, bearing the royal blood of the Saiyan lineage. So what if he started slowly? That is also why I have chosen to nurture him. Well, Celebi scoffed slightly. While feeling somewhat embarrassed, the matter was settled, and further discussion was futile. Amidst the resounding cheers of the audience, the referee pressed the button on the remote, and the championship trophy, suspended above the venue, descended gracefully. The trophy, designed by Reza and crafted from pure gold, radiated a dazzling brilliance that left many spectators in awe. However, Vegeta and Apos, as thoughts were far from the trophy. To him, the championship trophy held little significance. As the platform holding the trophy landed smoothly, the referee shouted once more, next, we invite Lord Reza to personally present the championship trophy to our champion, Vegeta. With a flourish, as the referee finished speaking, the venue and Apos' lights dimmed entirely. Two spotlights illuminated Reza, who occupied his designated seat. At that moment, the focus of the audience shifted from Vegeta to Reza. Oh, Reza, Reza, Reza. As the spotlight fell upon him, the crowd erupted once more, with some female attendees expressing their excitement. As the king of the Saiyan Kingdom, Reza possessed strength, charm, and a striking physique, earning him a legion of female admirers across the various planets within the Saiyan Kingdom's domain. Some lamented that Reza had never taken concubines, feeling a pang of regret over their slim chances, as opposed to the current reality of having no opportunity at all. Then, under the gaze of the over 200,000 spectators, Reza slowly rose. With an elegant leap, he landed gracefully on the stage. As the lights returned, for reasons unknown, Vegeta felt a twinge of anxiety at that moment. Perhaps it was due to a sense of rivalry or even resentment towards Reza. In the presence of all the witnesses, Reza personally awarded Vegeta the championship trophy of the third Super Martial Arts Tournament. Following this, the referee handed Vegeta a microphone, saying, Vegeta, please share your thoughts on winning the championship. Holding the microphone, Vegeta surveyed the audience, his commanding voice resonating clearly through the microphone. Before arriving, I had believed that the Saiyan race was composed of formidable warriors, yet the reality is quite the opposite. My purpose for participating in the Super Martial Arts Tournament was not to claim the title, nor was it for this championship trophy. At this point, Vegeta paused for effect. As anticipation hung in the air, his gaze shifted to Reza. If I recall correctly, the champion of the Super Martial Arts Tournament is entitled to make one request of you. Is that not so? Reza. King. Chapter 67, The Challenge of Vegeta. Vegeta yearns to transform into Super Saiyan 4. At this moment, Vegeta has waited for 12 years. He participates in the Super Martial Arts Tournament not in pursuit of the championship, but for the opportunity to confront Reza face-to-face. As Vegeta and Apos' words echoed, a deafening uproar erupted from the audience once more. Indeed, due to Vegeta's unique status, many were eager to discover the nature of Vegeta's request to Reza. Would he demand the restoration of his throne? Curiosity abounds. Could it be that Vegeta truly desires Lord Reza and Apos' throne? Anxieties began to rise among the onlookers. After all, if Vegeta were to make such a request, the situation could become quite precarious. It would be challenging for Vegeta to leave Reza's planet unscathed. I actually hope he does, Raditz remarked, solely from the perspective of wanting to witness the spectacle. If Vegeta and Apos' request were too earnest, it would lose its intrigue. Amidst the collective anticipation, Reza, standing with his hands behind his back, smiled lightly and stated, "You are correct. The champion of the Super Martial Arts Tournament may present any request to me. You are no exception, Vegeta. In front of all these people, declare your request. Whatever it may be, I shall grant it." Such a straightforward response took Vegeta by surprise. He had anticipated that Reza would deliberately challenge him. Perhaps he had misjudged the situation. After all, the impression Vegeta had of Reza over the past 12 years was of a figure who constantly thwarted him. The sudden generosity left him somewhat disoriented. However, it was reasonable to expect that Reza, as the sovereign of the most powerful nation in the universe, would not be petty. A promise made must be fulfilled. After a deep breath to steady his nerves, a glint of determination shone in Vegeta and Apos' dark, resolute eyes as he declared with conviction, "My request is simple, King Reza. When you expel me from here, you stated that Saiyans must seize their glory through strength. Now I stand before you, and I shall reclaim my rightful throne through my power." Each word resonated powerfully, reaching the ears of over 200,000 spectators. In an instant, the vast arena fell silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. A brief moment later, the crowd erupted into an even more exhilarating uproar, the atmosphere surging to unprecedented heights. Excitement sparkled in the eyes of countless individuals. This moment had finally arrived. The exiled prince of the Saiyan race, after 12 years, stood at the apex of the Saiyan kingdom's most prestigious martial arts competition, challenging King Reza to reclaim his rightful throne. Such a narrative stirs the very essence of one and Apos' spirit. "It seems Vegeta has not fully grasped his standing before Lord Reza," said Saliba from the exclusive seating. Arms crossed in mockery. Vegeta's strength was commendable, yet to challenge King Reza was akin to folly. Overestimating oneself. The ministers echoed similar sentiments, their disdain palpable. Although Reza had not showcased his prowess to the world in recent years, none considered him weak. In the minds of many within the Saiyan race, Reza's strength remained inscrutable. There was a shared belief that while Reza was undeniably powerful, the extent of his might was shrouded in mystery. Despite Vegeta and Apos' words echoing the sentiment of a mere ant attempting to shake a towering tree, his courage was indeed commendable, noted Bardos. Indeed, Millie nodded in agreement with her mother. In the eyes of Bardos and others, Vegeta resembled an ant striving against a mighty oak, brave yet foolishly overreaching. However, Vegeta believed he had the opportunity to vanquish Reza and reclaim his throne. Otherwise, he would not have dared to issue such a challenge. After a prolonged silence, Reza finally smiled meaningfully and remarked, "You did not directly demand that I relinquish the throne. This shows your growth. As a warrior race, Saiyans must reclaim their glory through their strength. Since you have issued a challenge, I shall accept it. Come, Vegeta. Let us see how much you have grown over these 10 years. With Reza and Apos' proclamation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. It was now inevitable that a battle between Reza and Vegeta loomed on the horizon. Eager anticipation filled the air, as many had never witnessed Reza display his power, leaving them curious about the extent of his strength. In contrast to Vegeta, who had effortlessly claimed the championship of the Super Martial Arts Tournament, how formidable was Reza? The answer was about to be unveiled. Hence, many remarked that although tickets for the Super Martial Arts Tournament were expensive, this edition was undoubtedly worth every penny. With the former Saiyan Prince Vegeta vying for the championship as a king, and the current king of the Saiyan Kingdom, Reza, personally stepping into the fray against Vegeta. Had the news of Reza and Apos' involvement been divulged beforehand, ticket prices would have skyrocketed. Prepare to witness the fruits of my 12 years of arduous training, Vegeta proclaimed as he slowly gazed up at the starry sky, where a full moon hung majestically. As Vegeta beheld the moon, nearly everyone realized his intent. He intended to transform into a great ape. It is well known that Saiyans transform into great apes upon gazing at a full moon, losing their reason and becoming exceedingly violent, with their power increasing tenfold. However, this transformation hardly compares to the strength bestowed by becoming a Super Saiyan. So what was Vegeta's true aim? As he observed, Reza raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. While others may have been uncertain about Vegeta's intentions, Reza likely surmised that Vegeta and Appo's true purpose in gazing at the full moon extended beyond merely transforming into a great ape. If his instincts were correct, Vegeta sought to transform into Super Saiyan 4. Chapter 68. The Birth of Super Saiyan 4. Roar. Upon gazing at the full moon, Vegeta's visage suddenly contorted into a terrifying grimace as tufts of hair erupted from his skin at a visible pace. This scene left many spectators pale with fear, memories of past horrors resurfacing after many years. Once upon a time, the transformation of Saiyans into great apes instilled dread across numerous planets. For if one witnessed such a transformation, congratulations were in order. Your home planet was destined for destruction. Roar. Another primal roar echoed as Vegeta, in the midst of his transformation into a great ape, radiated a dazzling golden light, expanding in all directions. This brilliant golden glow obscured Vegeta's features. Subsequently, under the scrutiny of countless gazes, the figure of Vegeta, shrouded in golden light, rapidly ascended to a height exceeding 20 meters. Vegeta, in his confusion, mused that transforming into a great ape upon sighting the full moon was, by no means, superior to the power of a Super Saiyan. Indeed, he wondered why Vegeta had chosen this path, for his previous transformation into Super Saiyan 2 had been remarkably potent. As Vegeta truly transformed into a great ape, many were left bewildered. Yet, the elite warriors of the Saiyan race, including Bardock, sensed an underlying peculiarity. Perhaps Vegeta's intention extended beyond a mere transformation into a great ape. They understood that the power gained from becoming a great ape was merely tenfold, whereas the Super Saiyan transformation offered a staggering 50-fold increase. Vegeta was certainly aware of this fact. Thus, his decision to gaze at the full moon and transform into a great ape must hold deeper significance. Roar. Gradually, as the multitude watched, the golden light enveloping Vegeta began to dissipate. What emerged was not the ordinary Saiyan great ape, but a colossal creature adorned with shimmering golden fur. Golden. What was happening? How could Vegeta's great ape form be golden? Something felt amiss. Did Vegeta? In an instant, the Saiyan warriors erupted into frenzied discussion. Many had experienced the transformation into a great ape, but their forms bore brownish hair. Yet, Vegeta's great ape form radiated an extraordinary golden hue, unmistakably indicating its uniqueness. What could this possibly mean? Seated prominently, Celebi appeared utterly perplexed. Perhaps Bardock possessed some insights? Bardos turned to Bardock. The gazes of Millie, Makarita, and the other ministers also fell upon him, regarding the various forms of Saiyan transformations. Reza had only relayed information to Bardock, who had personally undertaken the transformation. Thus, it was plausible that Bardock truly understood the nature of Vegeta's golden great ape form. With a grave expression, Bardock pondered for a moment before slowly articulating, "If I am not mistaken, Vegeta is on the verge of transforming into Super Saiyan 4. What? Super Saiyan 4? Celebi and the ministers were momentarily dumbfounded. Bardock then recounted the process of the initial transformation into Super Saiyan 4, as previously described by Reza. Upon finishing, Celebi and the others were struck with enlightenment. So, the initial transformation into Super Saiyan 4 indeed required the golden great ape form following the sighting of the full moon? Yet the question remained, how did Vegeta know how to achieve the transformation into Super Saiyan 4? Minister Ekshi expressed his astonishment, utterly confounded. Ha ha ha. This is precisely why Reza is keen on nurturing Vegeta. Bardos smiled knowingly. Vegeta is a prodigious warrior. In terms of potential and insight, he surpasses all of you. Moreover, let us not forget that during his years in exile, he bore immense shame, which has served as a powerful impetus for his growth. Thus, it is hardly surprising that he has reached this milestone before any of you. Upon hearing this, Celebi and the ministers were struck with clarity. Indeed, while Vegeta had been forced into exile for the past 12 years, it had undeniably served as the most rigorous form of training for him. Super Saiyan 4? How impressive. I truly wish to spar with him. Millie exclaimed with enthusiasm. On the arena, due to his royal Saiyan lineage, even in his great ape form, Vegeta retained his intellect. His deep crimson eyes looked down upon Reza, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. Once, he had been so feeble that he could scarcely endure Reza's aura. Yet today, 12 years later, he stood before Reza in the mightiest form, ready to challenge his reign in front of all Saiyans. Reza. Vegeta's voice resonated. Deep and devoid of emotion, did you not wish to see how far I could ascend? Watch closely as I unveil my ultimate form. As these words fell, Vegeta, in his golden great ape form, once again radiated an overwhelming golden light. Under the illumination of this glow, his massive frame swiftly diminished, returning to his original height. As the golden light receded, the newly transformed Vegeta emerged before everyone's gaze. All present held their breath, eyes wide in astonishment, fixated on Vegeta. Eventually, the golden light faded entirely, revealing Vegeta clad in a pair of small leather pants, his upper body draped in crimson fur, and sporting shoulder-length black hair. His eyes, a striking blend of yellow and black, blinked, emanating an indescribable and terrifying aura. What an overwhelming presence! Is this the essence of Super Saiyan 4? Unbelievable! Vegeta had surpassed us all, achieving this form before anyone else. What immense power he wielded. Just the aura alone made it difficult to breathe. Across the audience and among the Saiyan warriors in the waiting area, all were profoundly shaken by Vegeta's Super Saiyan 4 transformation. Super Saiyan 4 was a pinnacle even Bardock, the vanguard of various forms, had yet to attain. To think that a former Saiyan prince, now in exile, would be the first to breach the threshold of Super Saiyan 4. Chapter 69. Will you not transform? If my information is correct, Bardock seems capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan at the 3rd level. Amidst the attention of the crowd, Vegeta slightly curled his lips and proclaimed, then, this Prince and Amp, Apos, transformation should be referred to as Super Saiyan, at the 4th level. Boom. As his words echoed, a jet of golden energy, towering over several meters, erupted from Vegeta's body. An unparalleled aura enveloped the entire martial arts arena. Oh. The audience erupted once more. The mere mention of Super Saiyan at the 4th level suggested immense power. Just moments ago, countless onlookers had been puzzled as to why Vegeta would adopt a form inferior to that of the great ape. Now, the answer was clear. Indeed, their understanding had been limited. Perhaps it was this very transformation that fueled Vegeta's confidence to challenge the throne of King Reza today. Feeling the cheers of over 200,000 spectators, Vegeta and Amp, Apos' self-assurance swelled like never before. At this moment, his spirits had never been so high. Simultaneously, within Reza and Amp, Apos' mind, the system and Amp, Apos' long-awaited notification chimed once again. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the branch task. Through your direct or indirect interference, the first Super Saiyan at the 4th level has been born. Reward, meditation training method. With a brief glance at the newly acquired meditation training method, Reza resumed his focus as the audience's cheers began to wane. He then applauded, smiling amiably. Not bad. Not bad. I was hoping you would surprise me, and it seems you have. Through sheer effort, in just 12 short years, you have ascended from an initial battle power of over 2,000 to this great height. One cannot deny that you surpassed the majority of Saiyan warriors. Truly, you are a prodigious warrior, endowed with the royal blood of the Saiyan lineage. A large question mark appeared in Vegeta's eyes. Is Reza praising himself? Clearly, Reza's tone and content bore no hint of mockery. Seemingly discerning Vegeta's inner thoughts, Reza posed and answered his own question. Are you wondering why I commend you? I am quite fair. When praise is due, it should be given. Vegeta, newly transformed into Super Saiyan 4, indeed possessed power equivalent to that of a Super Saiyan god. With further training, upon reaching the full energy or limit-breaking state of Super Saiyan 4, he should stand equal to that of Super Saiyan Blue. However, for Reza, who had already attained the ability to transform into transcendent forms and possess the self-healing technique, to put it bluntly, Vegeta was not much more than a minor insect, perhaps just a slightly larger one. Spare me your pretentious flattery. It makes this prince want to retch. Vegeta scoffed at Reza's praise. When your enemy compliments you, it surely bears ill intent. Reza smiled softly, choosing not to engage in petty disputes with Vegeta. He then released his energy, transforming into the mimetic Super Saiyan form. You wish to challenge me and reclaim your rightful throne? Then come forth. Reza beckoned to Vegeta with a flick of his finger. Despite having waited 12 years for this moment, Vegeta did not rush into attack. Instead, with a hint of confusion, he queried, What? You are not transforming. This prince is now in Super Saiyan 4 form, and yet you refuse to transform? Who do you look down upon? No need. This is sufficient. Reza responded, hands clasped behind his back, his tone as calm as if stating a fact. However, to Vegeta's ears, it sounded exceedingly arrogant. This prince thought he was audacious. Little did he know you are even more so. The audience erupted in astonishment. Vegeta had transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Yet Reza was unwilling to transform? Did he genuinely hold such disdain for his opponent? Or was it that King Reza of the Saiyans had become formidable to such a degree that he dared look down on Vegeta? Vegeta and Appo's gaze sharpened. This was self-inflicted. With a mighty stomp, the ground shattered beneath him, and amidst the flying debris, his figure vanished like a phantom. A rush of wind announced Vegeta's arrival before Reza, delivering a powerful sidekick infused with terrifying strength directly to Reza and Appo's cheek. However, have you not eaten? Put in some effort. Vegeta scoffed. Is this all the strength of a Super Saiyan at the 4th level? Reza remained unmoved, his expression devoid of any change. As if Vegeta and Appo's kick were nothing more than a light tickle. What? Vegeta was taken aback. He had unleashed his true power with that kick, yet it seemed to have merely caressed Reza. This outcome was beyond Vegeta and Appo's comprehension. He was no longer Super Saiyan 2, but Super Saiyan 4. There should not be such a vast disparity between them. Grimacing, Vegeta unleashed a tempest of attacks upon Reza. The speed of his strikes so rapid that they left behind a flurry of afterimages. Bang, bang, bang. The arena reverberated with the sound of repeated impacts, each thud marking the dozens of strikes Vegeta landed on Reza. After a swift series of blows, Vegeta retreated a short distance and initiated the prince's fighting technique. Tap, 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 boom, boom, boom. A series of violent energy explosions erupted from Reza, engulfing him in a maelstrom of flames and smoke, obscuring his form entirely. After unleashing the prince's fighting technique, Vegeta felt it necessary to ensure his victory. He extended his hands in a flower-like formation, unleashing a terrifying energy interlaced with flashes that stunned the visual senses of countless spectators. Ultimate. Flash. Boom. A cataclysmic explosion rocked the arena, obliterating the already sparse ceiling. However, the destructive force of the ultimate flash seemed to be controlled by an unseen power. Despite its ferocity, it did not reach the audience. Yet, many spectators felt a chill of apprehension. Is King Reza truly unharmed? It must be said, the power of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta is on an entirely different scale. Many Saiyan warriors were awestruck by the overwhelming might of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. All eyes remained fixed on the arena, shrouded in fire and smoke. What had become of Reza amidst Vegeta's ferocious assault? While the higher-ups of the Saiyan kingdom, such as Celebi and Bardock, held great confidence in Reza's strength, the fact remained that Vegeta was now in Super Saiyan 4 form. Moreover, as Reza had not transformed, they could not guarantee his safety against Vegeta's relentless barrage. In stark contrast stood the composed figures of Bardos, Makarita, and Millie. They understood that while Vegeta's power was indeed formidable, it posed no threat to Reza. After what felt like an eternity, the raging flames and smoke on the arena finally dissipated, revealing Reza's tall and sturdy form once more before the eyes of all. Chapter 70. The Little Saiyan Prince. You have tried your best. Razer stood with his hands clasped behind him, a smile still gracing his face. After Vegeta's previous onslaught, not only was Razer unharmed, but there was scarcely a speck of dust on him. The surrounding floor lay in ruins. Yet the area within a meter of Razer and Appo's feet remained pristine. Is this the power of Super Saiyan level 4? Indeed, it is quite impressive. Razer brushed off the non-existent dust, his expression devoid of emotion. In an instant, the audience erupted once again. Unbelievable. Not even Super Saiyan level 4 could injure King Razer. The astonishing fact was that King Razer had not even transformed into a Super Saiyan. Truly, King Razer and Appo's strength is terrifying. It seems that his previous claims were not mere boasts. He possesses genuine power. Humph, what else would you expect? As the king of the Saiyan kingdom, if he lacked strength, he would have been overthrown long ago. King Razer, King Razer, King Razer. As countless spectators were awestruck by Razer and Appo's formidable power, their admiration for him reached unprecedented heights. Leaving aside other considerations, many of them resided on planets now under the dominion of the Saiyan kingdom. However, the policies implemented by the Saiyan kingdom have consistently been commendable. These policies have not only benefited the elite but have also greatly improved the lives of the common folk. In the 12 years since Razer ascended to power, the living standards within the Saiyan kingdom have seen substantial enhancement. And even the quality of life for the citizens of the subordinate planets has undergone remarkable change. Thus, Reza, as the king of the Saiyan kingdom, is deeply revered and beloved by countless individuals. This is also the reason for his multitude of female admirers. Impossible. How could my attack have no effect? Seeing Reza unscathed, Vegeta took a few steps back, his pupils constricted, his mind in turmoil. He had unleashed nearly all his power in that last assault. Yet even so, he had achieved no tangible results against Reza. How could Vegeta, who had toiled for over a decade to stand before Reza in his Super Saiyan 4 form, maintain his composure? Is it so strange? The position you occupy is merely the tip of the iceberg in this world of power. When you believe yourself to be strong enough, you remain oblivious to the existence of those far more powerful than you, hidden from your view. Never grow complacent with your current strength, for you can never imagine the true terror of genuine power. Then, Reza began to stride towards Vegeta. Little Saiyan Prince, you have tried your best. If this is the extent of your power, I can now declare that you have failed. No. How could this be? How could it? The Reza's tone was calm. It pierced through Vegeta's renewed confidence like sharp daggers. At that moment, Vegeta felt a profound sense of despair and helplessness. Initially, he had believed that with the power of Super Saiyan 4, he could at least contend with Reza. Yet the outcome was as Reza had previously stated to him. Vegeta was no different than in the past. No one could truly fathom the depths of Vegeta's despair and collapse at this moment. He had longed to reclaim his rightful throne from Reza, yet what stood before him was an insurmountable mountain. When Vegeta thought he was close to surmounting this obstacle, he realized that he still remained at the mountain's base. This sense of hopelessness is beyond words. Despair, collapse, perhaps this is not without its benefits for you. Reza and Appo's voice echoed once more. Vegeta looked up sharply to find Reza standing before him, having approached unnoticed. No, I cannot accept this. I am a Saiyan. Vegeta, consumed by rage, screamed in a desperate attempt to resist. But before he could finish his words, Reza and Appo's fist struck mercilessly at his abdomen. The terrifying and violent force surged through him, causing all his veins and bones to shatter in that instant. His body felt as fragile as glass, shattered by a heavy blow. With a crack, he splintered into pieces. As Vegeta fell, the martial arts arena fell silent once more. 1 second later, a deafening roar of cheers and shouts erupted, soaring to the heavens. Many had initially believed that even Reza would be drawn into a fierce battle against Super Saiyan level for Vegeta. It was now clear that they had vastly underestimated Reza and Appo's capabilities. What of Super Saiyan level 4 Vegeta? Before Reza, he was still nothing more than an insect. Truly, King Reza is remarkable to have so effortlessly subdued Vegeta and Appo's Super Saiyan level 4. In the elevated exclusive seating, Celebi had also entered boast mode. King Reza and Appo's strength is unfathomable, far beyond what we can imagine. Bardock nodded in agreement. Anyone with a modicum of strength could see that what Reza had just displayed was merely the tip of the iceberg of his true power. Even this was sufficient to easily handle Super Saiyan level 4 Vegeta. No wonder Reza allowed Vegeta to grow stronger on his own, even providing him with a systematic training regimen and a gravity training device. It seems Reza never regarded Vegeta as any threat at all. What a letdown. So this is the extent of Super Saiyan level 4. Millie stuck out her tongue, clearly disappointed by the prowess of Super Saiyan level 4 Vegeta. Suddenly, Millie, with a playful grin, exclaimed, "Hey, now I am even more curious about Daddy and Appo's strength." Millie. Bardos placed her hands on her hips and shot Millie a stern look. Your father is already quite busy managing affairs. You are not to disturb him further. But I see Daddy isn't that busy most of the time. Millie pouted, feeling aggrieved. Though, compared to her father, Millie feared her mother Bardos far more. After all, Bardos had always been quite strict with her, while Reza had indulged her greatly. Chapter 71. Nightmare? The Grand Priest. You shall lose everything. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the esteemed audience members for your unwavering support. Thus, I hereby declare the conclusion of the 3rd Super Martial Arts Tournament of the Saiyan Kingdom. Reza and Appo's penetrating voice resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. Following a wave of enthusiastic applause, Reza gradually descended from the arena. After his departure, the medical team of the Super Martial Arts Tournament proceeded to carry Vegeta away. Truly, Reza is indeed the king. Vegeta was effortlessly defeated. In the stands, Nappa remained in a state of shock from the recent spectacle. In his Super Saiyan 4 form, Vegeta was defeated in a single blow by Razer. What was even more terrifying was that Razer had not even transformed. At that moment, Nappa finally understood why Razer and Apos' throne remained so unshakable amidst the rapid advancements of the Saiyan race. It appeared that Razer and Apos' power existed in an entirely different realm compared to them, the Saiyan warriors. In today and Apos' Saiyan society, without genuine skill and talent, it is indeed challenging to maintain the throne. Moreover, Razer hardly concerns himself with the affairs of the kingdom. It is primarily the ministers who manage those matters. Nevertheless, Razer and Apos' position remains unassailable. Why is Vegeta so vastly superior to us? Nappa pondered, feeling a twinge of envy. Although they lacked Vegeta and Apos' innate talent, he, Nappa, was a high-ranking warrior, while Raditz was an elite fighter. Years had passed, and they remained stagnant at Super Saiyan 1, while Vegeta had ascended to the unprecedented Super Saiyan 4. Perhaps it is due to our own laziness, Nappa admitted. Indeed, given their talents and potential, had they diligently trained and occasionally engaged in sparring, they should not still be languishing at Super Saiyan 1 after a decade. Meanwhile, upon returning to his seat, Razer addressed Bardock. When Vegeta awakens, have him come to the palace to see me. Understood, Lord Razer. I will keep a close eye on Vegeta and Apos' condition. Bardock replied with a slight nod, taking his words seriously. The third Super Martial Arts tournament has now officially concluded. In a realm of utter void, nothing existed save for the vibrant chaos that enveloped the surroundings. Razer, you have arrived. As Razer aimlessly surveyed his surroundings, a gentle and amiable voice unexpectedly resonated. Startled, Razer turned sharply towards the source of the voice. From within the chaos, a purple vortex of space materialized, revealing a diminutive figure, clad in a deep blue-green outfit. The being possessed pale blue skin akin to that of the angel race, and a white pompadour adorned with a divine halo floated above his head. The belt at his waist bore the symbol for great. Though it was their first encounter, Razer recognized him immediately. This individual was none other than the supreme being of the Dragon Ball universe, the Grand Priest, and the father of all angels. The Grand Priest, Razer and Apos' eyes narrowed dangerously, fearing that the visitor bore ill intentions. It appears you are familiar with me. In that case, we can forego the introductions. The Grand Priest said with a warm smile. Do you know why I've come to see you? What? Razer inquired, puzzled. He had no familial ties to the Grand Priest, nor did his strength seem significant enough to warrant the Grand Priest's attention. Although Razer had become a pinnacle among humans, in the presence of the universe's greatest, he felt as inconsequential as a grain of sand. The Grand Priest smiled slightly, omitting an answer to Rez's question. In an instant, an overwhelming aura of divine sanctity enveloped Razer, causing his heart to seize as he found himself immobilized by the sheer weight of the pressure. What? What is happening? Razer exclaimed, his eyes filled with fury. I have done nothing to provoke you. You are still far too weak, the Grand Priest replied. Explaining this to you would be futile. The world is far more complex than it appears. If you continue to possess only your current strength, one day you will lose your family, friends, and everything you hold dear due to your own inadequacy. Do not cling to. As the Grand Priest's voice dwindled, a profound sense of unease surged within Razer. At that moment, Razer suddenly awoke, greeted by the familiar sight of his own room. Beside him lay the ethereal Miss Bardos. After several seconds, Razer regained his composure. It had merely been a dream. Meanwhile, the once sleeping Bardos was roused by Razer's sudden movement. Razer, what is the matter? She inquired with concern, noticing the sweat-soaked and alarmed expression on his face. Razer forced a smile, responding, It's nothing, just a troubling dream. Yet, he instinctively touched his heart. Although merely a dream, the overwhelming sensation of being suppressed by the Grand Priest and Apos' divine presence felt all too real, leaving his heart racing uncontrollably. Amused, Bardos chuckled softly, It seems you can have nightmares too. Well, everyone experiences nightmares. It is a normal occurrence, Razer replied with a smile. I'm fine, perhaps just a lingering effect from the dream. You should go back to sleep. I need to step outside for a moment. The impact of the dream was indeed substantial. After all, the figure that appeared in his dream was none other than the universe's strongest, the Grand Priest, who warned of losing his family, friends, and everything he possessed. Are you truly all right? Bardos remained somewhat unconvinced. I'm perfectly fine, Razer reassured her. gently pressing her back onto the bed. What could possibly be wrong? Dawn and Amp. Oppos. T worry. I and Amp. Oppos. LL be just fine. Very well. Since Reza had said so, Bardos reluctantly accepted. Perhaps she was overthinking. Experiencing nightmares is indeed a common human experience. All one needs to do is take some time to recover. Exiting the room and entering the grand hall of the palace, Reza took a deep gulp of water before collapsing onto the sofa. Reflecting on the scenes from his recent dream, something feels amiss. Reza sensed that the dream was far from ordinary. The Grand Priest and Oppos' earlier words eluded his understanding. Yet the latter part served as a grave warning. The Grand Priest spoke the truth. With his current strength, should a genuine calamity arise, he might lack the power to protect his loved ones, friends, and everything he cherishes. Could it be that I have grown complacent over the years? Is that why I had such a dream? Chapter 72. Makarita. Anything is permissible. Upon reflection, ever since the battle with Hit, which significantly enhanced his power, he had not made any substantial progress. Although he had undergone some training, including successfully transforming into the Super Saiyan form over the span of the last decade, it could be said that he had not exerted himself. The dream he had just experienced served as a wake-up call for Razer. Despite his current strength placing him among the elite warriors of the 12th universe, when viewed from a broader perspective within the Dragon Ball realm, his power was merely at its nascent stage. The likes of the Grand Priest and angels were beyond consideration. Even the gods of destruction remained an almost unattainable aspiration for him. With his thoughts now organized, Razer resolved to strive forward. It was not too late to begin. Suddenly, he recalled that due to Vegeta's successful transformation into Super Saiyan 4, he had been granted the reward of being the first Super Saiyan 4. It seemed to be a meditation training method, which he had yet to study in detail. With renewed focus, Razer delved into this so-called meditation training method. After several minutes of investigation, he finally grasped its purpose. It appeared to be rather extraordinary. Upon understanding the meditation training method and Oppos' function, Razer expressed his astonishment. According to the system's description, meditation training involved entering a meditative state for practice, even allowing one to train while asleep at night. Within the meditative space, a shadow of oneself would engage in practical combat training. The Oppos' shadow Razer and Oppos' would replicate all of Razer and Oppos' abilities and would also grow stronger in tandem with Razer's own power. Thus, in this meditative state, Razer could freely engage in battle and enhance his skills. This was the primary reason for his exclamation of its remarkable nature. Initially, he had thought the meditation training method to be of little significance. It now seemed that he had underestimated its potential. As the first Super Saiyan 4's task reward, it was unreasonable to assume it would be of little use. This meditation training method proved to be exceedingly beneficial. With this newfound ability, Razer and Oppos' training could continue without interruption, allowing him to maintain his daily routine. Truly a perfect solution. Razer smiled broadly and glanced at the secondary task 2. Secondary task 2. Overall strength achieved 10 warriors of the Saiyan race who can transform into Super Saiyan 4 or Super Saiyan God. 110. Reward. Bloodline Ascension. Since completing the 100 Super Saiyans task, the content and rewards of the secondary task 2 had changed. While Super Saiyan gods could be artificially created, there were prerequisites to such creation. As a traveler, Razer was aware of the method for creating artificial Super Saiyan gods. However, this required 5 Saiyans with a righteous heart to impart their energy to another Saiyan who also possessed a righteous heart. Although, under Razer and Oppos' reign over the past 12 years, the Saiyan kingdom had ceased its invasions of other planets. He could not guarantee that all citizens of the Saiyan kingdom harbored righteous intentions. The inherent nature of pure-blooded Saiyans tended toward violence and bloodlust. Even in a peaceful environment, changing this nature would take generations to achieve. This was the primary reason Razer had not pursued the creation of artificial Super Saiyan gods over the past decade. Instead of contemplating this, it would be more pragmatic to focus on cultivating 10 Super Saiyan gods or Super Saiyan 4s himself. As for the new reward of Bloodline Ascension, it was evidently something valuable, yet its exact effects remained unknown to Razer. Perhaps it would enhance his Super Saiyan bloodline or elevate it to a divine status. Razer pondered thoughtfully. Regardless of the outcome, it would significantly bolster his strength. However, nurturing 10 Super Saiyan 4s or Super Saiyan gods was not an endeavor that could be accomplished in a mere 10 days or a month. It would require time and patience. Razer, my lord, why are you still awake, dear? A melodious voice, laced with a hint of mischief, suddenly broke his contemplation. Without needing to look, Riza recognized that voice and its playful tone. It could only belong to Makarita. Aren't and Amp, Oppos. T, you also still awake? Riza retorted. Well, I'm having trouble sleeping tonight, dear, she replied, feigning innocence. In reality, angels rarely required sleep. They only pretended to return to their rooms each night to conceal their identities. As she spoke, Makarita approached and settled beside Riza, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Is there something troubling you that keeps you awake, my lord? Riza cleared his throat and replied, I suppose there is a bit, but I have come to terms with it. Is that so? What a pity. I was just about to offer my counsel, she said, inching closer to Riza. As he moved back, she pressed forward, quickly cornering him against the edge of the sofa. Wait, Miss Makarita, if you continue this way, I want to hold back, Riza exclaimed, fully aware of her intentions after 11 years of acquaintance. Really? What do you intend to do, my lord? She teased, her exquisite face adorned with a hint of anticipation. Anything is permissible, dear. With that, she struck a pose reminiscent of a charming little kitten, awaiting her master's affection. Riza found himself momentarily speechless. Beep. Just then, a notification echoed in Riza and Oppos' mind. The system has detected that the host is currently facing a choice. Activating the system selection feature. Option 1. Refuse Makarita's temptation. Reward. Passive skill. Energy absorption. I am the most passionate Saiyan. Option 2. Succumb to Makarita and Oppos' allure. Consummating the moment. Reward. Super Dragon Shinron's wish product. Immortality. The most passionate Saiyan simply wishes to provide every good girl with a home. Chapter 73. Your husband is truly remarkable. Riza found himself at a loss for words once again. Was there really a choice to be made? The crux of the matter was that the rewards seemed rather enticing. The energy absorption ability was likely the absorption-type android created by Dr. Gero, with the most classic example being Super 17 from the GT timeline. This skill was indeed impressive, but the amount of energy that could be absorbed was contingent upon one's own strength. Moreover, during the process of energy absorption, there would be a period of vulnerability. When facing a true powerhouse, that moment of stillness while absorbing energy would be the greatest flaw. Clearly, while energy absorption was quite advantageous in lower-tier battles, it would become a liability in higher-tier confrontations. It was a double-edged sword. In comparison, the advantages of the second option, immortality, were far more apparent. Riza already possessed the self-extreme technique, and with the addition of immortality, he would become extraordinarily formidable. It is widely acknowledged that the self-extreme technique differs from the free extreme technique. It emphasizes ultimate destruction. The stronger the attacks one endures, the greater the boost in power. This aspect resonated well with Riza's own Saiyan bloodline. Furthermore, having completed system tasks, he had gained infinite energy. With the addition of immortality, Riza's Saiyan bloodline would achieve its true perfection, a flawless form without any shortcomings. When that time came, even if he were to face a god of destruction, Riza could rely on the attributes of immortality, alongside his Saiyan bloodline and self-extreme technique, to gradually close the gap in power. Ultimately, turning the tables on his adversary would not be merely a fanciful notion. More importantly, the second option aligned perfectly with Riza's own desires. Throughout the past decade, Makarita had hinted and suggested her interest in him numerous times. Did she truly believe he was not a man? Suddenly, Riza snapped back to reality and forcefully pinned Makarita onto the couch, staring into Riza's strikingly handsome face. With the intoxicating scent of his masculine essence enveloping her, Makarita felt her heart race. The rosy hue on her cheeks could be attributed to either shyness or excitement. You said I could do anything. Riza's eyes glinted with a fierce determination. At that moment, Makarita appeared bashful, averting her gaze as she murmured, Why? Why so sudden? Lord Riza, please be gentle, dear. In the blink of an eye, the veil of night faded, and a ray of sunlight graced the clouds in the sky. In the grand hall of the palace, Riza gestured for Makarita to tidy her slightly disheveled collar and hair. Speaking softly, you should head back to your room. Once Bardos awakens, I will speak with her. As expected of Lord Riza, that experience was quite delightful, dear. I shall return now, Makarita replied with a sweet smile, blowing him a heart sign before turning to leave. Indeed, it was quite delightful. Riza resumed his seat, a satisfied smile lingering on his lips. Compared to Bardos, Makarita offered a different experience. To his surprise, he discovered that Makarita was still a maiden. Should Bardos have no objections, Riza could indeed consider adding Makarita to his harem. Ding! At that moment, The system's voice echoed in his mind once more. Congratulations, host, for fulfilling the conditions for option 2. Reward obtained, immortality. Instantly, Luizer felt an inexplicable energy surge into his body, enveloping his limbs and vital organs, coursing through every vein and cell. Although his overall strength did not increase, he felt an inexplicable confidence welling within him. This newfound assurance stemmed from his immortality. It seemed quite promising. However, Luizer had not yet reached the point of testing his immortality through self-harm. There were alternative methods to experiment with his newfound ability. Given that he had just emerged from a fierce battle, Luizer found himself devoid of any desire for sleep. Thus, he leaned back on the couch and entered a meditative state. As Luizer and Apos' consciousness materialized in the meditative realm, he spotted a figure identical to himself not far ahead. Is that my shadow? He mused. Let us see what this immortality truly entails. Boom. As his words fell, Luizer transformed into his Super Saiyan form, and simultaneously, the shadowy Luizer mirrored his transformation. The meditative space erupted into an unprecedented battle in Saiyan history. Time seemed to lose meaning. Eventually, Luizer concluded his meditative practice and withdrew his consciousness from the space. The strength he had gained during meditation echoed back into his own being. Quite impressive, he marveled, feeling a significant increase in power compared to before. What is impressive? Bardos' voice cut through the air unexpectedly, startling Luizer nearly out of his seat. And nothing. He quickly composed himself and inquired, when did you? Bardos narrowed her eyes and smiled. It has been a while. I simply chose not to disturb you while you rested. Upon hearing this, Luizer noticed the daylight flooding the room. Following Bardos' routine, it was indeed time to rise. Dear Miss Bardos, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Luizer had no intention of concealing the matter concerning Makarita, especially since it would be difficult to keep hidden. What is it? Bardos feigned curiosity. In truth, Luizer knew she was already aware, having deduced it was merely about the events of the previous night with Makarita. He then recounted the incident honestly, scratching his head sheepishly. You see, Bardos burst into laughter, so that's what it was. You mentioned it to me last time, remember? I was already mentally prepared for this. Though she spoke lightly, Bardos' heart bore a trace of discontent. She had not anticipated that Makarita would seize the opportunity. That's a relief. Luizer sighed inwardly, vowing to protect Bardos. After all, a woman is understanding, gentle, and generous as Bardos was a treasure he thought he could only dream of encountering. Good morning, Lord Luizer, Queen Bardos. Just then, Makarita emerged, adorned in a beautiful outfit. After greeting them, she flashed a cunning smile at Bardos, as if to say, your husband is truly remarkable. Chapter 74. Insignificant harm, profound insult despite her irritation. Bardos shot a disdainful glance at Makarita. I thought you were merely jesting, but it appears you are genuinely attempting to entangle me. The purpose behind the high priest summoning Makarita remained an enigma to Bardos even after 11 years. Could it be that the sole intention was to irritate her? Yet, it seemed improbable that the high priest possessed such base tastes. Makarita appeared to recognize the need to temper her provocations towards Bardos. Hence she merely offered a greeting before dutifully taking a seat. As the atmosphere grew slightly awkward, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from the entrance. Bardock entered, leading Vegeta. Although Vegeta had nearly been incapacitated by a punch from Riza the previous night, he had fully recovered thanks to the automated healing devices. Lord Riza, Vegeta is here for you, Bardock announced. Ah, go about your business. Riza waved his hand dismissively, turning his attention to the visibly downtrodden Vegeta. What troubles you, Prince Vegeta? You seem somewhat discontent. Just say what you must. I have no time for idle chatter. Vegeta retorted, his lips curling in disdain. How could I be in good spirits after nearly being shattered by your punch? Anyone in my position would feel the same. Riza, however, maintained his calm demeanor. Young man, do not be so hasty. Come along with me. Reluctantly, Vegeta suppressed his impatience and followed Riza into his office. Once seated, Riza scrutinized him with a smile. Still preoccupied with the throne, are we? Vegeta merely snorted in pride, offering no reply. After his clash with Riza the previous night, he had come to terms with the reality that reclaiming the throne from Riza seemed an unattainable aspiration. It appears you have come to a realization, Riza continued. Even if I were to grant you the throne, do you truly believe you could maintain your position? Vegeta fell silent, and Riza chuckled softly, pressing on. Do you think your current strength is solely a product of your own efforts? I am well aware it was your doing. Vegeta snapped. Why? Despite his reluctance to admit it, Vegeta recognized that without the systematic training regimen and gravity training apparatus provided by Riza, He might not have even achieved the first transformation into Super Saiyan. This truth was crystal clear to him, yet he could not fathom Razer's motives. Razer's cryptic actions perplexed Vegeta. He sought to reclaim the throne from Razer, yet rather than eliminate him, Razer seemed intent on aiding his growth. It's quite simple. I merely see potential in you. Moreover, I do not perceive you as a threat. What harm would it cause to allow you to grow? Razer's words, although lacking in direct malice, carried a sting that deeply insulted Vegeta. Vegeta felt a surge of humiliation. All these years, Razer had regarded him with such disdain. Observing Vegeta's countenance morph into a mask of anger, Razer found amusement. What is the matter? Is it difficult to accept? Does your pride feel wounded? Allow me to add an unkind remark. Your strength pales in comparison to that of my 11-year-old daughter. At this, Vegeta sprang to his feet, incredulous. Ha 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 ha. Vegeta laughed derisively. Razer, even if you wish to insult me, you need not resort to such juvenile provocations. Are you suggesting I am inferior to your daughter? Are you attempting to make a fool of me? Razer raised an eyebrow. So you think I jest? How about a friendly spar with my daughter, Millie? If I inadvertently harm her, do not hold me responsible. Vegeta declared, issuing a disclaimer. As the proud Saiyan prince and a genius warrior who had achieved the form of Super Saiyan 4, he could not fathom being outmatched by Razer's daughter. Should you possess such capability, I would not oppose it, Razer replied with a grin. Millie. With a swift gust, Millie appeared in the office. Clad in a refined martial arts uniform. Daddy, I'm here, she exclaimed. Vegeta scrutinized Millie, who seemed somewhat capable, and scoffed. So, you are Razer's daughter? Do I not bear any resemblance to my father? Millie stuck out her tongue playfully. Humph, do I not look like my father? Let me state this clearly. I shall not show mercy simply because you are a girl, Vegeta warned. Giggle, no need to hold back. Just come at me. Millie replied cheerfully. Let us commence. Razer said, suppressing his amusement as he led Vegeta and Millie to the Royal Palace's rear courtyard, a spacious area typically used for Millie and Broly's training. Upon hearing that Millie would be sparring with Vegeta, Bardos and Makarita also emerged to watch. All right, Daddy told me to go easy on you, so you may strike first, Millie said, warming up slightly with a smile. What? You're going to go easy on me? Vegeta found this notion amusing. Have you underestimated me, Razer? I may not surpass you, but to be outmatched by your daughter is absurd. Huh. Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 4 without delay. Prepare yourself, for you may soon find yourself on the ground. With that, Vegeta stomped down, launching himself at Millie with ferocity. Meanwhile, Razer, Bardos, and Makarita observed with amusement from a nearby pavilion. As Vegeta unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, Millie nimbly evaded each strike, demonstrating remarkable agility. Every trajectory of Vegeta's attacks was anticipated by Millie. Come now, brother Vegeta, you must take this more seriously. Your attacks do not pose any threat to me. Or is your strength truly so limited? She taunted while effortlessly dodging his blows. Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief, quickly shifting to fury. Losing to Razer was one thing, but being bested by his daughter would be an embarrassment of monumental proportions. I am the Saiyan Prince. How could I possibly be inferior to a mere girl? He shouted, his energy surging as he prepared for a fierce strike. Chapter 75. Hosting, Decapitation, and Submission. Not bad at all. Brother Vegeta and Appo's strength has indeed increased, Millie remarked with a playful smile, her lips curling slightly. It was uncertain whether her words were genuine praise or laced with sarcasm. Humph, soon enough. You will be the one crying. With a cold snort, Vegeta launched into a more vigorous offensive. Whoosh. Another flurry of rapid strikes culminated in a piercing sound as Vegeta unleashed a powerful punch directed squarely at Millie. Yet, as before, Millie anticipated his move and deftly tilted her head aside, causing Vegeta's fist to miss her cheek by mere inches. This outcome was well within Vegeta's expectations. Therefore, as his punch whiffed, he did not retract his attack, but instead executed a sweeping strike. Whoosh. Another gust of wind followed. And even though Vegeta's sweeping punch reached its maximum speed, he soon realized that Millie had already retreated a meter away. After his missed punch, she had evaded his attack with an astonishing angle. Impossible. My assault was completely seen through. At this point, despite feeling astonished, Vegeta had to concede that Millie had deciphered all his techniques, leaving him utterly exposed. Humph, can you do nothing but evade? Vegeta's eyelids twitched as he employed a taunting strategy. No, it's just that my father told me to go easy on you, which is why I haven't attacked. However, since you insist. Millie grinned, and her tiny fist was promptly thrust forward. A searing silver-gray energy enveloped her punch, which landed solidly on Vegeta and Apos' abdomen. Pwah! A scream of agony echoed as Vegeta's pupils dilated in disbelief. He stared incredulously at Millie's enchanting face, adorned with an innocent smile, mere inches away from him. How is this possible? The force behind Millie's punch was hardly any lighter than Razer's from the night before. Oh dear, brother Vegeta. I initially had high hopes for your strength, but it seems you are still far too weak. I shall no longer play with you. Millie shook her head with disinterest, then executed a graceful 180-degree spin, delivering a formidable hook to Vegeta's neck. Whoosh! Boom! As dust erupted from the ground, Vegeta's energy diminished once more. When the dust settled, he had reverted to his normal state, unable to rise again. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps approached, and Vegeta struggled to open his eyes, only to see Razer walking towards him with deliberate steps. Vegeta, I would like to ask you a question. How do you feel at this moment? Razer, hands clasped behind his back, looked down at the prostrate Vegeta with a smirk. At that moment, Vegeta's heart was undoubtedly in turmoil. I cannot overcome you, Razer. I accept that, but why is your daughter so extraordinarily powerful? Vegeta felt that Millie's strength was on par with Razer's. Razer chuckled softly and continued, Do you remember what I told you last night? Never take pride in your current strength, for you have no idea how terrifying true power can be. Just last night, Vegeta had scoffed at Razer's words, but now, he believed them. In Razer's eyes, Vegeta perhaps truly exemplified the type who was lacking in comparison to the upper echelons. Why? How can you all be so strong? Vegeta clenched his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment. By birthright, he was the prince of the Saiyans, endowed with royal blood, and once hailed as a prodigious warrior. Yet what about Razer? During his reign as King Vegeta, Razer was merely an unremarkable elite warrior, lacking distinction. However, the heights Razer had now reached were beyond Vegeta and Apos' reach. Razer gazed into Vegeta's defiant eyes and asked, Do you wish to become as powerful as I am? Yes, yes. After much internal struggle, Vegeta spat out this answer, nearly forcing it through clenched teeth. No longer desiring the throne? What throne? It was merely an excuse I created to surpass you all these years. After a long silence, Vegeta finally articulated his thoughts. 5 years ago, when he claimed the throne on Rainbow Star, he had relinquished the title of King of the Saiyans. His continuous growth was driven by a desire to erase the humiliation of being ousted from planet Vegeta by Razer, rather than a fixation on the throne. Moreover, after the experiences of yesterday and today, Vegeta deeply understood that even if he sought to reclaim his throne, it would require more than mere intent. Razer's strength far exceeded his imagination. It seems you have not remained stagnant during these years. Razer was pleased with Vegeta's response. If Vegeta continued to obsess over the throne, he would never grow, since you are no longer fixated on regaining the throne and wish to become as strong as I am. Can I interpret this as your readiness to return to the Saiyan race? Understanding Vegeta and Apos' pride and dignity, Razer chose his words carefully, not stating the matter too explicitly. Once Vegeta returned to the Saiyan race, it would mean serving under Razer. Yet even so, Vegeta and Apos' swept over Bardos, Makarita, and Millie present. Razer noticed this and said, There are no outsiders here. You need not let your pride hinder you. Even if you were to kneel here today and plead for me to allow your return to the Saiyan race, they would neither mock you nor spread the news beyond these walls. Yes, yes. With those words, Vegeta gritted his teeth and mustered the courage to say, King Razer. Haha. Razer laughed heartily and declared, Vegeta, you have finally not disappointed me. It seems you are indeed a talent worth cultivating. From this moment forth, you shall be a citizen of the Saiyan Kingdom. Chapter 76, Long Live Mother? Are you cursing her with a short life? The following day, Reza once again brought the Nara-covered Vegeta to the royal palace's rear courtyard. This time, however, standing before Vegeta was not Millie, but Broly. Although they were of the same age, Vegeta, who stood a little over 1.60 meters, appeared almost childlike next to the towering figure of Broly. Do you recognize him? Reza inquired, subtly gesturing toward Broly standing opposite Vegeta. Vegeta shook his head, clearly unfamiliar with him. Yet, he sensed an inexplicable pressure emanating from Broly. His instincts warned him that this formidable giant might not be weaker than himself. Allow me to make a brief introduction. This is Broly, born at the same time as you. He was detected at birth with an astounding battle power of 10,000. Your father, King Vegeta, feared that Broly would one day pose a threat to your throne, so he fabricated an excuse to exile him. What? Vegeta's eyelids twitched violently in shock. 10,000 battle power at birth? If memory serves, my own battle power was barely a few hundred upon birth. What kind of monster is this? Surprised, are we? Reza chuckled. The real astonishment lies ahead. Your task is to defeat Broly. Humph, that's simple, Vegeta proclaimed confidently. While Broly's birth battle power was indeed impressive, he had now attained the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. Defeating a mere Broly would be a trivial matter. Simple, is it? 2 years. I shall grant you 2 years. If you can defeat Broly in that time, I shall present you with a surprise. 2 years? 2 hours would suffice. Who do you think you're underestimating? Let us begin. Reza, uninterested in further discussion, turned to Broly and instructed, Broly, take it easy. Don't kill him. Broly nodded solemnly, then, with a roar reminiscent of a beast, Broly unleashed his ferocious aura, which erupted violently. Feeling the overwhelming force radiating from Broly, Vegeta's eyes twitched. This seemed rather challenging. Not bad. Allow me to experience your power. Without hesitation, Vegeta transformed into his Super Saiyan 4 form. In the next instant, neither party was willing to yield, colliding with the force of a meteor strike. Boom. With a powerful exchange of blows, Vegeta was sent reeling over 100 meters, while Broly barely staggered back a few steps. The disparity in strength was immediately evident. What terrifying power! Regaining his footing, Vegeta shook his tingling arm in astonishment. Yet, compared to Reza and Millie, he felt reassured that Broly was not yet strong enough to instill a sense of despair within him. Although he might have initially underestimated Broly, defeating him would not require the 2 years as Reza suggested. Take it easy, you two. Don't destroy my palace, Reza remarked after observing for a brief moment before turning to leave. Take your time, Vegeta. You still have a long way to go before becoming a true warrior. Time passed swiftly, and 4 years slipped by unnoticed. Through rigorous training and combat experience, Vegeta progressed from merely accessing Super Saiyan 4 to breaking through its limits. His strength had significantly increased compared to 4 years prior. Broly, too, had stabilized his power within the Super Saiyan transformation. Despite 4 years of effort, Vegeta still could not defeat Broly outright, but he had certainly improved from being dominated in their earlier encounters. Additionally, during these 4 years, Reza had trained another Super Saiyan 4 Bardock. Naturally, as others grew stronger, Reza's own power had experienced a remarkable transformation as well. His meditative practices over the past 4 years had elevated his prowess to levels unrecognizable from 4 years ago. Daddy! Daddy! Reza was seated in the grand hall of the palace, perusing financial reports presented by the treasury minister, when a cheerful voice suddenly rang out from the doorway. Millie, dressed in a cute pink dress, dashed toward him and leaped into his arms. What are you doing? Arin and Appos. You a bit too old for this? Reza rolled his eyes in exasperation. Hee, I'm only 15. I'm still a child. Millie retorted defiantly. Daddy, remember you promised to take me out to play during the holidays. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Oh. Reza raised an eyebrow, recalling such an agreement. Having spent the past 15 years hardly stepping beyond the confines of Reza Planet, Millie was eager to explore the outside world, and he had promised to take her out when school was out. Is it the holidays already? Of course. Let us hurry and pack, Millie exclaimed eagerly. Wait. Millie suddenly remembered something and whispered conspiratorially in Reza and Appos' ear. Daddy, let us just go the two of us. Don't bring Mommy. If Bardock comes along, she won't let us have any fun. However, before Millie could finish, Bardock's voice unexpectedly came from behind. Where are you two planning to go? Why not share it with me? Millie gasped, her body trembling as she turned to explain. Mom, I didn't say we weren't bringing you. Daddy can vouch for me. Bardock couldn't help but laugh. I haven't even said anything yet. And you've already given yourself away. Oh yes. Reza quickly chimed in, knowing he had no choice. Millie's small hand had discreetly pinched him. Besides, who could resist indulging Millie? Enough. You haven't spoken a word of truth. Bardock placed her hands on her hips. I heard what you said. If you want to go play, let your father take you. I want to join. Regardless of Bardock's presence or absence, she could always keep tabs on Reza and Millie. If she went along, Millie would likely feel constrained and unable to enjoy herself fully. Thus, she chose not to spoil Millie and Appos' excitement. Hooray! Long live Mommy. Bardock rolled her eyes in annoyance. Long live. Are you cursing your mother with a short life? All right, go pack and see if there's anything you need to bring. Daddy will take you out to play. Chapter 77. The Grand Minister's intention. Reese and Millie's initial destination was, of course, Earth. Reese had originally planned to visit Earth 2 years prior, honoring his promise to Bulma. However, for years had now elapsed. This delay was primarily due to Margarita's pregnancy at the time, preventing Riza from leaving. Additionally, the burgeoning Saiyan kingdom demanded more and more of Riza's attention. Consequently, it was only today that Riza could carve out time to visit Earth. Millie, upon her first arrival on Earth, found everything novel and exciting. Riza indulged his beloved daughter by taking her to experience all sorts of amusement park rides. Despite the rapid development of the Saiyan kingdom, such recreational facilities were genuinely absent. The Saiyans, being a martial race, simply did not see the necessity for constructing amusement parks. After spending several days with Millie on Earth, Riza also took the opportunity to visit Giant at Mount Pyozu and even watch the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. At the tournament, Riza unexpectedly encountered Bulma once again. You promised 2 years, and look how long it and amp. Oppos. S been. Bulma exclaimed, arms akimbo. Yet, her blue-green eyes betrayed her true emotion, elation. Though belated, Riza had at least kept his word. Ahem, I apologize for that, Riza responded, a smile playing on his lips. Without offering any excuses, Bulma had intended to express some minor displeasure, but seeing Riza and Amp, Oppos, S sincere apology, she found it impossible to remain cross. By the way, who is that girl sitting with you? Bulma inquired. The World Martial Arts Tournament was still in progress, and Riza had excused himself to meet Bulma, telling Millie he was going to the restroom. Riza gestured helplessly, saying, while the truth may be harsh, I don't and Oppos, wish to conceal it from you. Her name is Millie, and she is my daughter. The daughter. This revelation struck Bulma like a bolt from the blue. Daughter? Riza and Amp. Oppos. S daughter was already this old? Riza nodded. If you recall, when we first met, you were 4, and I was already 20. Moreover, I am the king of a nation, so having a daughter is quite normal. That's why I said to give you 2 years to consider. As you can see, my daughter Millie is already 15. If you can accept this, I have no objections. Although she had anticipated it to some extent, Bulma still felt a wave of dizziness upon learning this. Initially, Bulma had thought Riza was merely an ordinary alien, never imagining he was a king. In that case, it was understandable for Riza to have a daughter. However, it would be disingenuous for Bulma to say she didn't and Oppos, mind. But after waiting for over a decade, was she to simply give up? Bulma loathed philandering men, as her father, Dr. Brief, was one. His infidelity often led to arguments between her mother, Mrs. Brief, and him. But the term philanderer hardly seemed applicable to Riza. After all, she was the latecomer. Besides, Riza had been upfront with her, not concealing anything. Furthermore, Riza was a monarch, and having multiple consorts seemed reasonable. In truth, she was the one aspiring to a higher position. It seems you and Amp, Oppos, VE already made your decision. Find a good man in the future, Riza remarked, sensing her hesitation. Bulma, after all, was a traditional girl. The fact that he had a family was something that could not be hidden. Therefore, Riza would not force anything. Riza. Just as Riza was about to return to the audience to find Millie, Bulma rushed up and embraced him tightly from behind. I don't and Oppos, care. You said the wish I made upon a shooting star will come true one day. In a matter of seconds, Bulma and Oppos, as conflicted heart had reached a decision. The thought of never seeing Riza again was more unbearable to her than his having a family. This. Riza paused, then turned around, saying earnestly, Are you certain you and Oppos, VE made your choice? What else could I do? Bulma retorted, her beautiful eyes filled with a hint of grievance and resentment. In that case, I shall fulfill the promise I made to you back then. Since Bulma didn't mind, Riza had no objections either. Bardos could accept Margarita, so she wouldn't mind another Bulma. Time flew by like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 decades had passed. The Saiyan race had undoubtedly become the dominant force in the 7th universe. Even Beatrice, the god of destruction, who had awakened after a 39-year slumber, was taken aback by the Saiyan race and Oppos' current strength. The Saiyan race now boasted over 50 warriors capable of transforming into Super Saiyan 4, Super Saiyan God, or Super Saiyan Blue. Vegeta and Goku had even mastered divine techniques like Ultra Instinct. Vegeta's Saiyan transformation had even broken through to Super Saiyan 5. Over the past 2 decades, Riza had finally confirmed that his Queen Bardos and Princess Margarita were indeed the angels from the 6th and 11th universes, respectively. Although he had suspected it, Riza was still surprised upon learning the truth. Later, Riza also discovered that Bardos shared a dream identical to his, which she referred to as a precognitive dream. With a shared precognitive dream, It was understandable that Bardos would disguise herself as a defenseless Terran on planet Terra to get close to him. However, Reza remained puzzled as to why Margarita had also come. But these questions were no longer important. In this year, the Tournament of Power, organized by the Omni King, was held as scheduled. Unsurprisingly, the 7th universe, led by Reza, single-handedly defeated the other 7 universes with overwhelming strength and won the tournament with ease. After the Tournament of Power, Bardos was summoned by the Grand Minister to the Omni King and Apos' palace once again. Father, Bardos began. Haven't you always wanted to know why I sent Margarita to you back then? The Grand Minister, with his benevolent countenance, responded with his hands clasped behind his back. Bardos nodded. This matter had remained a mystery to her. The Grand Minister smiled mysteriously, then summoned the Grand Angel staff, gesturing with it in the air as he explained. When you chose Reza, I sensed that this human named Reza was no ordinary man. So, I predicted the future. You Don and Apos, need to know the specifics. But you should know that one day, your human husband Reza will become an existence even more powerful than me. Although I and Apos, am unsure if Reza harbors any animosity towards me or the Omni King. Because of you, I can ensure he won and Apos. So, do you understand now why I sent Margarita to you back then? Upon hearing this, Bardos had an epiphany. However, what she didn't expect was that Reza would surpass the Grand Minister in the future, becoming the strongest being in the universe. If the Grand Minister hadn't said it himself, Bardos would never have believed that Reza's future achievements would reach such heights. I understand. Thank you for your kindness, esteemed High Priest. Bardos recognized that the High Priest was considering her feelings, thus he could only send another Makarita to win over Reza, ensuring that Reza would not become their adversary in the future. There was no need for such formality. Just convey my regards to both myself and Reza. Indeed, Father. Upon discovering the truth behind the High Priest's decision to involve Makarita so long ago, Bardos returned contentedly. Meanwhile, Reza's story continues to unfold. The grand conclusion.